Chapter 1 I am in Harry Potter and have just become a wizard. July 1991. Surrey, southeast England, adjacent to London and the Thames. The weather with strong wind and light rain is a typical marine climate. Pedestrians on the road do not hold umbrellas and walk quickly on the street in the rain. When their wandering eyes sweep across the ordinary streets, they always stop briefly on a foreigner. The indifferent British guy will not interfere and let this confused Oriental man squat stupidly on the roadside. Linda is wearing light blue chenille pajamas, holding a mobile phone in his left hand and a noodle fork in his right hand. There is a strand of red snail noodles on the fork, which eventually fell to the ground and failed to fall into Linda's mouth. He was completely stunned, as if he was being watched by Medusa. The last second, he was squatting in the teacher's dormitory, happily eating supper and browsing his mobile phone. The next second, he was wandering on the streets of a foreign country, exposed to the rain and wind. A simple explanation will make you understand what is going on with his miserable situation. Linda must have traveled through time, and he knew it, but he didn't expect his travel through time to be so hasty. Other people's infinite flow at least chills and shakes at the beginning. He was eating snail noodles and reading novels at home, and suddenly he traveled through time. The culprit was on the back of his left hand. A sea blue door-shaped mark. This is the only abnormal thing on Linda's body that cannot be explained by common sense in his 30 years of life. 3 days before crossing, Linda had a strange dream. The dream was pitch black, and many strange creatures blowing horns floated in the void. Their shapes only appeared in the most absurd dreams caused by a vigorous hangover, and these advocates praised Linda in solemn, flattering and strange language. He didn't understand a word. After waking up from this dream, Linda had a door-shaped mark on the back of his hand. Others can't see the mark, but when Linda stares at the mark, a piece of information will emerge in his mind. Before crossing, this piece of information was as follows: World I, countdown. Now this piece of information has changed. Linda stared at the mark. World I, arrived. World 2, countdown 99:58. 1 minute later, the countdown changed to 99:57. Linda was really numb now, his legs were numb from squatting, and his heart was numb too. Plop! The snail noodles fell to the ground, and Linda frowned in pain. He stood up and looked around. This place looked familiar to him. After walking along the street for a while, Linda realized that although there were many differences in the details, this seemed to be the place where the protagonist Harry in the movie Harry Potter grew up. Little Whinging District, Privet Drive, a fictional place in a novel. But the street signs clearly stated it. When he was in school, Linda's roommate was a loyal fan of the Harry Potter series. He would usually reproduce the food that appeared in the book and record videos to post on YouTube. Linda was not familiar with the Harry Potter series, having only watched the first 2 movies, but he knew the general plot, not only because of his roommate's influence, but also because he had read a lot of fan fiction at some point. With a subtle intuition, Linda found number 4, Privet Drive. The address of the Dursleys where Harry was staying. The layout here is simple and ordinary, just like all the single-family villas of the middle class in the city. There are no tourists coming and going, no flashlights and camera shutters. The whole row of houses on the neat street is of the same style, quiet and completely unrelated to magic. On the way here, Linda had learned some of the background of the times from the old TV in the window on the street. This was 1991, in March of that year, when Linda was 4 years old. In December of that year, the red flag fell and the giant was buried in the hands of traitors. This was also the year, in July, that is, now, the savior Harry Potter received an admission letter from the magic school Hogwarts. Destiny intersects at this moment. A milkmaid handed Mrs. Dursley a bag of eggs that the Dursleys had ordered today. She had no idea that the bottom of the bag contained the admission notices to Hogwarts. These terrible notices involving magic and wizards had almost caused the Dursleys to have a mental breakdown. Not long after, a sturdy, breathless roar of a man rang out in the house. Lind heard it clearly. It was a rude man cursing, "These damn letters! Harry, come down, damn it, go to your storage room. I mean, go to your bedroom. Dudley, go away, you go away too." Lind breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these conversations. He was completely sure that this was the world of Harry Potter, a classic fantasy magic story. He had no intention of contacting the savior of this time. Lind was penniless now. The money in his electronic account could not be used in this era. He needed to find a place to settle down first. Linda remembered that in 1991, his doctoral supervisor Professor Zhdanov lived in South London. If this person existed in this world, he might also live in London. It was 2 days later that Linda arrived at Professor Zhdanov's house. After opening the door, the old Russian scholar was deeply surprised by the homeless man in front of him. "What?" The familiar face and authentic Far Eastern accent made Linda feel kind. "Are you Professor Zhdanov?" "I am Linda, and I came here because of your reputation." "I am Zhdanov, but not a professor." "Strange wizard, you have found the wrong person." Bang! The apartment door was slammed mercilessly, and Linda could hear a burst of rapid mumbling in Russian, complaining that the uninvited guest had disturbed his afternoon wine. Linda was thrown into a dilemma of frustration and surprise by Zhdanov's words. He had suffered a lot in the past 2 days when he rushed from Surrey to London. His personal image was such that he could beg on the street with a paper cup. When things seemed to be bright, Zhdanov, who had high hopes for him, gave him a solid rejection. But from Zhdanov's words, Linda was surprised to find that he seemed to have become a wizard with magical powers. This joy and sorrow made Linda sit on the bench on the street in silence for a long time. After a while, it was getting dark, and an old man with strange clothes came to the end of the street. Anyone who saw him would be attracted by his long silver beard and hair. This man was tall and thin, wearing a wizard robe and a purple cloak that dragged on the ground. He was Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this era, the headmaster of the magic school Hogwarts, and the owner of a long list of honorary titles. When Dumbledore passed by Linda, he asked the confused young man kindly, "Why is this strange wizard sitting here alone? Is he here to visit Mr. Zhdanov? His temper is well known, and even an old man like me cannot get more respect." Heavy. Lind raised his head. He was a little surprised and at a loss, but soon calmed down. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore, it's an honor to meet you. As you can see, I am a homeless wandering wizard. I have no money and no wand, so I can only wait to die on the street." Dumbledore seemed to be touched by this tragic experience, and a kind warmth flashed in his blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses. He said softly, "If this is the case, then do I have the honor to invite you to have dinner together?" "That couldn't be better, thank you for your generosity." Chapter 2, Admission Letter. The Leaky Cauldron. Linda stuffed the last piece of salami into his mouth. He ate until his belly was bulging. He completely understood how the tramps who were generously given alms in O. Henry's novels treated the sudden sumptuous meal. They must enjoy it as the last meal of their lives. "To be honest, Professor Dumbledore, I urgently need a job to support myself." "No, young man, you shouldn't find a job at your age, but go to school." "What?" Linda was stunned. "How long have you not seen your face? Dusty child." Across the table, Professor Dumbledore put down his silver knife and fork, took out a wand from under his robes 15 inches long, with a wand made of elderwood, and waved it at Linda. Thrower jiffy. A small whirlwind blew over Lin's body, and the dirt, stains, and sweat on his skin, hair, and clothes all disappeared. Lind looked at his extremely young and tender face in the mirror of his fork. Others would think that he was at most 16 years old, still a teenager. How could it be? "Oh, okay. I understand." Lind, exhausted, realized that what happened to him was not only that he suddenly had the talent of a wizard, but also that his body gradually recovered to the state of his youth. He had been sleeping in the open for the past 2 days and had to avoid the unwarranted searches of the patrol police. It was really a mess, so it was no wonder that he didn't notice the abnormality of his body. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, this is exactly what a child should do. Do your job as a student well, and let adults worry about the rest of the difficulties. It's too early for you to take over the world. But I have neither tuition nor admission notice from the school. Don't worry, the admission notice is here. Dumbledore, like all the wise old men in fairy tales who can fulfill children's wishes, took out a light yellow letter from his sleeve. Although Lind was already quite old and had been through wind, frost, rain, and snow, he was still moved by the warmth and kindness when he saw the letter. If his roommate was here, he would faint with excitement when he received the letter. This was a light yellow parchment envelope with emerald green ink writing on it. South London. In front of the home of the wizard Zhidanoff. To Mr. Delin. Opened the envelope, and inside was a Hogwarts admission notice books. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, First Class Order of Merlin, Chief Wizard of the Grand Wizard Association, President of the International Confederation of Magicians. Dear Mr. Delin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1. Professor Dumbledore will meet with you soon to handle your transfer. Vice Principal, Female. Minerva McGonagall sincerely. Linda pursed his lips. This is very important to me, really, thank you, Professor Dumbledore. 2 days ago, your name appeared in the admission book. Your age is obviously not suitable for admission as a first-year freshman. I think it is a suitable choice to arrange you to the 5th grade as a transfer student. There are not many precedents for transfer students in Hogwarts, but they all turned out to be great wizards. I remember there was one in the last century. Well, the school principal was still Mr. Phineas at that time. Linda was a little embarrassed, but I know nothing about magic, to be honest. Even the basic knowledge of freshmen is very problematic. You can choose to audit classrooms of different grades. Hogwarts will not reject a child with wizard talent because of ignorance. Our mission is to spread wisdom, not to use wisdom as a wall to keep people out. Dumbledore's generous and warm attitude undoubtedly comforted Lin Zhao. Thank you, Professor, I will definitely enroll on time. Rest early tonight, Mr. Delin, you must be very tired. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, a respected professor will take you to Diagon Alley to purchase necessary supplies. Don't worry about the expenses, this part of the expenditure will be borne by the school. Then I will look forward to the professor's visit with 12 points of respect. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Linda spent a peaceful night in the guest room of the Leaky Cauldron. The next day he woke up early and went to the bar lobby on the first floor to wait for the respected professor mentioned by Dumbledore. Who could it be? Would it be Professor Minerva McGonagall? Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts, Headmaster of Gryffindor College, Master of Transfiguration, Animagus, a serious, old-fashioned and kind old witch. If it was her, Linda would definitely be well taken care of. Would it be Philia Professor S. Flitwick? Headmaster of Ravenclaw, Teacher of Charms, Champion of Wizard Duel Competition, a short wizard with goblin blood, gentle and humorous, emotional, and a well-deserved mentor and helpful friend. If it wasn't them, would it be the optimistic and compassionate Professor Pomona Sprout? Or the cold but affectionate Professor Severus Snape? It doesn't matter who it is, as long as it's not Quirinus Quirrell. This person has been possessed by the remnant of Voldemort and is now a very dangerous person. Then Linda waited for Professor Quirrell. Delin? Hugh, sorry, is that your name? I am, a professor at Hogwarts, just call me Quirrell, Dumbledore sent me, he said you were in the Leaky Cauldron. Quirrell is a pale young wizard, with a nervous expression, stuttering, and his body often trembling unconsciously. Lin Zhao noticed his strange purple turban, which gave off a faint pungent smell, like an Indian turban soaked in masala. "Hello, respected Professor Quirrell, it's an honor to meet you." They chatted here, and not long after, two guests came to the door of the bar. One of them was extremely tall, with thick and messy hair and beard, a half-blood giant, and the other was a thin little boy, wearing a pair of worn round frame glasses, with a pair of beautiful green eyes, and a lightning-like scar faintly visible on his forehead under the fluffy bangs. The leaky cauldron became lively because of the arrival of these two people. The originally bored drinkers came forward to say hello. The half-blood giant was the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts, named Hagrid. And the thin boy was the famous savior of the magic world, Harry Potter. Quirrell also came up to shake hands with Harry, but soon, he left on the grounds that he needed to take Lin to school. Lin said nothing about it. Quirrell became Voldemort's servant, and Voldemort hated Harry, the boy who had killed him. Smart people don't ask questions, which is good for their lifespan. As Quirrell went forward to meet his ignorant enemy, Lin took a look at the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand. World I, arrived. World 2, countdown 612. In another 6 hours, he will be able to travel to the next world, which is this evening. Quirrell led Lin into Diagon Alley. The entrance was in the alley behind the bar, and Hagrid and Harry's destination was also here. Quirrell tried to avoid the two sides going together. He first took Lin to Ollivander's wand shop. The wand is the life of the wizard. It can be said that the wizard with the wand is the master of the magic world. It is an important medium for casting spells and an amplifier of the wizard's magic power. Without it, a basic spell will become difficult, and casting without a wand requires extra effort, and it is a thankless task. 3 Chapter 3 Portal to the Other World. 3. July 31, 2023. After Quirrell sent Lin to the door of the store, he suddenly made an excuse that he needed to go to the Goblin Bank to withdraw money and let Lin go in alone to choose a wand. He would be back soon. Lin immediately agreed. The two of them were very polite to each other, never asking about each other's private affairs, and jointly maintaining a friendly atmosphere. Ollivander is a quiet old wizard with a pair of silver-white eyes and a good memory. He remembers every wizard who bought a wand in the store and their wands, but he has never seen Lind. "Oh, a new customer, how strange, you are from the east? Is everything okay, sir? What happened to your wand, do you need my help?" "To be honest, I'm here to choose a wand." When it comes to the wand business, Ollivander becomes enthusiastic. He takes out a magic measuring tape and asks, "Which hand is your dominant hand?" "Right hand, sir." The magic measuring tape flies from Ollivander's hand and automatically measures Lin's arm span, shoulder height, and head circumference. The old shopkeeper began to boast, "Every Ollivander wand has super magical substances, unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon nerves. Every Ollivander wand is unique, because there are no two exactly the same unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes. I've heard that wands are like people, they choose wizards." "Absolutely right." Ollivander praised Lind with an appreciative tone. The shopkeeper pulled out a box from a high shelf. "Try this one. Poplar wood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches long, very tough." After Lind took it, he tried to wave it, and a white flash of light spurted out from the head of the wand. Ollivander was surprised, but also a little hesitant. After a little thought, he took it back from Lind and changed another wand, hornbeam and unicorn bristle, 11¼ inches, "Try this one." Just like last time, the new wand immediately had a magical reaction in Lind's hand, and this time it spit out a cold mist like milk. Ollivander frowned. "Strange, it's really strange, wait, try this one. Cypress wood and dragon heartstring." Next, Lind tried almost all the wands in the store, and they all resonated with his magic, which was incredible to Ollivander, because this magic the wands were too docile and cold at the same time. Even the naughty dogwood wands were well behaved in Lind's hands. What a picky customer. Ollivander commented, they are all willing to accept you, but they don't like you. Maybe you can't find the love of your life here. Lind didn't care about this statement. In the end, he chose the cypress wand, which cost 7 galleons. Ollivander was still muttering. He really felt that Lind's situation was very special. Before he left, the wand master warned, young man, I still believe that there is a wand that truly belongs to you waiting for you in the world. Maybe fate will lead you to find it. Thank you, old man. After Lind walked out of Ollivander's wand shop, Professor Quirrell suddenly appeared from the corner of the street. He stumbled and said, are you all ready? Let's go to the next stop, let's go, follow me. As a wizard apprentice, some tools and clothes are indispensable. Work robes, peaked hats, dragon skin gloves, cloaks, wands, cauldrons, medicine bottles, telescopes, and scales. There are also the textbooks that Lind needs this year. Considering his special situation, all the books needed for grades 1 to 5 were purchased. That was a thick stack. In order to fit them, Lind needed 2 large suitcases. The last thing that needed to be purchased was owls. They are messengers and postmen in the magical world, but they are not necessary for students at Hogwarts. Lind followed the local customs and also picked a beautiful female snowy owl and named it Kaya. Before parting with Professor Quirrell, the poor man possessed by Voldemort gave Lind 10 gold galleons, which was enough for Lind to live in the leaky cauldron until school started. Goodbye, Professor Quirrell. A strange look flashed on Quirrell's pale face, a little bit of melancholy, a milliliter of sadness, a few cups of sourness and tons of numbness, which was the look of all the poor people whose last pain nerves were shattered by life, looking back at their golden youth. He waved to Lind and staggered towards the streets of London. Back to the guest room of the leaky cauldron, Lind couldn't wait to turn out the newly bought magic book. Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Goshawk. The gorgeous fonts on the cover seemed to be heavier than gold bars. Lind held the book of knowledge in his hands, and infinite satisfaction surged in his chest. He knew that he was about to embark on the road of pursuing magical power. The scenery along the way was strange and unimaginable to himself as a muggle. For a person wandering in a foreign world, is there anything more trustworthy than the power in his hands? I'm afraid it's hard to find. Because of his excitement, Linda gently stroked the cover of the book, letting the thick and delicate parchment soothe his mind little by little, until his breathing became calm, and he finally opened the page. The editor of Standard Spells warned readers at the beginning of the book about the matters that need to be paid attention to when performing magic, spells, gestures, and firm faith. Nothing can be missed. Beginners should start learning from simple magic. Linda read carefully, word by word, and then turned to the first spell, Fluorescent Flash. The page of the book was painted with the action of waving a magic wand, and the stress of the spell was marked. Linda took out the cypress wand he bought and copied it. Fluorescent Flash. A ball of warm light lit up from the end of the wand. Linda felt that it was dazzling for a moment, and he almost couldn't help but feel sore in his eyes. I am a wizard now. The owl Kaya called in the cage, and seemed to be happy for him. Lind spent the whole afternoon learning spells. He could learn basic spells in one go, but it was not so easy to learn deep magic. For example, transfiguration. Lind tried to turn a wooden thorn into a needle. He tried 6 times before he succeeded. His excitement suddenly calmed down. It seems that I am not a genius. Then I will make up for my shortcomings with hard work. After 3 hours of continuous spell casting, Lind felt tired from the bottom of his heart. He decided to take a break and looked at the newly bought wizard robes at hand. He was ready to take a bath and change his clothes. Since he came here, his pajamas seemed to grow on his body. He had not changed them for so many days. Clothes are a symbol of identity. As a wizard, he should change into wizard robes and cloaks. It is called taking a bath, but it is actually casting a spell. Clean up. A cool breeze blew out from the magic wand, sweeping over the whole body in an instant, wiping off the dirt. This way of taking a bath is too simple, it is simply a blessing for lazy people. Linda took off his pajamas, and a plastic fork fell out of his robe pocket. Hey! Linda picked up the fork in surprise. Why didn't I throw it away? He walked to the small trash can in the corner of the room and was about to throw the fork away. At this time, the fork suddenly began to glow. Linda was surprised. The plastic fork in his hand gave him a feeling of being able to use it as easily as an arm. What's going on? He took the glowing fork and cast a few spells. It was actually better than the magic wand bought in the store. Linda tried to cast a transfiguration spell, and the plastic fork suddenly stretched into an 11-inch magic wand, which was extremely obedient. Could this be the magic wand destined for me? Linda didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time, he had an association in his mind. This fork followed him through time. Maybe something strange happened, just like him, not only becoming younger, but also becoming a wizard. If so, then his pajamas and mobile phone may have changed as well. If he didn't know what was going on, he would be very happy. If it is discarded, the loss will be great. Does that snail noodle have a magical effect? What a pity. Linda sighed. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped and he subconsciously looked at the mark on the back of his hand. World 2, Countdown Midnight, opened. Linda was delighted that the golden finger had changed. But how to use it? With a thought, the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand suddenly emitted a faint blue light, shining on the bedroom door. The plain and shabby wooden door suddenly turned into a blue picture frame in Linda's eyes. In the picture frame was a beautiful natural scenery. The light from World 2 illuminated Linda's face. This is a portal. Linda waved his hand, and the blue light attached to the door frame was reflected back to the door-shaped mark. He tried it repeatedly until he was proficient. In the next few days, he tested the portal many times and summed up some experience. First, the portal allows living things to pass through, and it is bidirectional, which may mean that Lind can take other people through the world in the future. Second, the opening and closing of the portal are controlled by Lind, and the opening time is unlimited, but the size of the portal is fixed, with a rectangular outline of 2.13 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Third, the portal must be attached to a physical object before it can be opened. Finally, the time flow rate of the worlds on both sides of the portal is not always synchronized. When the portal is opened, the time on both sides passes synchronously, and when the portal is closed, no matter how long Lind's world has passed, when the portal is opened again, the time of the opposite world stays at the moment when the portal is closed. After careful experiments, Lind finally decided to step behind the portal himself to find out. Chapter 4 How does the old man scroll the bar? In 4E200, the northern end of Tamriel, the Maid Dynasty Empire, Skyrim Province. The sun in Zemu town in the rain-hand month, April, is warm. The stream gurgles, and the sawmill's water wheel creaks. The blacksmith's furnace emits thick smoke, and hens walking on the street foraging for food. The grass grows by the river, butterflies flutter in the bushes, wild thistles, lilacs, and pansies bloom luxuriantly, and the scenery of the primitive countryside is fascinating. The climate in Skyrim has 4 distinct seasons, and the temperature in early summer is already very warm. Residents come out of their sturdy and reliable wooden houses to work and enjoy the sunshine. This morning, a foreign guest came to the quiet and peaceful town. He wore a wizard robe, a black cloak, and a white owl stood on his shoulder, looking around. The Nord guards on the street cast a cautious look at him. Lind dressed like a wizard, and Skyrim does not welcome wizards. Soon after passing through the portal, Lind knew what the situation was in World 2. This is the world of the game The Elder Scrolls, and the place where he landed is an abandoned hut in the middle of Snowrun, Skyrim. The world background of The Elder Scrolls is a high magic world with a strong mythological color, but the combat power is usually not too exaggerated, and there is no outrageous performance that any passerby can explode on the street. The overall civilization background is still in a relatively primitive cold weapon era. He spent half a day exploring the surroundings and unknowingly came to the town of Creekwood. The guards at the entrance of the town stopped Linda. "Outsider, what are you doing here? Are you passing by or looking for someone?" The language used by these Nords is similar to Old English, and Linda undoubtedly needs some time to learn and adapt. He could only show a helpless expression to the guard and pointed to his mouth. "Oh, you are a mute? Then can you understand what I say?" Linda nodded and shook his head, meaning that he didn't quite understand. The young Nord guard was very patient and vigilant, not only because Lind dressed like a wizard, but also because Skyrim was not peaceful during this period. The people of Riverwood Town spontaneously organized a militia to prevent outsiders from making trouble. After listening for a long time, Lind suddenly asked, "Balgrua F." The guard was stunned. "Who is Lord Akantu?" "Balgrua F to you." "Balgrua F?" Lind asked again. "Okay, what do you want to say?" At this time, Lind had vaguely guessed that his timeline should be The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. At this time, Skyrim was experiencing a civil war. Soon, the dragons sleeping in this ancient land will wake up one after another. Their leader, Alduin the World Devourer, will return from the exiled time and will rule the sky and the earth again, enslaving all life. It can be said to be a magnificent epic stage. "Alduin?" Lind asked again. The guard looked puzzled and shook his head at Lind. "Well, it seems that the plot has not started yet. Alduin has not attacked the Holy Land town, also known as Helgen, and our protagonist Dragonborn has not appeared yet." Linda touched his stomach, indicating that he was very hungry, and then put his hands on his cheeks, tilted his head to pretend to sleep with a pillow, indicating that he needed a place to rest. The Nords who have lived in Skyrim for generations are a hospitable and tough race. They generally have blonde hair, sea blue eyes, pale skin, tall stature, hard-working and extremely cold-resistant. If you have a friendly heart, make friends with them, they will never let you go hungry, which is completely different from the British in World I. The guard let Lind go because of his pitiful appearance, but he was worried about Lind wandering around the town alone, so he followed him all the way. Lind did not act rashly. He visited the sleeping giant inn at the north end of the town. He sat in the lobby all day, ordered nothing, and listened quietly to the guests chatting. The bard played the lute and sang ancient poems, and he smiled and listened. Others would be curious about his dress and the owl on his shoulder. The guard who followed Lind explained for him, "Oh, this man doesn't understand what we say very well." Lind would applaud the bard, and when others asked him questions, he would either show a puzzled expression or point to his mouth. The guard was convinced by his quiet appearance and put aside his doubts, so he took the initiative to go to the counter to buy 2 bottles of mead and started drinking with Lind. After drinking half a bottle of honey wine, the guard burped and said with a smile, "Oh, thanks to you, young man, I can enjoy a rare vacation." Linda showed him a puzzled and innocent expression. The guard laughed. The guard also treated them to lunch. In the afternoon, the guard took Linda to visit the town and introduced him to the townspeople. In the evening, Linda waved goodbye to them and went all the way back to the deserted hut where he came from. He did not spend the night here. The night in Skyrim is not peaceful. Not to mention the wandering wild beasts, there are also wolves, bears, trolls, robbers, vampires and werewolves. Those who can survive alone in the wild are not simple. They are either secluded wizards or highly skilled warriors. Linda returned to World I. The leaky cauldron and took a nap, then teleported here, relying on fluorescent spells and textbooks to survive the long night. At that time, Lind did not know that when he opened the portal again and again, a ship had already set off from Sosum Island in the east of Tamriel. The passengers on the ship wore strange cult robes and evil masks shaped like multi-legged starfish. They gathered in the dark cabin and whispered the name of the demon of knowledge Hermias Mora, and another name, Lind the Outsider. Find him and dig out his secrets for Mirac. No, for the Great Mora. For more than a month after that, Lind visited Riverwood Town every day. Sometimes he came early in the morning, and sometimes he arrived afternoon. There were not many residents in Riverwood Town, and everyone gradually got used to this frequent guest of the inn. He always sat in the Sleeping Giant Inn until the evening, listening to everyone quietly. Slowly, he began to try to communicate with the townspeople, and he could also stumble out some conversations. Lind was immediately surrounded by the curious Nords. The most concerned question is whether Lind is a wizard. To this, Lind's answer is very implicit: I am just a novice. At everyone's request, Lind had to perform some magic from the world of Harry Potter. The simplest spells, such as fluorescent flash, floating spell, clear water like a spring, and very basic object transformation. He waved the cypress wand and turned the tin wine cup into a piece of bread. The drunk guard grabbed the bread and took a bite, but he cried ouch. He spit out the bread. 9 holy spirits, this thing is really unpalatable. Although it has become the appearance of bread, it is still the wine cup. Lind smiled and nodded, and everyone in the tavern laughed, and the air was full of happy sounds. One day in the second month, May, a group of pagan priests dressed very strangely came to Creekwood Town. They wore long robes and wooden masks shaped like octopuses on their faces. They asked everyone if there was a black-robed wizard with black hair and a bird standing on his shoulder. Linda happened to be walking from the town entrance. When he saw this group of pagan priests, he immediately realized that they were Mirac followers from Southam Island. In the game, these followers are specifically looking for trouble with the protagonist Dragonborn. They obey the orders of Mirac, the original Dragonborn. And Mirac is the servant of the demon Hermias Mora. In short, the appearance of this group of people means trouble. He's there. Linda saw this group of pagans draw daggers, and then they all committed suicide, and blood sprayed on the quiet streets of Creekwood Town. The scene is chilling. Before he could react, the clear sky of Zemo Town was suddenly dyed with an evil, gloomy dark green. A huge, low, deep, and lazy voice sounded in the ears of ordinary people. The moment they heard it, everyone in Zemo Town, except Linda, fell into a forced faint. The cold, damp, and smelly wind fell from the sky like a corpse. Linda was shocked by an unspeakable horror. His nervous system was completely stagnant. He raised his head like dust and looked up at the mountains. He could only watching the void being disturbed by a dark and slippery tentacle. A vortex like thick ink unfolded above the street. From the deep annihilation, countless foolish, turbid, foamy yellow-green eyes opened. Hundreds of dark tentacles stretched out from the center of the vortex, swimming and spasming in front of Linda. Lind recognized the strange thing in front of him. It was, no, the magnificent Hermias Mora, the demon god of the Elder Scrolls world, the Daedra lord living in the Oblivion realm, known as the King of Secrets, the guardian of taboo knowledge, and a god who was extremely curious about all secrets. From a foreign land, mortals, we finally meet. It seems that Mirac's foolish followers are not so hopeless. Now, it's up to you to tell me where you come from and how you silently passed through Oblivion and arrived at Mundus, the mortal world. Linda's heart was cold. At this moment, the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand began to flicker. This light that was not visible to others was captured by Hermias' all-seeing eyes, and he smiled with satisfaction. Ah, very good, very honest, offer your secrets, and I will allow you to serve and become my loyal servant. Hermias's tentacles gently touched the mark on the back of Lind's hand. Then, the door turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Hermias. The magnificent demon screamed in fear, and countless eyes were covered by the terrifying bright blue at the same time. The surface of countless tentacles opened blue doors, like barnacles on the bottom of a ship, like blooming flower buds. Large and small blue doors piled up, overlapped, squeezed each other, and there were doors inside the doors, with endless depth. They sprayed wild blue like waves, dispersing the green sky above Zemo Town. Dark clouds. The body of the demon god was parasitized by infinite gates, like a mineral crystal, with clear edges and corners, and a gorgeous and terrifying shape. Hermias found in horror that he was dying. For a Daedra monarch, death was a concept that was too far away. The great now faced death in reality. This death was not turning into a corpse, but being swallowed up. From strength to form, to the realm of the demon god's consciousness, past and future, everything was swallowed up by the terrifying door-shaped mark. No, no. I will not die here. Hermias Mora could no longer speak in a gentle and lazy tone. He screamed and tore himself apart. Most of himself was contaminated by blue. The remaining remnants quickly fled back to annihilation. After devouring thousands of eyes and tentacles, the door-shaped mark flickered slightly and fell silent again. The sky in Zimu town became clear again. When the unconscious townspeople woke up one after another, they saw the pagans who had turned into mummies on the street, and Lind had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 5 If a man eats a god, he will become a god. When the residents of Riverwood began to worry about their wizard friend, Lind did not return to the leaky cauldron in World Eye. The sudden visit of Hermias Mora gave him a great shock, but the abnormality that occurred immediately afterwards also surprised him. Lind held the unconscious Alkaya all the way back to the wilderness shack and eased his emotions by walking. This shack, it should no longer be called a shack. Lind repaired it many times through repair spells and transfiguration spells, and set up fences and pits. Now it is a small and safe refuge. He also purchased a set of bedding in the Harry Potter world so that he can lie on a soft and warm bed. Now he sat on the bed, concentrating on the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand. The information flowing into his mind changed. World I, opened. World 2, arrived. World 3, countdown. World I plus or minus, countdown 00:01. Worlds I and 2 need no further explanation. The countdown for World 3 has already appeared after Lind came to the world of the Elder Scrolls, and it is still a question mark. After the gate-shaped mark devoured Mora, World I plus or minus, Alpha, the first letter of the Greek alphabet, appeared. When Lind walked all the way to the wilderness hut, the countdown was almost over. Lind stared at the gate-shaped mark without blinking. This minute was extremely long, and his palms were soaked in hot sweat. Countdown midnight. World I plus or minus, opened. Lind exhaled and raised his hand to open the portal to World I plus or minus. It was pitch black on the other side of the portal, without even a bit of wind. It was just sucking the air in the hut. Facing this deep and boundless darkness, Lind's mortal body trembled, but his soul inexplicably sighed with satisfaction. He said to the world on the other side of the portal, "Let there be light." Then a faint light lit up in the deep darkness. It was as if dozens of stars had opened their eyes in the darkness. The light illuminated the surrounding scene, so Lind could see clearly through the portal. Opposite the door was an empty hexagonal corridor. The walls and floor were made of a whole piece of beige marble. There was a ventilation shaft in the middle of the corridor, and a low granite fence stood upright. The portal was attached to one of the walls, and Lind could see that the other 5 walls were all white, with nothing but floating light balls. The air sucked from the cabin filled the corridor, and the wind stopped. Lind stepped carefully through the portal and truly stepped into this strange alpha world. Standing on the clean hexagonal corridor, he looked towards the ventilation shaft. It was pitch black inside, without any reflection, just like the world's texture was missing, a pure and empty darkness. Unlike other places, World I plus or minus gave Lind an unusually comfortable feeling. He almost had a warm joy of returning home, and this suspicious joy made him secretly alert. Just as he saw on the other side of the portal, there was nothing in the corridor. Lind noticed the light balls floating around, so he said, "Turn off the lights." The light balls dimmed at the same time, and the photons trapped in the room fled randomly, and finally slipped out of the ventilation shaft. "Let there be light." The light ball once again appeared faithfully. Lind used the deeds of God in the Bible Genesis 2, which gave him a considerable grasp of this world I plus or minus. He had already vaguely guessed where this place was. This started with Hermias Mora, who was swallowed by the gate-shaped mark. Hermias Mora, as a great existence clearly defined as a god in the setting of the Elder Scrolls series, lived in the Oblivion plane outside the mortal world like the other 15 Daedrum monarchs. He and his friends created a country belonging to the demon god in that vast and deep field, or Oblivion realm, just like heaven, which is the world where gods and believers live. After the gate-shaped mark swallowed most of Hermias Mora's power, it created the world I plus or minus, which is Lind's country and his Oblivion realm. A tiny universe belonging to Lind. After understanding this fact, Linda's original panic and fear disappeared. He first stared at the mark on the back of his hand with fascination and surprise, and then sincerely thanked Mora for the rocket reward. The generous Daedrum monarch made this young wizard who had just started his career suddenly become a house owner. It is not an exaggeration to praise him as the top brother. Although the top brother is ugly and has bad intentions, he has given a lot. Weak Mora, in a coma. Linda, if you don't abandon me, I am willing to worship you as my godfather. JPG. Linda looked around the world I plus or minus, and this layout of hexagonal corridors and ventilation shafts reminded him of a novel. Jorge Luis Borges from Argentina wrote the short story The Library of Babel in 1944. The library described in the novel is a layout of hexagonal corridors, endless corridors, and full of bookshelves in each corridor. The Library of Babel is actually a metaphor. The object it refers to is the universe itself, depicting its grandeur, infinity, and eternal beauty. Linda's world I plus or minus is a small universe, a small Babel library. He thinks this metaphor is really clever. Hermias Mora is the demon god of knowledge. The kingdom of God is a library that hides infinite mysteries. The universe created by devouring the power of God is also a library. From today, Linda is the administrator of this library, and this library is his annihilation domain, his kingdom. Linda decided to name this world, Book Tower. Now it is still empty, but one day, it will become a paradise for all seekers of knowledge. When Linda returned to the wilderness cabin, his pet owl woke up. The poor little pet buried its head in its wings and made a cooing cry. Linda spent a lot of patience to calm it down. As a magic owl, it was born to see those fantastic and wonderful scenery, but it was too exciting to face an alien demon. Lind was a little worried about Kaya and the people of Zemu town. Although Hermias Mora's forced arrival in the world could only exert very weak power in the mortal world, the impact it brought might be far-reaching, just like the smoke and dust of nuclear radiation, which remained on the earth for hundreds of years and brought unknown diseases to the locals. In order to examine Kaya's body, Lind took it into the library tower. Here, Lind was the real god, and his eyes were almost all-seeing and all-knowing. The result confirmed Lind's worries. Kaya's soul was deposited with Mora's breath. Those weak disease factors were like yellow-green lightless eyeballs, very hidden, limited in size than water molecules, and fell into a dormant state, making it more difficult to capture. Lind ordered these foreign substances to leave, so they fell off Kaya and floated in the air of the library tower. These strange factors from the demon god are very valuable research materials, and keeping them in the library tower is a good way to store them. Next, it was time to examine the villagers of Zemu town. Lind would not let them be implicated in such an unclear way, so even if it was troublesome, he had to make compensation. Besides, he could also take this opportunity to collect more demon auras. His career had just started, so he had to save a little bit of everything. Chapter 6, Let's Have a Feast, Part 1. Lind, people are in another world, just became demons, and now need to guest star as village doctors. How can they make the villagers believe that they are sick? Waiting online. Lind considered the current problem. His goal was to invite the villagers of Zemu town to the library tower, so that he could expel the residual influence of Mora. This process is like selling health products to the elderly. Nords are generally wary of spellcasters. If you want them to fall into the trap, you have to be clever. The routines of various TV doctors in the 21st century are enough for Lind to learn from. The most important thing is one word: cheat. After a little thought, he came up with a plan. That night, Linda quietly visited the town of Riverwood. At this time, the lights in every household had been extinguished. Except for the night shift guards patrolling, even the dogs had rested. The collective coma incident that occurred during the day made the townspeople murmur one by one. Everyone was worried. They gathered in the tavern to discuss for an afternoon but did not come to any conclusion. Seeing that it was getting late and the tavern was closing, the captain of the town's guards and the owner of the lumberyard, Goldo, made a decision together. First, they had to report the matter to Balgruaf, the Lord of Whiterun. He was the master of this land and protected the people of the territory. It was always right to find him when encountering difficulties. Second, they had to guard against the foreign wizard named Linda. It was he who attracted those pagans, and then suddenly disappeared. His whereabouts were very suspicious. The guard said a few good words for Lind, but it did not change everyone's decision. Zimu town did not welcome Lind. When the guard was resting at the sentry post, he heard someone calling him. It was Lind. He asked the guard to come to the riverside on the west side of the town alone. "It's you, are you okay? Everyone said that you used evil magic to murder those foreign believers and caused us to fall into a coma. But I don't believe you would do this." Lind was still dressed in a cloak and pajamas. His 16-year-old face was smooth and tender. His eyes sparkled in the light of the stars and the double moons. Such a sincere and gentle boy was indeed not related to a murderer. "Clement, I'm sorry. The disaster that happened today was an accident for you and me. I never intended to put Riverwood town in crisis. Those people were dominated by the demon Mora. The culprit who caused their death and your coma was Mora's arrival." "Sheol. This is unbelievable." "That's the fact, and the problem is not just that." Linda told the guard about Mora's breath. This loyal, simple, and brave Nord stared at Linda deeply, as if he wanted to see him through from beginning to end. Linda responded to this scrutiny with a firm and serious attitude. "You know what? You don't look like a liar. I believe you once. What do you need me to do now?" The Nord's promise is very heavy. The people of this nation have ancient traditional beliefs. They admire brave men and warriors, dare to love and hate, and are concise and straightforward. Most of them will sacrifice their lives for dignity and honor without hesitation, and their souls will return to Songard, the paradise in Nordic beliefs, similar to Valhalla in Norse mythology, after death. That's great. It's very simple. I have a magic that can expel the influence of the devil. I need you to help me convince everyone in the town to let me cast the spell." "Oh, magic." The guard frowned. His expression was like seeing a ball of wet and smelly socks. He had to deal with it, but he was disgusted in his heart. Linda was helpless. "Yes, magic, I know how difficult it is to make Nords trust magic. So I won't make it difficult for you, you just need to tell everyone that the accident this morning has nothing to do with me. I will prepare a banquet in my cabin and send invitations tomorrow, then you can convince everyone to come." "Okay, but I can't guarantee it. Guests attending the banquet will not only have free food and drinks, but also a dozen fresh eggs." The guard's eyes lit up, and then he was very suspicious. "But you are so poor, how can you afford it? You won't cheat people by turning stones into bread, right?" Linda waved his hand and said confidently, "Don't worry, I have enough time to prepare for this banquet. Clement, remember to tell everyone that eggs will be given away at the banquet. Oh, if you have a dog at home, you can bring it, and eggs will be given away when the dog comes." After saying goodbye to the kind guard, Linda returned to his cabin. The town of Riverwood is very small and has a short history, with only a few generations. At first, it was the ancestors of Goldo who took a fancy to this land surrounded by mountains and rivers. They built a hydraulic sawmill by the river and then continued to recruit workers, from blacksmiths who repaired logging tools to farmers who planted the land, and merchants who bought and sold small goods also settled here, and gradually formed a small village. Until now, the population of Riverwood is less than 200. It doesn't cost much to prepare a rural banquet. A few £100 can buy all the materials. Linda is still penniless now, with only 20 galleons on his body. He thought of using the transfiguration spell to turn stones into gold. I believe all wizards have thought about this, but few can succeed. In the world of Harry Potter, the Philosopher's Stone made by the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel has the function of transforming metals into gold, which is regarded as the highest achievement that is difficult to replicate. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, there is also a special transformation spell that can transform ordinary ores into gold mines. Lind didn't need to make a Philosopher's Stone, nor did he need to learn transformation spells. He picked up a few pebbles by the river, brought them into the library tower, and waved a noodle fork, and they turned into pure gold. This is real gold, which cannot be dispelled by the anti-transfiguration spell, and all its properties are consistent with gold in nature. Lind's power in the library tower is so incredible. A god in the kingdom of can do anything as long as there is enough energy support, and it is also common to create things out of thin air. He could actually turn these pebbles into sausages, bacon, and bread, but it would be time-consuming and laborious. It would take him enough time to turn a bean-sized gold into enough to buy all the materials. Secondly, the food he turned into could only imitate the taste in his memory, and it might taste ordinary. With the gold, Lind returned to World Eye for shopping. He first went to the Gringotts Goblin Bank in Diagon Alley to open an account. These goblins don't check the account. As long as they have money. They are high-quality customers. The counter at Gringotts is always busy. Hundreds of goblins sit on high stools behind the counter, dressed neatly in neat suits and uniforms, and look more or less arrogant. They are just like those financial speculators in London, greedy and mean, but self-righteous. Hello. The goblin with glasses was copying the account book with his head down. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Lind. Before he could say a cold greeting from his arrogant and dry lips, the golden light in front of him immediately made his mouth. The corners of the goblin were filled with humble smiles. Oh, hello, hello. Dear guest, how can I help you? Exchange money. By the way, does your bank accept the client's commission? The reward can be negotiated. Linda took out a piece of gold from the open sack and gently pushed it to the goblin. His eyes slid along the gold nugget, and a gulp sounded, which was the sound of saliva swallowing into the stomach, and also the sound of conscience being stolen. Of course, the client's order is the consistent creed of our bank. Griphook, you come and take my place. Griphook is the name of another goblin. Linda exchanged 1,000 galleons at Gringotts, opened a personal vault, and commissioned the goblin to purchase ingredients for his banquet. Life with money is indeed very different. Who would have thought that when Linda first came to the other world, he had to walk from Surrey to London just to seek refuge with a friend he had never met, and in a blink of an eye, he became a demigod. So, we still have to thank Dumbledore for his timely help, and the rocket sent by Mora. Chapter 7 Let's Have a Feast, Part 2. After getting the ingredients, Lind needed a day to prepare for the banquet. He turned the library tower into a magic kitchen. When Lind was studying in London, he often relied on himself. The conditions of the student dormitory were limited, and smoke alarms were installed, so it was inconvenient to cook dishes with oil smoke. At that time, Lind learned to cook foreign dishes with his roommates, mainly salads and various sauces. There were not many places that required cooking skills, because most of them were industrial pre-prepared dishes, various canned foods, especially stewed beans, which were considered national home-cooked dishes, and Lind was not used to them. When he worked in a restaurant, he learned to make famous British dishes, fish and chips, with various sauces, and grilled cheese. They were delicious, but also greasy. Later, he met a few fellow villagers, and they went to the Asian supermarket to buy ingredients together. They could cook Chinese food in the apartment they rented, which was a taste of homesickness. This meal was prepared for the people of Riverwood. Skyrim has a long history and is the first settlement after humans migrated to Tamriel, but such a long history does not seem to be reflected in their food culture. Their diet is similar to that of people in medieval Europe. The staple food is bread, with a pot of mixed vegetable stew. The tableware of the common people is a long-handled spoon, because the ingredients in the stew are all mushy small pieces, and no knife and fork are needed. The tables of the nobles and the rich will be more abundant. In addition to the rich stew, there will also be large pieces of roasted meat and fish, vegetables such as roasted leeks, cheese is of course indispensable, and there are desserts such as donuts, dried beets, and persimmon cakes. In terms of the form of dining, there is no strict order such as appetizers, staple foods, and desserts. More often, it is similar to a buffet, with dishes lined up and guests can eat as they like. Linda bought several Italian and French cookbooks, but not British cookbooks. That stuff is too scratchy to use as toilet paper, and even the locals look down on it. You know, the best restaurants in London serve French food. In the library, Lind has an all-seeing eye, and his ability to absorb knowledge is greatly enhanced. He can understand the recipes he bought after reading them once. In addition, he also has a basic knowledge of cooking, so this meal is very well cooked. Music is needed. Lind waved his hand, and a soothing symphony sounded in the library. He pointed to the flour bag, "Tear yourself apart and go to the basin." The sealing lines of the 20 flour bags fled like thin snakes, and the open bags were like volcanoes, spewing white high-gluten wheat flour, like a small cloud, floating into the huge stainless steel basin beside. Lind pulled out the cypress wand, clear water like a spring. Clean water poured into the basin, swirling, stirring the flour. Fly the yeast powder. Fly the salt. The humidity and saltiness were just right, and the dough began to ferment. Lind directed the bacon, beef, and mutton to hit the knife edge by themselves and cut into pieces and slices. The fire is blazing. Bang! A ball of flame ignited, and more than a dozen large pots were heated at the same time. Frying, stir-frying, and deep frying were carried out simultaneously. The food was dancing. The scene was both weird and magical. A yellow roasted chicken stuffed apples, garlic, and onions into its stomach, and jumped out of the oven halfway, holding up a honey brush to bathe itself, and then quickly returned to the grill after being soaked, until the skin became golden and crispy. Tomatoes, cabbage, and carrots pushed and shoved each other under the kitchen knife, and after being cut into slices, they jumped into the salad bowl and jumped like live fish in the balsamic vinegar salad dressing. The egg beater was blown like a gyroscope by a magical whirlwind. One by one, the eggs jumped onto the handle of the egg beater, cracked themselves, and the eggshells sat on the edge of the bowl, smiling as they watched the egg white and yolk brothers fall into the vortex. Garlic and rosemary lay in the hot oil. After the thick-cut steak was fried to a beautiful charred layer on one side, it slowly sat up and turned over in the pan. The pan tilted sideways, allowing the hot oil to accumulate into a small lake on the edge of the pan, and the hot oil soaked in spices poured onto the steak like a backflowing waterfall. No matter how good a chef is, he can't take care of so many pots at the same time, but magic works like this. Skilled housewives in the wizarding world have this skill. Linda's operation can be regarded as adapting to local customs. He also used this process to exercise his spell-casting ability. Seeing that the food was ready, Linda quickly sent an invitation letter to Zimu town. The guard brother took the invitation letter and persuaded every household. Hearing that there was no limit on the amount of wine and water, and eggs were given away, everyone who was originally cautious cheered up and came happily. The Nords still attach great importance to banquets. Both men and women must dress up, put on clean clothes and boots, trim their beards, and tie their hair up. They cannot be sloppy. Linda used the transfiguration spell to make 8 long tables and 200 round stools were set up. The long tables were arranged in a circle, and a stone fire pit was built in the middle. With a blazing bonfire, he put 2 sheep on the racks and roasted them, and buried more than 30 pounds of potatoes with skins in the charcoal ash at the edge of the fire pit. People who came to the banquet arrived one after another. Linda changed his clothes and used magic to transform his cloak and pajamas into the more fashionable cotton robes of the time. He stood in front of the table and waved to everyone. There was such a sumptuous banquet on this wasteland, as if it was a scene in a fairy tale. There was a dazzling array of delicacies on the table, with mountains of honey-roasted chicken, huge ham, fried potato wedges, clam cream soup, vegetable salad. There were also dozens of large wooden barrels of beer and wine, candies, chocolates, vanilla ice cream scattered all over the table, and staple bread in baskets, stacked high. People in Zemo town were amazed, and everyone looked at Linda with admiration and sat down awkwardly. "Izmir, I'm afraid the lords have never attended such a good banquet," Goldo whispered to her husband Hood. "This wine tastes really strange." The blacksmith Alvo quietly took a sip of craft beer, and his lips were covered with foam. "There is a lot of meat. Mom, you should eat more later." The Bard Swan touched his old mother's shoulder. The old woman was dizzy and deaf. But she heard this sentence clearly. "Look, this knife and fork is silver, and the plate is also fine porcelain." Lu Kan, the owner of Zemo Trading Company, secretly took the knife and fork into his arms, and was hit by his sister Camilla. The guard couldn't believe it. He pulled Linda aside and said, "9 holy spirits, how much did you spend?" "Ah, don't worry about it. Are all the people here?" "Those who haven't come should come quickly. Except for the guards on duty, everyone is here, even the oxen working in the fields are here." "That's great. Remember to call the guards on duty later." Lind raised his glass and made a toast. In summary, it was just one sentence: drink to win. There was a cheer, and the people in Creekwood town ate and drank happily. Looking at these hard-working and simple farmers enjoying a feast they had never experienced in their lives, Lind suddenly remembered the dinner that Professor Dumbledore invited him to at the Leaky Cauldron a few days ago. Halfway through the meal, the guard brother, holding a bottle of whiskey, walked to Linda in a daze. You didn't forget the business, did you?" "Of course." Seeing that he was so drunk, Linda stood up and announced that everyone could go in and get their own eggs. Everyone followed Linda to the wooden house with a smile, one by one, and some people hugged the oxen and rushed into the house. They couldn't squeeze through the door frame and stared at the door. They didn't know that the door of the wooden house actually led to a book tower disguised as a storage room. If someone opened the window and looked inside, they would find that there was no one inside. The banquet lasted from noon to night. Linda, a foreign wizard who was never trusted, suddenly became a loyal friend of the people of Zemo town. Goldo invited him to move to the town, but Lind refused. He said that as a mage, it was better for him to live in seclusion. If anyone had any difficulties in the future, they could come to him. After sending off the staggering villagers of Zemo town, Lind came back to clean up the mess left by the banquet. The residual breath left by Mora had been basically cleared, and there was still a little left, attached to the poultry, and he would deal with them when he had the chance. The busyness of the past 2 days made him very happy. Although he was a little tired, labor was happy, especially the feeling of making new friends was very good. These Nord barbarians were all true to their nature. Since they recognized him as a friend, they would really protect him with their lives. While cleaning up the garbage and debris, Lind remembered another thing. In the future, he would definitely encounter more miscellaneous things. If he could have more helpers, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. He was not afraid of dealing with people, but when choosing to get close to helpers, he still hoped to get loyalty. In the world of Harry Potter, there is such a race. They master powerful magic, are loyal to their masters, work hard and are very efficient. Most importantly, they do not need wages. Providing them with food and accommodation can meet all their needs. Occasionally giving them small gifts can make them happy all day. This creature is a house elf. Similar to a goblin, it is a short magical creature with pointed ears and looks like a malformed human child. It is a bit ugly, but Lynn thinks he will like them. Chapter 8 Desire for Artifacts. After returning to the world of Harry Potter, Lind went to Gringotts again. The teller who received him last time greeted him with a smile and asked him if he was satisfied with the service. What can Lind say? Although the price is a bit high, the goblins are quite reliable. They don't cheat or sell inferior goods. In their words, the staff of this bank has a good reputation. I hope to own one or more house elves. Please post an announcement for me. Wizards who are interested in selling house elves can provide an offer. I will not hesitate to spend money. I will entrust your bank to act as an intermediary for this matter. I will take out 10% of the transaction price as your agency fee. In addition, if I can contact the seller before September 1st, I will pay 500 galleons to your bank. Linda's tone was relaxed, full of the lazy temperament of a nouveau riche. The teller's eyes were shining with gold, and he agreed with a smile. This matter cannot be done in a short time. House elves are not laborers in the talent market. They are monopolized by wealthy and powerful wizard families. Only when they take the initiative to sell them, others will have the opportunity to buy them. This matter has come to an end for the time being. Linda usually lives in the library tower, and the bed has been moved in. When in the library tower, Linda's learning state will become very good. The previously obscure textbooks can now be read smoothly, as if the knowledge is actively opening up to him. He can grasp the author's thinking between the lines, and the reading process is like communicating with a friend. From these friends, he got knowing that magic is an ancient skill. He heard the wizards' complaints about the depth and stinginess of the truth, and also heard their cheers, and was happy that they had explored more mysteries. Lind could feel every breath of the text, and the knowledge was imprinted in his mind unconsciously. This way of learning is truly joyful and addictive. In addition to theoretical learning, what amazed Lind was the help of the library tower in his magic. If casting spells in the outside world felt like praying for the world to respond, then in the library tower, he was commanding. He waved the cypress wand to cast spells, starting from the simplest fluorescent flash to the difficult and profound vanishing spell, and it was a success. If he could learn the unforgivable curse, there is no doubt that he could cast it immediately. Out. Because he has omnipotent authority, all his spells have been greatly enhanced in the library tower. Take Transfiguration as an example. This subject is considered the most complicated course in the magic world. To master the basic Transfiguration, you need hundreds of hours of theoretical study, and then constantly practice the mastery of Transfiguration in repeated casting. And failure is inevitable in this process. Linda knew that he was not a genius in Transfiguration. When he first learned the Transfiguration spell, he used a broken house in the wilderness as the object. At that time, he tried more than 10 times and finally turned a broken wooden board into a stool. Even the basic transformation of form is so laborious, not to mention the transformation of properties. Every tiny progress is achieved through hard practice. But in the library tower, everything is different. His transformation shape spells are the golden rule. As long as his magic power is enough to support him to complete the spell, as long as the theoretical knowledge he has mastered allows him to recognize all the details, he can even turn stones into missiles, the kind that can be launched. Linda, who is in the library tower, fully exerts the power of magic. The skills he has trained here can be retained to a certain extent even if he leaves the library tower. This is equivalent to quickly brushing up his proficiency. The library tower gave Linda a bird's-eye view. After personally experiencing the advanced application of spells, his progress was also rapid. He quickly mastered silent casting, and then went a step further, wandless casting. There is no distinction between day and night in the library tower. Linda didn't know how long he had studied in the tower. He was just hungry and thirsty, constantly grabbing knowledge and gaining strength. When he memorized the last textbook in his mind, Linda began to resonate with his magic power. It was an instinct like superpowers. Casting spells was like waving arms and manipulating fingers, and he could do it without thinking. At this point, he was finally willing to relax, slow down the pace of life, and think about the future. The first thing he thought of was how to upgrade the library tower. As an annihilation domain, the library tower is not fully equipped. It lacks a heart. Just like a car needs an engine, the annihilation domain also needs an energy core. It is both the son of the kingdom of God and the source of the power of the demon. Nowadays, the operation of the library tower is inseparable from Lin's own magic power, just like seeds need rain and dew for irrigation. Lin's magic power is not even a light rain, at best it is a cloud of mist. The work of building an energy core is the direction that Lin should work hard for in the future. He has actually chosen a goal. There are a lot of artifacts in the world of the Elder Scrolls, many of which are crowded in the province of Skyrim, where they are wholesaled. When his strength grows a little more, he can try to seek it. As for now, there is no need to rush. Linda took some time to study the items that he had brought with him, mainly the fork, pajamas, and mobile phone. The snail noodles that fell on the ground would definitely not be found. His research was indeed fruitful. All these items that came with him had certain magical properties. The instant noodle fork had the function of guiding magic, so it could be used as a magic wand. The pajamas had the function of self-repair, and even if it was burned to ashes, it could slowly recover. The mobile phone was quite strange. All applications that needed to be connected to the internet had become invalid, including the phone. However, Linda could copy the mobile phone through the copy spell. The copied mobile phone was a replica of the original one. They could communicate with each other, even if there was no signal and no SIM card was inserted, and they could even call to another world. Linda looked strange. He remembered the tidbits of Journey to the West. The white elephant called Zhang Fenji and said that he was eating Tang monk's meat by the Yongding River. Magic, it's amazing, right? In the world of the Elder Scrolls, after the banquet, Lind bought all the poultry raised in Zimu town. Only these creatures with souls would have the aura of the devil's mark. The weaker the soul, the weaker the remaining aura. Only tiny creatures like insects were left, which could not be affected at all. Carrying the breath of the demon god. He gathered the last bit of Mora's heterogeneity, and these breaths spontaneously condensed into a marble-sized, turbid yellow-green eyeball, which was covered with bloodshot and looked weak and painful. Studying Mora's breath was very helpful for Lind to improve his magic level, but it was too profound. Even if Lind had an omniscient vision, with his current level of knowledge, he could not analyze the essence of the demon god. In desperation, he had to temporarily seal it. The turmoil and gains brought by Mora have come to an end. Lind began to enjoy the rest of the holiday, staying in the world of Harry Potter all day, occasionally practicing spells to avoid being unfamiliar. During the day, he would stroll around London, go to Diagon Alley to purchase some books and magic materials, and then go to the library to buy some books from the human world, including mathematics, biochemistry, industry, and agriculture. He accepted all of them. Although there is a gap between magic and science, they can be applied to each other. If he is free in the afternoon, he will take a bag of bread to Trafalgar Square, also known as Big Dog Square, to feed the pigeons. His former roommate proposed to his girlfriend here, and the white doves flew up. The scene was quite dreamy, but there was a little more bird droppings. Later, the roommate and his girlfriend divorced. At that time, they were still studying for their doctorates. The roommate wanted to commit suicide and cried like a 200-pound child. Linda dragged him to feed the pigeons every day. The pigeons in the 20th century were still so greedy, and the weather in London was still so changeable. Suddenly, a light rain fell, and Linda hesitated whether to use a spell to avoid the rain. A brown-haired girl came over with an umbrella. "Don't you have an umbrella?" she said, handing him a spare long-handled umbrella. "Thank you." Linda smiled at her. "There are not many kind-hearted girls like you these days." The girl smiled awkwardly, her face flushed and turned and ran back to her parents. The middle-class couple waved to Linda politely. He put the unfinished bread into his arms, tightened his short windbreaker, and quickly left the big dog square. There are only a few days left before school starts. Chapter 9: The Boring Life of the Rich. The most famous magic school in the Harry Potter world is Hogwarts, of course, there is no doubt about this, and the other colleges can only lag behind. The most famous magic school in Skyrim is Winterhold College, whose history can be traced back to the First Age. The great Nord wizard Shalitter created a platform for spellcasters to communicate and discuss, which became a system that later wizards imitated. If the two colleges are compared, then Hogwarts is considered a primary and secondary school, with a systematic teaching process and stricter school management. Correspondingly, young apprentices can get a relatively safe growth environment, but no matter what, magic is dangerous, and people will die in Muggle schools. It is normal for an accident to happen in a magic school. Winterhold College is a university. As long as they pass the test and are selected, each wizard can decide on his own research direction and is subject to fewer constraints. Similarly, they need to face greater risks. Those apprentices who secretly summoned demons in the basement of Winterhold have no bones left. During the holiday, Lind picked up all the books available in Flourish and Blots. Now they are exhibits in the library tower, covering 3 full walls. Looking at the dazzling bookshelves, Lind felt the joy of satisfying his hoarding habit. In terms of knowledge level, he can definitely take O.W.Ls, ordinary wizard levels, and N.E.W.T, advanced wizard levels, but the literal translation is actually a super fatigue bombing style witchcraft test, happy. In terms of practical level, Lind's spellcasting ability has also made great progress. He has mastered the silent and wandless casting techniques of all the spells in the book. This is a great achievement. For ordinary wizards, they may not be able to touch this threshold in their entire lives. In Lind's view, they are just academic ghouls who wave their wands foolishly and stick to the rigid system left by their predecessors. Only wizards who truly touch the roots of magic can easily integrate spellcasting into daily life. Lind can't be considered extremely talented. He was just an ordinary person before crossing over, but he is now a demon god. If there is anything he doesn't understand, he can understand it with a little practice in the library tower. With his current ability and knowledge, it is not a problem for him to be a 5th-year transfer student, let alone directly apply for a professor. So is it necessary to go to Hogwarts? It is necessary. Lind is envious of the library of Hogwarts. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with being a student. He likes the feeling of being in school, dealing with people, and the carefree days will pass quickly. When he grows up, he will not have such leisure. In addition to Hogwarts, Lind also has to go to Winterhold College. He must go there, not only to learn the magic system of the world of the Elder Scrolls there, but also for their library. More importantly, the plot of this college involves an important artifact, the Eye of Magnus. Lind can't say that he covets the Eye of Magnus, but he has coveted it for a long time. Why? This has to start from the beginning of the world. Magnus is one of the gods of creation, known as an engineer. He designed the appearance of the mortal world. However, when Magnus realized that maintaining the mortal world would require huge sacrifices and might cost his life, Brother Ma had no political awareness and ran away with his engineering team overnight. Comrade Pangu next door stood up without saying a word. The gap between gods is really obvious. The way these gods escaped is also quite special. They opened a hole in the sky directly, leading to the light world, so the light flowed from the hole to the mortal world, so the ancients, the sun and stars in the scroll world are actually these holes. The hole created by Brother Ma is the largest, which is the sun. The energy flowing out of the light realm is the source of all magic, and the highest ambition of all wizards is to go to the light realm and find out. Legend has it that the great wizard Shalitter once visited the light realm, and the founder of the Winterhold Academy is indeed unparalleled. The Eye of Magnus is said to be the artifact left by Brother Ma, which contains endless magical energy. Linda wants to obtain the Eye of Magnus as the energy core of the library tower. With this thing, he can squander magic power like a truly omnipotent god. September 1st of World Eye is about to arrive, and Gringotts notifies Linda that they have found a cellar of house elves. Linda happily comes to the door with a suitcase of gold. The wizard who sold the house elves came with his son. When Linda arrived, the child hugged his father and begged, "Dad, don't let Gialli go, please, don't sell him." The house elf was also there. He looked good, with tight and smooth skin and clear eyes. He should be young, but now he was hanging his head and looked sad. "Oh, sorry." The well-dressed wizard nodded to Lind and patted his son's shoulder gently. "Don't be like this, the family needs the money." Lind begged the wizard to go to the meeting room alone with him to communicate. "Let your child say goodbye to this Gialli." He smiled at the boy, but the boy just glared at Lind angrily. When they walked into the meeting room, Lind immediately pointed out seriously, "You shouldn't bring your child to participate in this transaction. Sheenie is a stubborn child. Let's talk about the price. To be honest, I really don't want to sell Gialli. He is a hard-working and smart elf, very capable." The wizard praised his products endlessly. Lind threw the suitcase in front of the wizard. "Okay, take these. Forget about Gialli from now on, he is my servant now." The wizard was very dissatisfied with the child's attitude. He shouted, "Come on, you don't understand the importance of Gialli to our family. He is not just a house elf. He is our family. We." Outside the meeting room, the boy hugged the house elf and secretly applauded his father's furious oath. "Jolly, did you hear that? Maybe Dad has changed his mind and won't let you go." The wizard's eyes were wide open, and he was as powerful as a roaring lion. His hands slowly unfastened the buckle of the suitcase. He faced Lind, but his eyes rolled down. He shouted, "If you can bribe a family with money." "Hey, cough, cough." When the dazzling golden light illuminated his face, the wizard suddenly changed from a lion to a castrated cat. His tone dropped drastically and became extremely cheesy. He kept coughing, as if there were hundreds of fish bones stuck in his throat. Linda, the calm gaze of the upstart.jpg. The pale and greasy face of the wizard was filled with yellow reflections. He laughed and changed his words, "But, then again, entrusting your family to friends who treat him sincerely is 10,000 times better than leaving him to suffer in a miserable family, isn't it? Well, it's a pleasure to do business with you, young gentleman. May Merlin bless you, your generosity, and success in your studies and success in your career." Linda smiled slightly. He thought this scene was very interesting, watching how the gentleman who was originally arrogant bowed down under the temptation of gold. As an adult, Linda fully understood the words and deeds of this wizard. He just felt a little sad that the gold he once longed for was nothing but rubble, and some changes were really sudden. As long as he had the power of magic, he would never have to please others like this wizard. When Linda led the sobbing Carrie out of the main gate of Gringotts, the wizard also walked out with his crying son. The well-dressed guy used a levitation spell to make the heavy gold as light as his conscience. "Okay, stop crying, kid, you don't know how much money we made." The wizard's whisper gradually faded away. But Linda met an unexpected acquaintance. "Oh, Merlin's beard, Professor Quirrell, it's great to see you, thank you again for your help." Quirrell, wearing a purple turban, sat on the side of the road, seemingly observing Gringotts all the time, or perhaps monitoring the wizards entering and leaving Gringotts. When he saw Linda, he looked a little flustered, but soon, he forced a smile, and the two exchanged greetings and said goodbye quickly. Chapter 10: The Long Road to Study. On the last day of August, Harry Potter had to discuss with his annoying uncle Vernon Dursley about sending him to King's Cross Station the next day. Ever since the half-blood giant Hagrid frightened the Dursleys have completely accepted the fact that Harry is a wizard. No, it's better to say that they have given up than to accept it. Their family, especially Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, are extremely wary of things like magic and wizards. Not to mention seeing them with their own eyes, even mentioning them can make them furious. But we all know that the anger of Muggles towards wizards is mostly out of fear and jealousy. Throughout July, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, both the wife and the son, tried to prevent Harry from receiving the notice from Hogwarts. In order to avoid the envelopes that were constantly sent by owls, Vernon even took his whole family to the reef. He thought that hiding on the stormy island would prevent wizards from looking for their savior. The result was that Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, visited in the middle of the night, explained the matter clearly, and taught the Dursleys a lesson. At this point, Vernon Dursley still hated Harry, but he agreed to give Harry a ride tomorrow. Anyway, we are going to London tomorrow, otherwise I won't go looking for trouble. Harry was already very satisfied with this answer. This family's cold treatment and bullying of him were normal. Occasionally, small favors made Harry feel happy. He responded kindly, but this sentence angered his uncle again. Harry asked, "What are you doing in London?" Vernon roared, "Take Dudley to the hospital. Cut off that damn tail before he goes to smelting." Hagrid had used magic to add a pig's tail to Harry's cousin Dudley, which was so shameful and terrible that the bully would run away when he saw Harry now. Harry ran back to the bedroom after being scolded by his uncle. He buried his face in the quilt, trembling constantly, and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. On the first day of the middle month, June, Lynn told the people of Riverwood that he was going to Winterhold. "What are you going there for?" The guard was reluctant. "What nonsense are you talking about, Clemen? Winterhold is full of mysterious guys like Lind. He is going to find accomplices." The captain of the guard shrugged. "Tisk, what is this? It's too ugly." "What accomplice? Lind is not a bandit." Many people in the tavern supported Lind. Clement clapped his hands. "Well, Linda, when are you leaving?" "I'll go with you." "If you don't have a duty, don't leave your post without permission." Linda persuaded him to stay. "Linda, you, a foreigner, don't understand that Skyrim is not safe now. It's too dangerous for you, a wizard, to go alone. I will be your sword and shield and escort you to Winterhold." "Add me." The wood elf Farndle raised his hand. "Add me too." The bard Swan was unwilling to lag behind. "Add me." "I'll come too." "Linda, they are useless. You need someone who is knowledgeable, like me. These guys are really bloody. You talk and I talk, and dozens of people want to form a guard to escort Linda. This is really too enthusiastic." Linda said he didn't need so many helpers. "Clement, Farndle, Swan, the four of us will go together. When I get to Winterhold, it will be safer for the three of you to come back." Linda is a wizard, and he is considered a leader among the spellcasters in the low magic world. Clement is a standard sword and shield player. It is not easy for him to be a guard. What he lacks is the tempering of blood and fire. Farndle is a ranger with mediocre skills. As a wood elf, at least his archery skills are acceptable. As for Swan, he also has some combat skills and can barely play the role of a thief. The most important thing is that he can play the piano and sing for everyone on the road. Such a standard four-person adventure team is formed. In the D&D worldview, this kind of adventure team has created countless miracles. The blacksmith prepared armor, swords, and arrows for them. Alvar, a middle-aged Nord man, felt sorry, "My craftsmanship cannot compare with that of a real master. If you go to Whiterun, you can change into a better one." The farmers gave them dry food, the innkeeper gave them fur sleeping bags and tents, and the merchant gave them honey wine to drink on the road. The people of Riverwood tried their best to make the best preparations for the group. Early in the morning of the second day of the middle month of the year, they set off. The next journey was arranged as follows: first walk to Whiterun, then find a coachman in the stable at the city gate, take a carriage to Windhelm, and finally walk to Winterhold. It is expected to take nearly half a month. After a long trek, Lind finally stood in front of the entrance to the suspended corridor leading to Winterhold College, when a high elf woman blocked his way. She said, "Winterhold College is the most dedicated magic organization in Skyrim, and its doors are open only to those who are true spellcasters. If you want to join, you must prove yourself." Faladha is a tall and slender female high elf with iconic light golden skin, honey-like eyes, pointed ears, and a sharp jaw. She tied 2 short ponytails on her head, with a serious expression but a polite tone. "I am willing to prove my spell-casting ability." Linda had expected this. "Very good, but before that, there is an important question. What kind of desire drives you to the college? Is it the pursuit of destroying those who oppose you with the power of destruction, or praying for warm and holy magic to heal injuries? Is it the desire to make people around you obey you, or the desire for knowledge and mystery?" The Bard Swan spoke up, "Oh, this wizard friend, we all know that Linda will definitely pass your test, so don't ask any more extra questions." Obviously, his eloquence could not convince Faradha, and she still stared at Linda with bright golden eyes. "Partly for the knowledge, but mostly for the adventure." "Interesting answer. Then you can start the test. See the mark on the ground? Cast a healing hand on it." "I don't know this spell. But I can learn it. I always learn things quickly." Falauda nodded, "You can buy the corresponding spell teaching materials from me or the court wizard in the city. When you learn it, come to me for the test. Please give me a copy of Healing Hands." A minute later, Lind came back. Falaud was a little surprised. "Is there anything else?" Lind didn't say anything, and released the apprentice-level spell of the Restoration Department, Healing Hands, towards the college mark on the ground. "Is this what you just learned?" Farad looked sluggish. "When will I go through the admission procedures?" Lind looked calm. He thought this admission test was quite interesting. If he returns to World I and meets the savior Harry Potter on the way to Platform 9, he can use this method to amuse the children. If he doesn't meet him, forget it. Chapter 11. Thinking back to when we were studying. September 1st, this day finally arrived. The Vernons sent Harry to King's Cross Station. Along the way, the 3 Dursleys were like quails eating chili sauce, shouting non-stop. They heard from Harry that the train to Hogwarts departed from Platform 9. Vernon suddenly felt kind and helped Harry put his luggage on the cart. He followed him into the train station and grinned, "Okay, you're here, kid. Platform 9, Platform 10. Your platform should be between these 2 platforms, but it looks like it hasn't been built yet, right?" Indeed, Harry couldn't find the so-called Platform 9 3/4. There was a wall between platforms 9 and 10. The fat Uncle Vernon sneered stupidly. His stupid and sinister face floated in Harry's heart like a dark cloud, but even so, Harry felt that he needed him. It is difficult for a child to find a clue in such an unfamiliar environment. The guard at the station had never heard of Hogwarts, and Harry couldn't tell which county the place was in. The guard was angry and thought that the kid was fooling him. Vernon had left long ago, leaving Harry alone at the train station. There were people coming and going here, and passengers kept coming and going on the trains on both sides, but the indifferent muggles only cared about themselves, and no one helped Harry. Just when he was at a loss, a young man of 16 or 17 came towards him. Harry held the handrail of the cart, and the owl opened its round eyes in the cage. They all saw the young man, dressed like a wizard, wearing a robe and a cloak, holding a long umbrella in his hand, like a gentleman's cane, and an owl standing on his shoulder. This dress was very unique, but the muggles around him seemed to be unable to see him. "A freshman at Hogwarts, you are Harry Potter, right?" The young man's face was very strange, and his attitude was gentle, which made people feel reliable. Harry knew that he was a well-known figure in the wizarding world. The praise and recognition he received in the past month were more than the past 11 years combined, and much more. "Yes, sir, are you also a student of Hogwarts?" Harry noticed that the man did not carry any luggage. Perhaps he was an old student, or perhaps he was a staff member. The young man led Harry to the wall between platforms 9 and 10. "No, I am the gatekeeper of platform 9. Only those who pass my test can board the train to Hogwarts." He stopped and said seriously, "Harry, although you are the savior of the world, Hogwarts will not make a fuss about it. You must show your talent, otherwise this door will not open." The young man pointed to the wall. "Harry, what you have to do is very simple. Station 9 is behind this wall, and what you have to do is to break this wall. For a real wizard, this is not difficult." Harry didn't know there was such a test in advance. He curled up his toes nervously. If he couldn't pass the test and return to the Dursleys in disgrace, that day would be more terrible than a nightmare, and much more terrible. At least the ghosts in nightmares can always give a good time. But, I don't know any magic." "It doesn't matter. For a young wizard, the most important thing is not knowledge, but a healthy body. Real wizards are like this. Learn a fluorescent spell, then take a two-handed giant sword, and you can easily and happily have an orthodox wizard duel with your opponent." Harry was a smart child. He realized from the humorous meaning vaguely revealed in the young man's words that this was a joke. But he still couldn't figure out how to enter the platform. "Don't stand there, use your amazing wisdom to think of a way, Harry," the young man urged. Harry panted anxiously. He took out his wand and tried to learn how to enter Diagon Alley by knocking on the wall bricks, but when he extended his wand, he found that the wall was like water and could be passed through. "Oh!" Harry shuddered. The young man laughed loudly. Okay. Well done. Harry, let's go in." He waved his hand gently, and Harry's cart moved forward automatically. They passed through the magic disguise together, and suddenly the view in front of them was clear. A steam train painted in crimson stopped beside the crowded platform. Harry was dazzled by the crowd. Who would have thought that in the crowded train station, there was such a special train to the magical world? In fact, wizards have always been around ordinary people, like two parallel lines sharing time and space, but without intersection. Many children on the platform were saying goodbye to their parents, and some children had already gone to play together. Harry found an empty compartment, quickly stuffed the owl cage in through the window, and then pulled the heavy suitcase to the door of the car. The box was very heavy, and he tried several times but failed to put it on the pedal. "Do you need help?" A red-haired boy stepped forward to lend a hand. "Yes, please." The red-haired boy turned around and shouted to his twin brother, "Hey, Fred, come and help." They are the two brothers of the Weasley family, George and Fred. In addition to them, there are two red-haired Weasleys in Hogwarts this year, namely the twins' elder brother Percy Weasley and their younger brother Ronald Weasley. There are 7 children in their family, 6 of them are boys and the youngest is a girl. After thanking the twins, Harry went to find the young man who was talking to Percy Weasley not far from the platform. "Are you the 5th-year transfer student? Welcome to Hogwarts." The young man was gentle and polite. "Then you must be Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor." Harry walked to the young man, and the twin brothers introduced Percy. "Percy, who do you think he is? You can definitely guess. After all, you are very smart. You know everything about astronomy, you know everything about geography." "Okay, shut up," Percy said. Harry stared at the young man quietly, without saying a word, and his resentment was like a cat's claw scratching him. The young man winked at him. "Ah, isn't this our savior Harry Potter? Have you chosen your seat? I don't have a place to sit yet. Do you mind sharing a private room with me? You are not a gatekeeper, right?" You are a transfer student. Hey, Harry, testing freshmen is a very important tradition in the academy where I come from. Do you know what the story just now tells us? Others can guide you on the road, but the obstacles and walls along the way require your courage to break through. How about it, did you benefit a lot? Harry rolled his eyes. The Weasley boys said goodbye to their mother and younger sister. At 11 o'clock, the train started. Harry and the young man sat in the same compartment. Their age difference was quite large. Logically, the young man should be with the fifth-year students. But as a transfer student, he had to audit the first-year class for a period of time after school started, so it was not bad to get to know his classmates in advance. The door of the compartment was opened by a red-haired Weasley, the youngest boy. Is anyone here? Everywhere else is full. There was still plenty of space, at least 4 more people could sit. Harry shared the seat next to him. The twins came to say hello and introduced the people in the compartment to each other. This is Ron, nickname, our little brother. We are going to the middle compartment to visit the bag spiders. See you later. As soon as the compartment door closed, Ron could no longer suppress his curiosity. He greeted Harry eagerly first. The reputation of the savior was indeed loud. Harry was very enthusiastic about the children of the same age who did not bully him, and showed Ron the scar on his forehead, which was caused by Voldemort's killing curse. The 2 children chatted about this and that, and the young man kept looking out the window at the scenery outside the car. After leaving London, the natural scenery of England appeared around them. The yellow grass on the plains and hills was like a sparse old blanket. Cattle and sheep strolled in the pastures and fields, the lakes reflected the grey light, and the wintering geese flew across the cloudy sky on the horizon. Around 12:30, the saleswoman pushed the car to ask each private room. Harry jumped up when he heard the sound, but he was already starving. When he returned to his seat with a pile of candies and food, Ron Weasley was very greedy, but his family was not well off and he could only take out the sandwiches prepared by his mother. As for the young man, he was still in a trance at the scenery outside the window. Harry was a generous child. Even though the family that raised him had never been generous to him for a minute, he was keen to share, even though no one had ever shared anything with him before. Have a pie, Harry said to Ron. The red-haired boy's shyness was soon overwhelmed by joy. He ignored the sandwich made by his mother. Mrs. Weasley always couldn't remember Ron's favorite flavors, and this time the sandwich was no exception. The 2 boys picked snacks. Harry held up a box of chocolate frogs and handed it to the young man. Sir, you should try it too. The young man smiled and turned back and took it. Ron's mouth was already full of cake, and he asked vaguely, what are you looking at, the scenery? Where did you go to school? The young man sighed, oh, you kids are so lucky. I don't know how hard it was for me to study. It took me 26 days just to rush to school. I had to fight wild beasts and robbers along the way. The natural environment was also very dangerous. My life could be in danger at any time. And you only need to sit in a comfortable train compartment and arrive at the station in an afternoon. Sir, tell us the story of your school days. Both children's eyes lit up. Well, okay, let's just kill time. The story starts from the middle of the year. Oh, the middle of the year is the calendar in our place, which is actually June. The 4 of us, Clement, Farndle and Swan, form an adventure team and officially embark on the journey of studying. Chapter 12 1/3 of the Midas Touch. The story starts from the outskirts of Whiterun. Linda narrated slowly, bring the children in the carriage into another fantasy world. Let their thoughts fly, and picture the adventurer standing under the sky in their minds. A. The province of Skyrim is very warm in the middle of the year, especially in the central and southern parts, where the 4 seasons are distinct. It is a bit hot at this time. Winterhold is geographically close to the Arctic Circle, so it is best to go there in summer, because a few months later, it will start snowing there again. Linda was fascinated by the natural scenery of Skyrim. He was always looking around. The guard thought he was worried about wild animals or arrows from the roadside woods, so he comforted him, "Linda, boy, don't worry, we will protect you. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step over my body first, I promise." "Clemen, I'm just looking at the scenery." From the morning of Riverwood Town to the evening of Whiterun City, there were wolves on the high river terraces that cast cold eyes at them. Farndle reacted the fastest and immediately shot a homemade arrow to scare the wolves away. Walking out of the valley between the mountains, you will come to the central plains of Whiterun territory. There is only a low hill on this endless wilderness, which is the location of Whiterun City. Surrounding it are vast windmill pastures, and there are water mills and breweries on the banks of the White River. Whiterun, with such a prosperous agriculture, is undoubtedly the richest territory in Skyrim. The four climbed to a high place and looked at the vast world at dusk. Clemen waved proudly and introduced the farms of each family and the famous attractions in Whiterun City. He heard Linda mutter to himself, "This place is more beautiful than I thought." Farndle looked far away and suddenly pointed to the northwest. "Hey, look there! Am I dazzled? Is that a bear or a person?" Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Farndle. There was a dark creature beside the wheat field of Pelagia's farm in the dusk, slowly climbing over the railing. Several farmers who were weeding in the field shouted. From their distance, the black bear looked like a quail egg, and the few people who ran away looked like beans. The guard jumped down from the high ground without saying a word and ran towards the farm. "Wait for us!" The brilliant golden sunset spread out, and the beasts panted and roared in the green spring wheat fields. When Lind and his companions arrived, the Nord farmers had surrounded it and kept shouting to drive it away. The majestic beast was smelly and its hair was like burning black fire. "Lind! Stand behind me!" Clemen said sternly. "That's not necessary. Watch me." Lind poked his head out from Clemen's shoulder and pointed at the black bear. "The land under your feet is muddy and full of mud. Why are you scolding it? It doesn't understand." Swan was a little anxious. The black bear seemed to be a little angry at being scolded. It roared twice and rushed towards Lind. As soon as it raised its legs, the farmland under its feet turned into a quagmire, and its 4 feet kept sinking, while the fallen wheat stalks turned into ropes, swimming like a group of snakes, binding it tightly. The beast was subdued, and Clemen borrowed the farmer's war hammer and hit the back of its head hard, causing it to die suddenly. "It seems that you don't need our protection." The guard had a complicated expression. "Clemen, there's no need to be like this. You are good traveling companions." "Ah, don't worry, I am still your sword and shield. Magic is not as reliable as steel. I will keep an eye on the surroundings for you when you cast a spell. Then don't be so impulsive next time." Linda patted the guard's shoulder. "We are a cooperative team, don't fight alone." That night, everyone had dinner at the farm owner's house, and the next morning, we took a carriage to Windhelm. The carriage travelled for a day, and that night we camped in a sheltered valley on the northern foot of the Hrothgar Mountains. In the dead of night, the stars swayed in the aurora of the summer night, like a group of fireflies immersed in purple fog. The wind was very gentle, and the huge double moons gushed out milk-like light. The low cry of the leader of the deer came from the wasteland covered by silver light. The passengers have rested, and the mercenaries of the caravan are patrolling outside. Suddenly, Farndar came out of the tent and said he heard footsteps, a lot of them. "The night in Skyrim is so scary. There are all kinds of dangers you can think of: wolves, bears, saber-toothed tigers, groups of bandits, werewolves and vampires hunting, necromancers looking for fresh corpses, assassins doing dirty business, poisonous insects selling skooma. Everything can take your life." The young man spoke calmly, as if he was under the starry sky of a foreign land. Harry and Ron were both nervous, and at this moment, someone knocked on the door of the compartment. A round-faced boy was full of tears, and he sobbed and asked, "I'm sorry, I just want to ask, have you seen my toad? Harry and Ron shook their heads quickly. They now hoped that this uninvited guest would leave quickly. The story of the young man was about to usher in a turning point. This was a critical moment. The young man let the boy in. Let me try, what's your name? Neville, Neville Longbottom, sir, my name. Well, Neville's toad is flying over. The young man waved his hand, and suddenly there was a jingle in the corridor. A toad shot like a pinball and landed in the young man's hand. He handed it to Neville. Okay, you got your toad. Do you want to go back now or stay here? I'm telling a story. Those footsteps wandering at night belonged to a large-scale gang of thieves. There were 40 or 50 of them, and each of them was well equipped. Good. The leader of the caravan, a young Nord named Budgelum, bravely stood in front of the bandits. Friends, what are you here for? For the road under your feet, or for the money in our hands? The leader of the bandits was a sturdy orc. The tradition of their race led most men to engage in illegal work, because only the chief in a tribe had the right to mate, and other male orcs would be driven out if they could not successfully challenge the chief after adulthood. With no one to rely on and a lot of strength, it was natural for him to easily engage in the ancient no-cost business. The orc leader said, "Hand over some of the money, and you can go. How much do you want?" 1/3 of everyone's property. There were 17 people in the caravan, 3 of whom were mercenaries. When they encountered such a roving gang, they had to admit that they were unlucky, so they took out 1/3 of their property. When it was Lin's turn, the wizard asked the bandit leader. "You want 1/3 of my wealth, right?" "Yes, everyone has to pay. That is to say, if I have 3 gold coins, I will give you 1. "That's right. Even if you only have 1 copper coin, you have to break it into 3 parts. Then if I have 30,000 gold coins, you will take 10,000. If I have 3 gold mountains, you will take 1. "Ah, you are wasting time, but that's right, that's it. Okay, come and take it now. I'm going to hand over 1/3 of my property." Lind pointed to the heavy stone on the side of the road that was as heavy as a yak. In the light of the double moons and stars, it emitted a charming and beautiful golden color. "You are a wizard. You can turn gold into gold. 1/3 of my entire property is not over yet." Linda pointed to a berry bush in bloom, which also turned golden. The robbers rushed towards the gold like crazy. Linda kept pointing at the things around him, and everything he pointed at turned into gold: bushes, pine trees, haystacks, tent cloth, and every robber pounced on the gold. The leader of the bandits did not move. He stared at Linda's finger. "Your finger, I want 1/3 too." Before he finished speaking, Linda waved his hand, and all the gold turned into ropes, tying up the unsuspecting robbers. Clement let out a thunderous war cry, rushed with a shield, knocked the orc leader to the ground, and Swan and Farndle flew over. Farndle held down the robber's hands, Clement held down his legs, Swan drew out his dagger and stabbed it into the gap of the armor, piercing his throat. The orc rolled over like a bull, lifted the 3 of them, staggered into the darkness with his throat covered, and then fell on the bank of the sparkling white river. Chapter 13. If you want to survive, don't explore Skyrim. Linda described his journey to school, and a lot of paragraphs were about the natural scenery and the scenery along the way. The scenery of Skyrim is indeed unique. But what really attracts people is how he encountered danger and how he solved the enemy with magic. These stories can make children who have no experience hold their breath. As a wizard, you must use imagination to defeat the enemy. Imagination is the most powerful miracle and the most fundamental combat quality of wizards. Harry whispered, "You said before that wizards should use 2-handed swords to duel. That is also a kind of imagination. Don't you think wizards who use melee combat are cool? It fits my imagination of wizards. And those enemies who think you are weak will be defeated by you." Ron frowned and thought hard. "I have never heard of any wizard using a sword. In fact, there was once a powerful wizard who used a sword as a weapon. He was also one of the founders of Hogwarts, and Gryffindor College was named after him. It was not Lind who spoke, but a girl who suddenly appeared at the door of the compartment. She had brown hair, a pair of big front teeth, and spoke quickly and crisply. She turned to Neville. "Did you find the toad?" "Yes, this gentleman helped me." Lind suddenly laughed. "Oh, kind girl, come in quickly. Look, here's my umbrella you borrowed." He held up the long-handled umbrella and returned it to the big dog square. "Are you a wizard too? Are you a senior student? You can keep this umbrella, I brought a spare one myself. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. I'm helping Neville find a toad, and someone just told me that a toad was seen flying over. You didn't close the door, and I happened to hear him saying that no wizard uses a sword. Gryffindor's deeds are widely circulated. I read about it in Hogwarts, A History of the School. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." They looked at each other, and they all thought that this girl was really chattering and a little scary. "Oh, you are Harry Potter? I know everything about you. You are mentioned in Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and important magical events in the 20th century." Harry was surprised. He knew he was famous, but he didn't expect that he was already a celebrity written into books. This fact made him a little uneasy and happy. However, at this moment, he just wanted to interrupt the girl's endless talk, because Lind's story fascinated him. Anyway, Harry was a polite child. He patiently listened to Hermione's story about how she collected school-related textbooks and books and how she prepared for the class. She memorized the textbooks. This person is really scary. Harry realized that she was the kind of student who valued academics and was very motivated. Every class and every person's learning. I have met such people in my life. When everyone is still confused, withdrawn, and shy about the future, these people seem to be fearless, enthusiastically socializing, regardless of whether others accept them, and working hard towards a certain goal. Such students often have difficulty making friends. Harry does not hate Hermione because he knows that such good students will not bully him, but he can't say that he likes her because she is too nagging. Anyone who makes friends with her in the future will be annoyed to the point of mental breakdown. Ron took the initiative to speak, his face flushed, and he interrupted Hermione anxiously. "You have almost said it, please be quiet for a while, we still have to listen to the story." Hermione was stunned for a moment, realizing that she had offended others. Her cheeks were burning, and the boys no longer looked at her, but looked at Lind eagerly. "Miss Hermione, please sit down. If you are not in a hurry, it is also good to stay here and listen to my chat. There is a book called Exploration Guide to Skyrim Province. The book mentions that there is an ancient building in Skyrim Province called Stone of Destiny. This is a standing stone engraved with constellations, like a long olive standing upright. According to legend, touching the standing stone will be endowed with mysterious power." Lind continued the previous topic. It was noon the next day after encountering the robbers. The caravan stopped to rest, and everyone went to pick up branches nearby to prepare to light a bonfire. The driver Budgelum lit a cigarette, pointed to a low hill in the northeast of the road, and introduced it to Linda. "Do you see the stone gate on the hill? It's spectacular, right? Follow the road to the top of the hill and you will see the ritual stone. My father told me that the stone hides the secrets of darkness and corpses, and there are often gloomy people on the hill." Linda said thoughtfully, and the guard next to him was surprised. "Are you interested in those stones?" "Well, to be honest, I am a little bit. Let's go and take a look. I want to try to activate the standing stone." Swan smiled and said, "I know that mysterious wizards like this kind of legend the most." The four of them came to the hill where the ritual stone was located. The stone steps built by the ancient Nords were swallowed by the hillside, and only a part of the remnants were exposed on the surface. The ruins on this land were as decayed as the earth itself. When they passed through a layer of huge stone doors, tall door frames built with 3 or 4 rough long stones, and arrived at the top of the mountain, they found that there was already a suspicious guest here. The strange Breton man was pale, wearing a black linen robe, and exuding a strange stench. He stood at the entrance of the altar to stop Lind and the others. Farndle whispered, "Look at the sleeping bag behind him." The Breton man's sleeping bag was covered with traces of mud and moss, and it was bulging, as if someone was sleeping inside. "Don't get any closer," the Breton man said in a cold tone. Lind raised his hand to indicate that he had no weapons in his hand. "We are here to visit the scenic spots. Whatever you want to do, it has nothing to do with us. Don't you see that there are already people here?" The guard sniffed, looked up and down at the guy, and finally his eyes stopped on the Breton man's hands, full of mud spots and suspicious black stains. "Enough. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson." The Breton man suddenly raised his hand, and a ball of flame shot straight out from his palm, hitting Clemen like a snake pouncing on its prey. Before the Breton man made a move, Farndle threw out his dagger. The cold blade was lightning fast, but it made a muffled sound when it landed on the Breton man's cloth, as if it was hitting wood. It turned out that this guy had already released the wood armor technique in secret. Clemen charged with a shield, and the flames burned his skin exposed outside the armor. His skin was burnt and his flesh was rotten. He roared and knocked the mage over. Linda pointed to the ground. "Prison." The stone altar under the Breton man turned into mud, and the surging waves of mud and water covered him, and then turned into solid rock again. Just then, Swan screamed, "Dead man! The dead man in the sleeping bag has resurrected." An ancient Nord mummy in armor tore open the fur sleeping bag, stood up staggeringly, drew the hand axe at his waist and approached the crowd. "Aha, it's really a tomb robber, a despicable necromancer." Clemen spat. "Kill him." Farndle drew his bow and aimed at the revived wight. The Breton remained silent and closed his eyes. His undead servant strode forward and swung his axe to force Clemen back. The arrow flew and pierced the wight's old and hard cheek, but failed to penetrate the skull. The dead's weakness was not in the brain. To defeat it, it was best to kill the summoner. Linda opened his arms and said sternly, "Strong wind." A whirlwind blew down the wight with stiff joints, and the Breton was exposed to everyone's attack range again. Clemen endured the pain of the burns and drew his sword to chop his head. The wood-like skin was broken. The Breton shouted in pain, "I surrender." "Don't believe him." Linda turned the scattered bedroll into a lion, held down the Nord wight, and bit the shriveled neck with a magnificent beast kiss, making a creaking sound. Clement did not hesitate at all. Amid the Breton man's screams, he stabbed his head with a sword. The restless Nord wight struggled twice and then turned into a pool of ashes. You killed a wizard." The red-haired boy Ron was both scared and excited. The other two little listeners were pale and afraid to breathe. In the wilderness of Skyrim, killing is a necessary job. When he desecrated the bodies of Nord ancestors and attacked innocent passers-by, death was already waiting in secret to harvest his sinful soul. Linda shrugged. Chapter 14 Deep Transfiguration. Harry asked, "Does the ritual stone really contain dark secrets?" Linda waved his hand, looking very unconcerned. "Maybe, but I couldn't activate it." Hermione Granger suddenly asked, "Which book did you learn the spell from?" "I memorized the standard spells, and there is no such spell in it." Neville also whispered, "And you don't seem to use a wand." Ron explained to the little girl carelessly, "Not all spells are the same as in the book. The spells I know are similar to these." Hermione's eyes were sharp. "What magic can you do?" "I can turn Scabbers yellow." Scabbers is Ron's pet, an old, disabled and weak mouse. Like all the things of this Weasley boy, they were given to him by his brothers, including wands, textbooks, and pets. Everyone turned their eyes to him after hearing this. Ron looked at everyone with a guilty look, then dragged out his wand from the suitcase slowly. The wand was worn out. And even the core was exposed, and began to cast a spell. Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine, turn this stupid fat mouse yellow. Ron pointed his wand at Scabbers, who dozed off with his head tucked into a fruit candy box, indifferent to the spell. There was some silence in the compartment for a while, and the clacking sound of the train rolling over the track seemed loud and harsh. He was embarrassed and angry, muttered a few curses to Scabbers, and then put away his wand unhappily. Harry didn't know how to comfort him. Hermione took out her wand at this time. I practiced some spells from books during the holidays, and they are all very effective. Then, pointing to Harry's worn-out glasses, reparo. The broken and tied glasses were repaired in an instant, the frame became shiny, and the lenses were clear and full. Thank you. Ron was even more unhappy, biting his lower lip, convinced that Hermione was showing off her skills. Hermione turned to Lind. Your spells are useful, but your spells are either too concise or too long. Is this magic that can only be learned in senior grades? Lind's expression was very tolerant, like a good teacher and helpful friend. He glanced around, attracting the children's attention with his eyes, and then he began to explain, "You are very observant. I did not use a wand or a spell. Because I used wandless and silent techniques, in fact, I have been using transfiguration." Transfiguration. Yes, among all magic, transfiguration is undoubtedly the most important and essential one. Wizards who have made achievements in this subject are the best in the magic world. Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and the greatest wizard of this era, was a professor of transfiguration. The current vice president, Ms. McGonagall, is also a master of transfiguration. I have a piece of advice: listen carefully. If you want to touch the root of magic, pour your passion, inspiration, and trust into transfiguration. The door of the compartment was visited by a guest again. So this is true? Everyone in the car is talking about it. Harry Potter is in this compartment. Who is Harry Potter? The speaker was a handsome blonde boy, dressed up and arrogant. Behind him stood two followers, both short, fat and ugly boys. Harry was thoughtful. After hearing the blonde boy's words, he subconsciously greeted him. When he saw the man's face clearly, he immediately recognized him. They had a very unpleasant conversation in Madame Malkin's robe shop in Diagon Alley. Harry felt that this man was so arrogant that he couldn't stand it. "I'm Draco Malfoy." The blonde boy nodded to Harry and Lind, who was obviously much older. He ignored the other young wizards and then introduced his two followers. "This is Crabbe and Goyle." No one spoke in the compartment. Ron laughed when he heard Malfoy's name. The name Draco is consistent with the constellation of Draco, which is similar to the Chinese hearing someone's name as Wang Qinglong or Li Beihu, a little strange and a little funny. Malfoy immediately retorted when he heard the ridicule, "Is my name funny? As soon as I saw your hair, I knew you were another Weasley, with freckles all over your face and too many children to support." Ron was very depressed. Lynn stopped Draco from saying that. "Boy, you kiss your mother with this mouth? Now apologize to Ronald, and then Ron, you should also say sorry in time." "Oh, it seems that we have a big shot here," Draco said slowly, and his tone was like a slug crawling on the tiles, "but I don't need to apologize to Weasley. My father said that they just don't get along with orthodox wizards." Harry really wanted to punch Draco in the face at this moment. Ron's cheeks flushed, Neville was closest to the door, and he tried to shrink back inside, while Hermione grabbed the hem of the wizard robe and pursed her lips. But before he took 2 steps, he heard Lind yell, "Hang upside down." The snack boxes scattered on the seats and the ground turned into long ropes, tied up the 3 bastards, and then connected one end to the roof of the car, hanging them upside down in the air. Where were we talking about before? Oh, yes. We killed a necromancer. The next section of the journey was relatively peaceful. The carriage drove a circle and we came to the eastern border of Baiman territory, about to enter the East Territory. On the morning of the 8th day of the middle month of the year, a fog enveloped the riverside campsite. Most people were still asleep, and suddenly there was another noise. Lind got out of the tent and looked around the camp covered by the mist. Not far away came the sound of horse hooves, the clanging of armor, and the rolling of wheels. There were many walking shadows in the fog, like a dense low jungle. Farndel squatted on a high rock, and Clement looked up and asked, "Farndel, what do you see?" "The army, many soldiers, baggage carts, and cavalry." Clement frowned. "Oh, damn! Did you see their outfit clearly? They are Imperial soldiers. Fortunately, they are not storm cloaks, Nordic rebels led by Ulfric. Clement breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lind and said, "They are rude to outsiders like you. It's better to have less contact in the future." The convoy encountered a marching Imperial army. Their commander was a vigorous Nord woman. The soldiers called her Governor Ricky. She recruited the entire convoy in the name of Emperor Titus Mede II. Next, as civilians, they followed the Imperial troops to support the Dragon Fortress besieged by the rebels. Chapter 15. I'm not a hero. Draco, who was hanging in the air, had long stopped his sissy scolding. Although he was still mumbling, he actually didn't know what he was saying. All his attention was on listening to the story. When Lind paused, he couldn't help asking, "You mean, on your way to school, you have to participate in a Muggle war?" Lind nodded, "Yes. The civil war in Skyrim is in full swing. We were unlucky. The Empire's supply team was attacked by the Storm Cloaks. The battle took place that night. The rebels blocked the way with boulders and huge trees, and hid in the forest. When the supply team stopped, they attacked from one side. Thousands of arrows fell at the same time, like a murderous rainstorm, screams everywhere, blood everywhere. The rebel cavalry outflanked from the way they came. The Empire troops were attacked from both sides and had to retreat to the river. Governor Ricky organized a counterattack, but a large number of soldiers were still driven into the river. There was a team of rebel archers on the other side, shooting at the soldiers who fell into the water. Hermione looked anxious. "Are you all right?" "Clement, Farndel, and Swan, are you all right?" The four of us acted together. When the team got into trouble, I took them and fled. I turned the dense cattails on the river bank into a raft and floated down the river. The river at night was pitch black, like the stomach of a beast. The twinkling moons and stars only flickered in front and could never be reached. The raft floated very fast, leaving behind screams and terrible muffled sounds of swords hitting each other. Just when we breathed a sigh of relief, the light in the river ahead suddenly stopped, and then disappeared, as if it fell into a well. Farndel's face turned pale and he screamed. Clement and Swan also screamed. There was a waterfall in front of us, and the sound of water rumbled, and it was 10 times louder than the heavy rain on a summer night. The raft rushed along the river like a leaf in a whirlpool. Before the 4 people who had just escaped death had time to take a breath, the waterfall in front of them made their hearts rise to their throats again. "Think of a way. Linda, use your wizard brain to think of a way." Clement was very nervous. "I can't swim." Swan knelt on the raft and prayed, "Jan, Shul, Debella, Akadosh, whoever it is, please bless us." Farndel began to take off his armor. He was obviously ready to fall into the water. Linda laughed loudly. This man was not nervous at all. He stood in front like a captain. When the raft flew out from the top of the waterfall, he suddenly opened his arms, and the raft turned into a huge eagle, stretched out its broad wings, and cried loudly towards the night sky province. The eagle flew over the river and landed in the East Territory, where the Blackwater River and the White River meet. Several people lay on the river bank and gasped. Clement looked at the starry sky and laughed. "Survived." "Yes, survived." Farndel's eyes were wet with sweat. "Linda, how do you feel?" Swan seemed to have not recovered yet, and his breath was weak when he spoke. It's just an ordinary day in Sky Province. Linda put his hands behind his head and hummed softly. Draco's hanging upside down attracted many young wizards. Everyone gathered in the aisle outside the compartment and pointed at the three people. Put me down. Are you willing to talk properly? Linda snapped his fingers, and the ropes that bound Draco and the two followers stretched, put them on the ground, and then turned into ribbons and sequins flying everywhere, like a salute to welcome heroes. Draco's light golden hair was wet with sweat and now covered with sequins, looking like a party doll that fell into the water. The prefects gathered. What happened? Draco complained to them, this inexplicable person attacked us. Harry stood up and explained the whole story. The young wizards whispered to each other, pointing at the boy and said, Look, it's him. Harry Potter who survived a disaster. After the supplements of several other people in the compartment, the facts were clear. Draco was the one who was looking for trouble. Of course, he refused to admit it and insisted on making trouble. Percy couldn't help but scold Ron, Ron, how did you get into this? For a young man who had just become a prefect, he really didn't want to see his family drag down his work. Ron glared at Percy with an unbelievable look. His brother immediately regretted it, his face was uncertain, and he had a brief negotiation with the other three prefects, and then the Slytherin prefect took Draco away. Before Draco left, he sneered at the people in the cubicle, as if to say, You are finished. Harry felt a little uneasy. He looked at Lind, who held his cheek with his hand and didn't care at all. He was like the old-timers on campus, knowing what was serious and what was not worth worrying about. Harry felt at ease. Percy stayed in the cubicle and gave Lind instructions, or rather orders. He had not yet developed a superior temper and spoke softly. Please don't rashly use magic on the little wizard. Once it causes harm, it will be very detrimental to your studies. Lind didn't mean to disagree, he just nodded. Percy said a few words dryly, and before leaving the cubicle, he saw Ron turned his head, his hands on his chest, and his eyes were red. He hesitated for a while, but turned his head and left. The twin brothers who were watching the fun outside the door made faces at Percy's back. As soon as he left, they came in and patted Ron. Seeing that he was still angry, they stretched out their hands and tickled him on each side. Go away! Go away! Ron couldn't help laughing in front of his friends. He twisted in his seat like a caterpillar. George sighed and said, Our Percy. Fred followed up his words, he only has power in his eyes, but no dear brother. But don't worry, little Ronnie. George's weird smile made Ron's teeth itch. Without Percy, you still have many brothers who love you. Ha ha ha. After the twin brothers successfully made their little brother laugh, they left the compartment with peace of mind. Ron's cheeks were flushed, and the freckles on his nose were almost as bright as fireflies. He looked at everyone with a guilty conscience and said unconvincedly, They are always like this, they just know how to bully me. Harry envied such brotherly feelings. When he saw the twins teasing Ron, he had a feeling of it would be great if I had such a brother. But he only had one cousin, Dudley Dursley, the fat, lazy, bad-tempered, spoiled and vicious boy. Hermione said, Your brother, that Percy. Don't talk about him, he is the most annoying. Ron covered his head. Okay. Linda didn't speak all the time. He saw the interaction between these young children and felt a vigorous vitality sprouting from his chest. Neville silently shrank back to his seat. Seeing this, Lind praised him, Well done, Neville, for standing up for your friends. I think you will become a qualified Gryffindor. Thank you. Harry was a little confused, what does Gryffindor mean? Hermione raised her eyebrows and explained first, Hogwarts is divided into 4 colleges, named after the 4 founders. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Which college is the best? Hermione guessed, it should be Gryffindor, where Dumbledore graduated. Ron nodded, my brothers are all in Gryffindor. Mom and Dad are also in this college. They expect me to go to Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw is not bad. As long as you don't go to Slytherin, it's too terrible. Why? Harry asked. Slytherin, that's the college where Volume. You know who graduated? Right. That's right. And all the bad wizards are from Slytherin. Harry turned to Lind. Which college will you go to? Me. Lind shook his head. It's either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor, I think. Ron said excitedly, you will definitely go to Gryffindor. Why? Because you are the kind of courageous person. Think about it, you have experienced so much in order to study, robbers, necromancers, wars, none of which defeated you. You are a warrior. Harry nodded and added, like King Arthur, a hero. Lind laughed and told the children gently, no, I am not a hero. I am God. Chapter 16 Winterhold Special. Sir, what does the Winterhold College you mentioned look like? Oh, Winterhold College, a very serious place. Compared with Hogwarts, the buildings there look very shabby, but I never doubt that it is a good wizard college. Linda recalled the scene when he first set foot in the Winterhold Academy. At that time, he was alone. Before parting with Clemen and the other two, they had a drink at the Frozen Furnace Tavern, the only inn in Winterhold, from day to midnight. Linda was not a wine lover, but when he was with friends, he could not resist the persuasion, and they drank until they were drunk. No one took the initiative to quit. At first, they drank with the food provided by the restaurant. Boiled barnacles, fresh sea fish soup, raw oysters, cheesecakes. They were all foods with strong odors. When mixed with the flavor of the wine, it was like a bomb brewing in the mouth, making people dizzy. The four drunks slept on the table in the lobby of the tavern for a night. At noon the next day, they said goodbye at the door of the tavern, hugged each other, and Linda watched them set off on their way home. He turned to face Winterhold. Legend has it that when the ancient Nords first landed on Tamriel, they established a dynasty, and Winterhold was the capital of that dynasty. From the First Age to the Fourth Age, for thousands of years, Winterhold's political status was crucial in the entire Skyrim province. However, the Great Collapse incident that occurred 78 years ago caused most of the city to fall into the Sea of Aa the Dead. The prosperous place is now in ruins, as pitiful as a small fishing village. The college was intact in this accident, and the surrounding strata collapsed. Now it is a dim pearl standing on a stone pillar island. The road leading to the college is suspended, winding and rising, and the guardrails on both sides have been in disrepair and seriously damaged. The wind from the Sea of Aa the Dead will not stop. It is said that people often slip and fall from the road. Linda was particularly careful when walking, because these roads had no steps and relied entirely on the patterned reliefs on the stone bricks to provide friction. Once winter came, these roads would become terrifying slides. Once you fall, it would be a direct route to hell. Fala Odar opened the door of the academy for Linda and told him to find a wizard named Mirabelle Irwin, who was the main person in charge of the academy and the chief teacher, equivalent to Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts. Mirabelle was a serious Breton. Their race was mainly distributed in the High Rock province in the west of Tamriel. They were generally of medium build, with gentler facial features, and often had a strong affinity for magic. Knowing that Linda was a new member of the academy, Mirabelle took him on a tour. The academy also distributed work clothes for apprentice mages. The academy is a circular structure, with the main buildings distributed around the circumference, and the central courtyard is very wide, with many common alchemical materials planted. Summer is the season when these plants flourish. A statue of Shalitter stands on the square, and there is a gushing well of magic in front of the statue. Although the academy looks shabby and rough, some places reveal its deep heritage. The building at the northernmost end of the academy is also the tallest building, called the Hall of Elements. It has 3 floors. The first floor is the activity hall for teaching, lectures, and meetings. The second floor is the library, and the third floor is the residence of the chief mage. There are two buildings in the accommodation area, one is the Hall of Faces, and the other is the Hall of Achievements. Linda's dormitory was assigned to the Hall of Achievements. Before Mirabelle left, Lind hurriedly asked, "Are there any rules here? The Academy will not restrict the research direction of the wizard. But you must know that magic is a very rigorous subject. Before you make any attempt, you must do all the theoretical work, and it is best to cast spells under the care of an assistant or mentor. Also, try not to study magic such as necromancy that can easily cause panic among ordinary people. If you must study, please go outside the school or ask the Academy's mentor for help. Our relationship with the locals is already very tense, so don't fan the flames." Lind nodded and agreed. The achievement hall was quiet, the magic candle light was bright and cold, and everyone was busy with their own research and ignored Lind, a new student. In the next few days, he studied theory alone in the library without dealing with anyone. The food here is bread, water, and wine, just like a medieval Christian monastery. He would take time to go to London supermarkets to buy food and store it in the library tower. Giali prepared 3 meals a day for him. Those days were boring. Fortunately, due to Lin's high learning efficiency, he soon mastered advanced magic as he wished. Later, he became acquainted with some members of the Academy through socializing. They would gather together to share theoretical knowledge and research findings. Lin's performance was outstanding, and he became the core figure of the small circle unknowingly. Looking back, it was a very peaceful and quiet life. The long story always has an end. The journey is long, but there is always a time to arrive. After nightfall, the train began to slow down. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please take your children home. We will take you to school. The train broadcasted. They are arriving at Hogwarts. Outside the window, branches of pine trees passed by, and the twilight sky was a peaceful deep purple. Harry felt a strong sense of fear. The end of the journey was a world he had never seen before, and everyone would be anxious about it. Harry's fear was more serious. He was a homeless person. Going to Hogwarts was like a gambler betting everything on the field. If he was not accepted by the wizarding world, then the Dursleys, who had been intimidated by wizards, would not hesitate to hurt him, beat him, and starve him to death in the stair compartment. Ron was still not satisfied with Lin's story. After they changed into wizard clothes, they followed the crowd out of the carriage and stood on the dark platform. The coldness of the night finally defeated these little wizards. They watched the senior students walking out of the station with fear and laughter. Ron looked eagerly, hoping that one of his brothers would come over to comfort him. Hermione stood behind Lind, following him like a little duck, and Neville was separated from everyone at this time. Harry. The half-blood giant was holding an old-fashioned lantern. He was too tall, and the other little wizards could only reach his waist, so the lantern seemed to be floating in the air. Very conspicuous at night. "First-year students, follow me!" Hagrid shouted loudly. He came up to Harry and the others, touched the boy's head first, and then greeted the young man. "You are Mr. Delin, right? Professor Dumbledore specifically told you. Take the boat with us later to participate in the sorting ceremony." Harry and the others only then knew the name of the young man. He had never introduced himself before. Linda followed the first-year students to the shore of the Black Lake. Neville found them halfway. The round-faced boy was a little scared, with cold sweat on his face. The road leading to the lakeside was narrow and slippery. Most things in the magic world maintained a barbaric and primitive form, which also formed a unique background, careless and wild imagination. But the freshmen suffered a lot. If they were not careful, they would fall. Everyone grabbed each other's robes in fear and supported each other. Linda's robe was grabbed by 4 small hands. He walked steadily, and every step he took would leave a short glowing footprint. "What kind of magic is this? Luminescent charm?" Hermione was surprised and skeptical, but my luminescent charm is not like this. I used a special technique. As for this question, I will explain it to you when I have a chance. But Hermione was still persistent. She had a strong pursuit of all knowledge. When they all arrived at the lakeside and got on the boat, 4 freshmen in a boat, Lynn's boat could only seat 3 people, Hermione stopped asking. Ron and Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and the red-haired Weasley complained in a low voice, "She is so annoying. She kept talking all the way." Harry nodded. For the first time, they saw the Hogwarts castle on the other side of the lake. The towering buildings, the spires of the towers were immersed in the night, and the lights from hundreds of windows were like unblinking stars. The boat docked at the underground dock of the castle. The freshmen followed Hagrid all the way to the castle gate and watched him knock on the door. The old heavy oak door suddenly opened, and a black-haired witch in emerald green robes walked out. She was the Vice President, Minerva McGonagall. Chapter 17 Gryffindor's Transfer Student. When Lind looked up and saw Professor McGonagall, she had already shifted her sights away. The gate of the college was wide open, and Professor McGonagall led the freshmen into the entrance hall. At this time, the opening banquet in the side hall was already being held in a lively manner. The little wizards were all hungry and worried. Professor McGonagall introduced them to the next arrangements and the precautions of the school. The sorting ceremony was about to begin, and Professor McGonagall specifically mentioned Lind. As a transfer student, he was directly promoted to the 5th grade, but he still had to participate in the sorting with everyone. Draco Malfoy heard about Lind's origins and snorted softly. Before Lind turned his head to look at him, the pretty boy quickly hid behind his followers. "Okay, wait here for a while. I'll call you when it's ready." As soon as Professor McGonagall left, the freshmen chattered. Harry tugged at Lind's robe. What's the sorting ceremony like?" "A small test." Lind noticed that Harry looked anxious, but didn't say anything to comfort him. Let the child immerse himself in the tension. All these uneasiness and fear will turn into intense joy after success. When our top student Hermione heard that she was going to take a test, she immediately muttered and began to recite the spells in the textbook. She didn't know how much psychological shadow this behavior brought to the students around her. Harry's face turned from pale to grey like chalk, and his eyes were dull. He was probably considering the miserable situation of failing the test and being expelled. This is also the typical mentality of the protagonist Harry in the early stage. On the one hand, he is very courageous, and on the other hand, he is immediately frightened when he makes a mistake. When he encounters more things later, he becomes stronger and more confident. Harry became a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Linda sighed secretly, who hasn't been young? The young wizards shared the rumors about the sorting ceremony, and they said it seriously, saying that some students died in the ceremony, that it would bring people strong pain, and that students who failed would become animals like rabbits and toads, and be forgotten by their families forever. At this time, a group of ghosts passed through the wall and floated above the heads of the freshmen. The first one to scream was a black girl with many braids, followed by more boys and girls. These ghosts were transparent, emitting pearly white light, and talked freely, as if they were still alive. Linda was very curious about their existence. Maybe he should take the time to throw one into the library tower for research. Who are they? Ghosts, obviously. A priest, God knows why there are priest ghosts in the wizard castle, greeted the children. You can consider Hufflepuff, it's a very good house. Professor McGonagall came back and led everyone into the restaurant. Lind was much taller than the children around him, so he was naturally very conspicuous. The 4 little ones followed his pace, almost leading the way. When passing the long table, he could hear the conversation of the old students. Lind looked up at the teacher's seat at the end of the restaurant. Professor Quirrell was talking to Professor Snape in a low voice. When Professor Dumbledore saw his gaze, he nodded from a distance, and a joy of reunion that seemed like a lifetime ago suddenly surged into his heart. A restaurant in Hogwarts is almost as big as the main hall of the Hall of Elements in Winterhold, and it is gorgeously decorated and elegantly decorated, showing luxury and magic everywhere. Linda has a strange sense of copyright JVU of taking students from the countryside to study in a prestigious foreign university. It's like a repetition of the trajectory of life, but this time everything is different. The ugly Sorting Hat squatted on a high stool and sang. Linda admitted that the song was not good at all, but everyone still gave warm applause. Linda thought, if his roommate was here and could experience all this in person, how happy would he be? The roommate has always wanted to take good care of these children in the book, and always told him tirelessly, "Oh, if I were someone's brother, I would definitely take care of him meticulously." This wish may only be fulfilled by Linda. In the following sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall took out the list. "Whoever I call, come up and put on your hat." Hannah Abbott. A little girl with pigtails stumbled through the crowd and whispered an apology when she bumped into Lind. The hat stopped on her head and a moment later shouted, "Hufflepuff." The students at a long table applauded violently. Lind heard Harry's sigh of relief. It seemed that he finally realized that it was a false alarm. After a while, it was Hermione's turn. She went up, and then Gryffindor. She happily put down her hat and ran to the Gryffindor table, waving vigorously as she passed by Lind and the others. Ron grumbled twice, and when he saw Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin, he sneered, "I knew it." Next was Neville, also a Gryffindor. "Harry Potter, Gryffindor," now the little lions shouted, "We have Potter." To Lind. With a happy step, Lind put on the sorting hat. He had already mastered the brain block technique, so he sealed his origins, leaving only a little spark of thinking in his mind. "You are a very vigilant student, but I only need a little bit. Let me soak in the sea of your thoughts, let me glimpse your destiny." "Oh, oh. Very good, very amazing, so much magical knowledge, deep and broad, you should go to Ravenclaw." "No, wait, your destiny is not to seek knowledge, but more like a conspirator, then you should go to Slytherin." "But..." Merlin's beard, "You still retain kindness and honesty, but it is more like arrogance that despises lies than honesty." "Yes, it is arrogance, your arrogance is rising like the morning sun." Linda didn't expect that this sorting hat was not only a mind reader, but also a sense of destiny. He was immediately delighted. "Mr. Hat, I am very interested in you now. My house is quite big. You can come and play when you are free." "No, I don't think that's a good thing." "Come on, it's fun. You can sleep directly when you are tired," Linda said in a gentle tone. The sorting hat screamed, "Gryffindor." Amid the cheers and applause, Lind took off the sorting hat with regret, stood up, and saw Harry, Hermione, and Neville all waving vigorously. Finally, Ron was admitted to Gryffindor as expected, and everyone gathered together happily again. Compared with Winterhold, the students here are much more enthusiastic. The following dinner was even more sumptuous. Although Lind privately felt that the chefs at Hogwarts were not as good as himself or his house elf Carrie, compared with the dietary standards of Winterhold where people ate bread and drank wine, it was far better. Lind sat next to Harry, Neville sat next to him, and Hermione and Ron sat opposite. Lind started to have fun again. Forking a roast chicken from the silver plate and stuffing it into Harry's plate, "As a wizard, you should eat more meat and exercise a lot to make your body strong. In the school I studied before, the most popular extracurricular activity for wizards was boxing. We also often held the Winterhold Boxing Championship." He patted Harry's shoulder, "You are too thin. You will be knocked out in the first round. How can you study well like this? Eat more." He turned around and rubbed Neville's cheek, "Well, you have gained weight a little, but I have strength, very good. And you, Ron, man, starting tomorrow, let's get up early to exercise together and call on Gryffindor classmates to have a passionate boxing match." Neville was frightened and half a sausage fell out of his mouth. Harry nodded silently, and Ron's smile disappeared instantly when he heard that he had to get up early. Hermione blinked, and remained silent uncharacteristically, burying her little face in the pudding. Lynn's words were passed around the long table. The Weasley twins found it very interesting and raised their glasses to him from a distance, but the model student Percy was very unhappy and regarded Lynn as a thorn who needed to be strictly guarded. "Listen to this, they are organizing a fight before school starts. What kind of good person can come up with this idea?" But after all, they were Gryffindors, so everyone was laughing and just thought it was fun. After the meal, Dumbledore announced some precautions, such as not running into the Forbidden Forest, not going to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, not performing magic in the corridor during class breaks, and not going out at night. Before going to bed, all students and teachers had to sing the school song, which was the last part of the welcome ceremony. Lind had no confidence in his singing voice, so he hummed the song, and Harry beside him hummed the tune of a lullaby. "Do you like lullabies very much?" Harry pursed his lips, then explained in a low voice, "I only remember this tune. A music teacher taught me." Lind nodded, then rubbed the kid's head. "Don't be sad." Chapter 18, Night Walk Ghost Story. Linda's roommates are all 5th-year students, including the good student Percy. After returning to the dormitory and washing up, everyone lay down on the 4-poster bed. Linda put his shoes on the bedside, patted his wizard robe, changed into his original pajamas, and rested with his hands behind his head without covering himself with a quilt. Percy was on high alert against this transfer student. While flipping through a large book, he did not forget to look at Linda. "What's wrong, Percy?" "What? No, nothing." Percy did not expect Linda, who had his eyes closed, to suddenly ask. "You should rest. Put out the candle. It will disturb other roommates." The candle light at the head of Percy's bed was actually very weak, and it would not be affected at all if it was a little further away. "I'll study for a while," he replied quietly. Linda yawned. "Okay then. I'll go to the bathroom." Percy's heart was alarmed and he put down the book immediately. "I'll go with you." "You have to go with me? Are you a primary school girl?" They both entered the bathroom one after another. Percy's eyes blurred and he looked at Lynn suspiciously. He felt that there seemed to be some changes in his roommate, but he couldn't tell what was going on. "Long time no see." Linda suddenly said something inexplicable, and Percy was completely confused. When the two returned, Percy continued to stay up all night. When midnight came, his eyelids fought, and then he fell asleep unknowingly. Linda got up and went out, and his body gradually disappeared. This was the disillusionment spell. The Hogwarts castle was very quiet at night. No one noticed him, except for the oil painting at the door of the common room, the fat lady, who was very dissatisfied with Linda disturbing her rest. Linda was familiar with and reviewing everything in Hogwarts Castle. Just now, he went to the world of the Elder Scrolls and stayed there for nearly 2 months. He gained a lot. He returned to World I again and planned to take a good rest. The first stop of his night tour was the hidden copy on the 8th floor of the castle, the room of requirement that must be mentioned in the fanfiction. Linda went to visit it and had to admit that although this place was not as good as his library tower, it was also very meaningful. When Linda was still living in the Leaky Cauldron, he imagined how to use the room of requirement to improve strength after arriving at Hogwarts. However, before coming here, he had already got something better. Linda vaguely remembered that Voldemort had a Horcrux hidden in the room of requirement, but he did not plan to get it in advance. Voldemort was no longer worth mentioning to him now, let alone a Horcrux. Even in his heyday, he could easily take it. After visiting the room of requirement, Linda prepared to sweep the library. The Forbidden Book area of AA Hogwarts is famous, and it is considered to be the most important place for every time traveler. It is a popular attraction that students must visit. He is now interested in collecting books, so the library is even more important. On this deep night, even the paintings on the castle walls have gone to sleep. Except for the ghosts still floating around, only Filch is left to compete with the night-wandering students. Linda met the Weasley twins on the way. They are also habitual night wanderers. They couldn't wait to run out on the first day of the new semester. But they were unlucky and were entangled by Peeves. Peeves shouted, "There are students who don't sleep, in the corridor. There are students who don't sleep, in the corridor." It put its hand to its mouth and blew a golden trumpet. Filch, the dorm manager, heard the charge and rushed over with his pet cat. Linda's disillusionment charm was very sophisticated, so he watched the twins being caught by the dorm manager. They were going to be locked up in Filch's office and be taught a lesson by Professor McGonagall. The twins were escorted by Filch dejectedly. At this time, George saw a transparent figure vaguely emerging in the moonlight leaking in from a window. The shadow made an incomprehensible gesture to him. "Hiss, Fred." George blinked. Filch in front of him turned around suddenly. "My sister is holding the twins' wands in her hands, like holding two thin sticks of firewood, without any care." The twins suddenly looked stunned and stared at the back of Filch. "You are playing tricks. Is there someone behind me? I know, you want to slip away when I turn my head, but that's impossible. I won't be fooled easily." Meow. A shrill cat cry exploded. Filch panicked. "What's wrong? Mrs. Norris?" His Mrs. Norris, the skinny pet cat, was now being held in the hands of a tall skeleton wearing a black linen cloak. The skeleton held a scythe, just like the Grim Reaper in the story. The old skull had turned into jade, emitting a yellow gem-like luster, and two balls of faint green fire were dancing at the end of the deep eye sockets. Filch's expression was wonderful. If the twins could see his face, they would have laughed like crazy. The skeleton slowly opened and closed its jaws, and the faint sound was like the strange sound of air passing through the gap between the ribs. It was vague and slight, and almost no meaningful morphemes and syllables could be heard. But a voice sounded in the ears of the twins, "Next, listen to me." The voice was that of the transfer student. George made a cool with his mouth, and Fred's eyes lit up. He deliberately asked tremblingly, "George, did you hear what Mr. Death said?" "Well, it did say something." Filch shivered. He wanted to faint, but his cat was in the hands of the other party. He would rather die than let the cat be bullied. "You heard it talking, what did it say?" George said carelessly, "Mr. Death said your cat is going to die. Unless you exchange it with something else. Take out the valuable things on you. Otherwise, Mr. Death will leave." Filch was very angry and doubtful. Is this the god of death? Isn't this a robber? "Ah! Don't hurt Mrs. Norris, I will give you everything. My lamp, my clothes, and the money on me." The skeleton continued to make sounds. George shouted, "It doesn't want it, it must be exchanged with something with magic power." Fred also nodded, "That's right, Mr. Filch, why don't you give it our wand?" Filch's pants were half taken off. Hearing this, he showed a strange expression, a little angry, but also a little touched. "Are you really willing to exchange your wands for my Mrs. Norris? Well, you can take it." Death took the two wands, then put the cat on the ground, and gently rubbed it twice with the skeleton claws. It seems that the Death is also a cat lover. When the skeleton floated away silently, Filch hugged Mrs. Norris and cried bitterly. The twins came forward to comfort him. It's okay, it's okay. You go back. I will pretend that what happened tonight never happened. I will report this to Dumbledore. Your wands should be back." Filch's face showed an unprecedented tranquility. He held the cat, carried the lantern, and walked away slowly. "Filch looks quite pitiful." George and Fred were amazed, and then they felt their pockets suddenly sink, and their wands fell into them. Chapter 19 The son pays the father's debt. Linda used illusion and transfiguration to perform a play with the twins, and then put this little episode behind him. He went to the library, opened the portal to the library tower, and asked the house elves to come out to help. Gialli was responsible for sending the books to the library tower, and Linda was responsible for printing and copying. They moved very quickly, and the 2 long rivers of books passed through the portal. In just 24 minutes, they copied all the savings of Hogwarts for 1,000 years. After finishing the business, Linda decided to continue wandering. In the second half of the night, he met a ghost wandering alone. In boredom, he lifted the disillusionment spell and took the initiative to chat with him. The ghost was very quiet, just listening to Linda talking. They chatted until the sun was about to rise. The ghost finally couldn't stand the chatterbox next to him, glared at Lind, and flew away. Lind was very sorry. He thought he had found a sympathetic listener, but he didn't expect that the other person was just a social phobic who didn't dare to refute even if he was approached. At dawn, the energetic Lind decided to go for a morning run to exercise. After running half a circle around the Black Lake, he felt that it was boring to be alone, so he wanted to find some running friends, so he rushed to the dormitory to find some people. The good student Percy had already gotten up early and was bent over the desk to do his homework. Seeing that Lind didn't come home at night, the class leader was very unhappy. "Delin, where have you been? Did you go for a night tour? Morning run?" Lind didn't mention the night tour at all. His blood was boiling, his cheeks were red, and sweat was oozing from his forehead, which proved that he was running. "Want to join?" The transfer student made a warm invitation to Percy. "No, I still have to study." "Young man, you don't know that there is a saying in my country that civilizes the mind and brutalizes the body. Only by exercising the body well can we learn better." Percy was unmoved and finally did not agree. The other 2 roommates deliberately snored, and it seemed that they did not want to get up early. Linda did not force it, and he went downstairs to the first-year dormitory and called Harry, Ron, and Neville. Harry was a good boy and got dressed immediately. Neville was dazed and thought that Lind was here to call him for breakfast, so he washed up quickly. Only Ron looked horrified. He heard clearly what Lind said, "Take you for a morning run." "Can I not go?" the red-haired boy said sincerely. Lind shrugged, "If you don't want to go, then don't go." Ron thought about it and saw that Harry was ready to go, so he had to reluctantly keep up with his friends. This morning run almost exhausted the 3 children. Lind took out a handful of candies from his pocket, handed them to them, and said to keep up the good work. From what he said, they would have to run more often in the future. On the way back, Ron's expression management was broken. "Merlin's beard, I can't stand it, Harry, I can't stand it." The 3 children were arm in arm, supporting each other, and walked towards the restaurant step by step. When they saw the rich breakfast on the table, they all exclaimed with joy. After the meal, the study life in Hogwarts officially began. Harry thought that everything in Hogwarts was good. At least before he experienced the first potions class. There are only 8 courses in the first and second grades, namely potions, herbology, charms, transfiguration, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and flying. The professors of the first 4 courses are the deans of the 4 colleges. After a week of study, Harry was even more certain that Slytherin College was not a good place. There was not only the annoying student, Draco Malfoy, but also the annoying headmaster, Severus Snape. When Harry first met Professor Snape, he was sitting in the teacher's seat in the Great Hall, whispering with Professor Quirrell, who was wearing a purple turban. At that time, Harry's old scar on his forehead was aching slightly, and he had a strange nightmare that night. Professor Quirrell's purple turban appeared frequently in the dream, and Snape's hooked nose sneered at him. This nightmare seemed to be an ominous sign. In the first potions class, Harry was specifically targeted by Snape. This teacher deliberately made him answer many questions. There are many contents in the textbook, and the children who have not prepared for it will definitely not be able to answer them. Harry thought, if I know all this, do I need you to teach me? This is embarrassing. Harry probably feels that he is hated by the teacher. He has seen this kind of thing when he was studying in a Muggle school before. Students who are hated by teachers always have a harder time, because classmates will only laugh at you, but will not sympathize with your experience. Harry was bullied a lot at school. He was stuffed into the closet by his classmates, poured cold water on him, and had his glasses broken. All kinds of bad things happened, so he didn't feel wronged. Ron was angry. He spoke up for Harry. Hermione and Neville also comforted him. Then they were detained by Snape for whispering in class. It was not just Harry who was tortured. Snape was nitpicking throughout the class. He kept a close eye on students when they tried to prepare potions. He would immediately criticize them if they made any mistakes. He also yelled at the clumsy Neville. He loved to deduct points from Gryffindor students, but was very tolerant of Slytherin students. It is no wonder that most people hate Snape with such different treatments. He must be the worst teacher. When Harry and his friends shared this with the transfer students, Lynn's answer was very straightforward. He said, if you are hated by the teacher, there are only two solutions. Either you give in to him and be a good boy who obeys his orders from now on, or you try to be impeccable and make him unable to find fault. Teachers are not absolute authorities. They are also controlled by others. It is impossible for them to cause trouble for you for no reason. If this really happens, you should find Professor McGonagall. She will support you. This is unfair. Ron shouted, why can't he apologize? Linda showed a strange smile. He stared at Harry's green eyes and thought of many fan-fiction ideas. If Harry Potter was a girl, would he still be bullied by Snape? This hypothesis is quite interesting. Linda does have the ability to turn Harry into Harry, but it is better not to make things worse. Speaking of which, Snape's current attack on Harry can be regarded as a retribution for James Potter's school bullying of him. This is a father's debt paid by the son, a tragedy caused by tragedy. If we can't reverse time and space and go back to the past to solve this matter from the source, it is quite unsolvable. Linda had to encourage Harry to study hard. Another thing happened in the flying class. About Neville, his grandmother sent a Neville's memory ball was seen by the blonde pretty boy Draco, so he immediately made a fuss and mocked Neville's memory. For this, Harry and others had a big quarrel with Draco and almost fought. During the flying class, Neville's memory ball fell to the ground and was picked up by Draco. Ron rushed to grab it, but Malfoy suddenly started the flying broom. Ron grabbed Draco's collar and performed a trapeze trick. Harry rode on the broom and chased him. In the end, Draco and Ron were punished and had to be put in detention. Their respective colleges were deducted 30 points. Harry was allowed by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker because of his flying talent and heroic temperament. Chapter 20 – Secret Club. No matter which school he attends, Lind is a free man. The Wizards of Winterhold College always do their own thing and rarely communicate with each other, but in Hogwarts, Lind is an exception. The transfer student's schedule is very free because he could audit classes from grade 1 to grade 5. His schedule was full, but no professor would blame him even if he didn't attend classes for a whole day. After a week at Hogwarts, Lind lost interest in many subjects and only attended classes that he found interesting. The teaching content of herbology was too shallow, and it was better to study it in the library, so he only attended one class. History of magic was meaningless, and Lind was more interested in the ghost teacher who taught this class, so he also only attended one class. Defense against the dark arts was a famous bad class at Hogwarts, and Lind even skipped the first class. Astronomy didn't have much research value, and flying class didn't interest him. Other elective courses were optional. Fifth-year students had to prepare for the O.W.Ls exams of this school year. Lind planned to study hard a week before the exam and not attend classes during normal times. So in the end, Lind only attended 3 courses: Charms, Potions and Transfiguration. The teachers were Professor Flitwick, Snape, and McGonagall. They were all quite competent and at least would not make Lynn sleepy. In the first charms class of the first grade, Professor Flitwick stood on a pile of books, his goblin blood made him short, and the first spell he taught was Lumos. Even for this simplest spell, Professor Flitwick still patiently explained various precautions. He took out the example mentioned in every Harry Potter fanfiction, the unlucky wizard who mispronounced the spell and turned into a bull. It was not until Harry and his friends really understood magic that they realized how unfathomable the transfer student Lind was. He did not need to chant spells or wave a wand. Casting spells was like breathing air to him, an unspoken instinct. Professor Flitwick asked everyone to try on their own. Lind recalled that when he first arrived in the world of the Elder Scrolls, he could not do without the luminescent charm every night in that wilderness hut. Perhaps this was the magic he used the most. Hermione was the first to succeed. This little witch from a Muggle family had a spirit of not admitting defeat and wanted to be the first in everything. When a warm white star lit up on the tip of her wand, Professor Flitwick immediately added 5 points to Gryffindor College as a reward. Harry followed closely behind. He looked at Lind excitedly, with expectations in his emerald eyes. Not bad. The transfer student smiled. This was enough to make Harry happy. The savior of this period was like a house elf, who regarded any kindness as a supreme treasure. Lights were lit up in the classroom one after another. A little wizard named Seamus tried several times, and suddenly a ball of sparks sprayed out from the tip of his wand, scaring the people around him. Neville also succeeded, although he lagged behind most students. The last one to succeed was Ron. He stared at his old wand in annoyance. It must be this broken thing that held him back. Flitwick noticed that Lind had not made any move, not even taking out his wand. Mr. Delin, why don't you try the spell with everyone? Are you having trouble? Lind extended his index finger. And a ball of light rose. Wonderful wandless and silent spell. Gryffindor plus 10 points. Flitwick was pleasantly surprised. You don't need to stay in the first grade anymore, Mr. Delin. I strongly suggest that you take the senior courses directly. Harry applauded enthusiastically, and other young wizards also began to applaud for no apparent reason. When the applause stopped, Professor Flitwick briefly explained to the freshmen the difficulties of wandless and silent casting. In short, even the simplest illumination spell, only a few wizards can reach Lind's level. The illumination spell is simple, but these two casting techniques are a huge threshold. The wandless and silent casting of different spells requires special and hard training, which cannot be completed overnight. Hermione thought of Lind's glowing footprints on the ground and said that it was a special technique, so she hurriedly leaned over to ask. Lind answered her, I used the spell transformation technique. What is spell transformation? Harry was also curious. When you are proficient in a spell and have a deep understanding of transfiguration, you can try to modify the effect of the spell to achieve the purpose of Menguin. For example, the magic light ball on Lind's finger suddenly dimmed, from the original incandescence, to a glimmering crystal, and then began to expand, from the size of a rice grain to the size of a palm, and then the shape began to change, dispersing into a cloud of mist, showing the shape of various animals. His spells attracted the attention of the young wizards around. Professor Flitwick also stopped to watch his demonstration. Linda waved away the light ball and apologized for disturbing the class. No need to apologize. It's a wonderful demonstration, Mr. Delin. Your level is far beyond the level of your age. Have you ever studied in any school? I guess so. Linda didn't say much. Flitwick was very happy. If you have time, you can come and discuss magic with me after class. We have a spell club. I wonder if I would be honored to invite you as a formal member. I am happy to communicate with you about magic, but joining a club is not my first choice. I would rather form a club myself. Ah, a natural leader, master, very good. Then it's up to you, Mr. Delinier. After class, many young wizards gathered around Lind and asked about the club he mentioned. My club has been established in Winterhold College. Lind and them strolled on the lawn and walked along the sun-splashed road. Only truly talented spellcasters are qualified to join. What kind of talent? Harry said anxiously. Oh, Harry, what kind of people do you think are gifted? Lind stopped and looked around, looking at the young faces. Is it sensitivity to magic? His eyes stayed on Hermione, and the little witch's cheeks were flushed. Is it the courage to face evil? Lind's eyes casually swept across the crowd, and the young wizards all straightened their chests. Or is it the strength to stick to the goal regardless of good or evil? His eyes returned to Harry. I don't know, sir. Of course you don't know. Because I don't believe in talent either. That is often a rhetoric to fool the public. So I only use actions to examine members. If you pass my test, you can join my club. I will share real knowledge, the magic truth that allows spellcasters to harness the power of destruction, play with opponents, make the world surrender, and even challenge God. The little wizards held their breath. They didn't dare to believe what Lind said, but they vaguely grew a little yearning. Can I take the test? Harry didn't hesitate at all. Hermione followed closely, and then Neville, Ron, and other little wizards also signed up enthusiastically. Anyone can participate. I have left clues in the castle. Wizards who observe carefully will find clues from the ordinary and trace to that door step by step. That door? Yes. The narrow door leading to the secret treasure. Chapter 21 The First Lesson in Winterhold. It was by chance that Lind founded his own club, or student club. He showed excellent ability when he was in Winterhold College. As he introduced the scientific theories of Muggles and World Eye, especially mathematical knowledge, into the study of magic, he became a master and had a great reputation among the apprentices. During that time, he was immersed in the knowledge of various branches of magic and didn't care about other things. Lind still remembers that his first lesson in Winterhold was the transformation department, taught by the mature and steady Master Tolfdir. Tolfdir is one of the few masters of the transformation department in the entire Tamriel continent, and he is happy to share his knowledge. The college has no timetable, usually teachers and scholars organize lectures on their own, and interested members can come to listen. For those freshmen who have potential but lack theoretical knowledge, the academy will also arrange teachers to give lectures. There are only 9 freshmen in the academy, including Linda, and most of them are Bretons and elves. They are naturally sensitive to magic and are very suitable for wizards. Linda went early enough. In the Hall of Elements, there was only one dark elf woman besides him. She stood in the spell test area and practiced destruction on a magic dummy. A thumb-sized fireball flew and landed on the dummy, producing an explosion flame with a diameter of 1 meter. The shock wave and heat were absorbed by the barrier when they reached the edge of the test area. Linda got closer to observe. The damage caused by these fireballs on the dummy was much weaker than expected. It could only blow off the fingers, but could not tear the limbs, and did not cause large-scale burning. He could tell at a glance that there were at least 3 problems with this spell, and he sighed unconsciously. The dark elf woman stopped casting the spell and turned to stare at Linda. The skin of their race was dark purple, and their eyes were red as blood, which looked extremely evil and uncomfortable. This was the result of being cursed by the demon god. In fact, they were not a race that was bloodthirsty, and they also had a beautiful appearance before being cursed. The dark elf in front of him had a stubborn look, like 2 fiercely burning candles, and his tone was even more aggressive. Do you have any opinions on my spells? Or do you just come to see my jokes? Linda's voice was gentle and friendly. Sorry, I'm here for class. Please don't mind me. But, if you don't mind, I have a detailed spell configuration for the fire bomb spell here, you can refer to it. He took out a page from his notebook and handed it to the dark elf mage. The dark elf woman showed a complicated expression, hesitant to speak, and when she reluctantly took the manuscript and looked at it, she immediately understood where the problem was. "Oh, I see, sorry, I was harsh on the alliance just now, please forgive my impulsiveness." Linda smiled. "Did it help you?" "Yes, it helped a lot, but actually I am better at summoning." "So? I understand. I understand, it just so happens that I am also interested in the theory of summoning recently, and we can discuss it together if there is a chance." The dark elf mage was coy. "Forget it, I am more used to studying alone." As she said, she turned around and cast a fire bomb on the magic puppet again. This time, she made obvious progress. After a while, the students arrived one after another. The lecturer, Tofter, was an old man with grey hair and a goatee. He was very happy to see Linda. "A new member has joined us." The other people's reaction was lukewarm, and they nodded to Lind. Tofter's course was as calm as he was, all theory, from the overview of magic to the basic subjects before the transformation system. Lind's progress lagged behind others, and he couldn't understand some things. The mainstream magic of the Elder Scrolls series follows natural philosophy, which is based on the observation of the objective world, summarizing and generalizing the rules, and then applying them. This is very different from the magic in the world of Harry Potter. Or to be more straightforward, just treat the magic in the Elder Scrolls as science. The School of Transformation studies the manipulation of nature and the material properties in it. Master Tofter uses the wood armor as an example to explain what prerequisite knowledge is needed to master this spell, from the observation of plant cells to structural mechanics, how to control magic to form a layer of defensive magic barrier on the body surface, which is inseparable from the understanding of wood materials and the control of magic properties. Linda listened with great interest. The magic in the world of the Elder Scrolls actually suits his appetite. Natural philosophy is always more intuitive and easier to be grasped by people's intellectual thinking. However, his classmates were very dissatisfied. Everyone was tired of theory and had to try practice. Tofter couldn't beat these rough and impatient students. Even if he repeatedly warned that magic was a chaotic and dangerous energy, these students still boasted of their outstanding abilities and were not convinced. Tofter had no choice but to agree to demonstrate the barrier magic. Block magic is a recovery spell that specifically protects against magic attacks. When a mage fights against a wave, it is similar to a warrior. One hand releases offensive spells, and the other hand holds the barrier shield. Using this spell for demonstration can also minimize unexpected situations. Tofter looked at the taciturn Lind. "You didn't say a word just now. What do you think of the suggestions of your classmates? Theoretical learning is very important. I don't think it's worth showing off to cast magic rashly." "Well, it's a very stable idea. Then you can help me demonstrate this spell." Lind's mage classmates whispered. "No problem, but I don't know any barrier magic." Tofter was also a little surprised, so he had to teach on the spot. Fortunately, Lind didn't really know nothing. He had learned the theoretical basis for a period of time before class. The mainstream magic of the Elder Scrolls series requires 3 elements. The first element is magic energy, which can be seen everywhere in this world and is nothing special. The second element is spell configuration, which requires solid knowledge and precise calculations. The third element is soul energy, the essence of power hidden in every organism. The role of soul energy is to build spell models and absorb and transform magic energy. It is the most core element in the casting process. But the most difficult part is to build spell models. This element is the essence of the magic system and the core indicator for considering the wisdom and ability of the wizard. The secondary barrier taught by Tofter on the spot is very simple. Among all the novice-level spells, its spell configuration can be said to be simple and easy to understand. The principle of the secondary barrier is to gather the surrounding magic energy in the spell model without conversion and directly spray it out at a uniform speed to form a shield-shaped jet in front of the caster. The only difficulty of this spell is to control the speed of the magic jet. As long as the size of the nozzle is limited within the range, it will not fail. Lind succeeded immediately after a brief attempt, learning it in the blink of an eye. Tofter bombarded the barrier with weak fireballs, tiny ice arrows, and exhausting electric currents, all of which were successfully defended by Lind. Very good. An excellent demonstration. Others continue to practice barrier magic. Lind's talent undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. After class, many classmates became more enthusiastic and greeted him, but most of them were limited to this. In addition to the Dark Elf Wizard, only a young Nord wizard named Anmund introduced himself to him. In the class just now, he was also one of the students who urged Tofter to demonstrate magic. You are a Nord, Lind laughed. You must be prejudiced to be a Nord wizard, right? That can't be helped. I can't convince my family. But I think it's all worth it. Of course it's worth it. But learning magic requires effort and calm thinking. You were really impatient in class just now. I want to listen to Master Tofter's basic theory more. This also gives you a chance to show off, doesn't it? Angmund shrugged. Yes, it makes me famous. Lind said half-jokingly. They went back to the dormitory together, talking and laughing. After that, Lind spent most of his time in the college library, where he had all the prerequisite knowledge he needed. With his efficiency, he could master all the essence of the Winterhold College since the Second Era in less than half a month. Chapter 22 God's Learning Method. Lind was like a fish in water in Winterhold College. The magic theory here was too rich. After spending a week learning the prerequisite theory, he began to buy spell books in large quantities from the instructors. He learned dozens of spells every day, usually in 4 or 5 hours, and could learn more than 20 spells. He spent all day in the Hall of Elements, the library on the second floor, and the test field on the first floor. The bed in his dormitory was almost moldy. How did you do it? Dark Elf Belina Mayo finally couldn't help but ask. She has always paid attention to this freshman. Since the conversation after their first meeting, Belina felt that this gentle and intelligent human mage would definitely become a leader. As long as he was given time and some kind guidance, he could make rapid progress. Belina did not forget Linda's favor of helping her adjust the fire bomb spell, so she was also waiting to provide help when Linda encountered a bottleneck. Ups and downs are inevitable in magic learning, and no one can master magic theory smoothly. However, this led her to see the subversion of the world, the wonder of the view. This proud dark elf mage watched Lind learn from the most basic tongue of fire of the destruction system to the expert level wall of flame in 2 minutes. She studied the summoning system spells painstakingly, and spent 3 months on the expert level summon storm element without any progress, while Lind got the spell book on the first day and successfully summoned a powerful storm element on the second day. He is like a dark deep well. All knowledge that falls into it will be assimilated, and his magic potential is still endless. The dark elf mage's reaction went from shock to fear and then to numbness in 1 day. Brelina looked dazed, witnessing the brilliance of genius, like the sun, and in comparison, she, a mage from an ancient and famous dark elf family, was just an ordinary firefly on a pond on a summer night. Am I too stupid, or is this Lind too smart? It must be the latter. But how can someone learn magic like this? Working without sleep, learning in one go, doesn't he need to think? Even the most famous wizards in the family spend 10 years on magic theory. Brylina felt that Lind must have some secret, which could help him master magic knowledge quickly. Other students, scholars, teachers, and the highest person in charge of the academy, Chief Mage Savos Aaron, were also shocked by Lind's learning ability. There is no doubt that Lind's great breakthrough in magic has become the biggest topic of Winterhold Academy this year. The always mature and prudent Chief Mage Aaron said bluntly that if Lind continued to learn like this, the school might have nothing to teach. That day, Brelina stopped Lind, who was heading straight to the library. She summoned up the courage to ask, "How did you do it?" "Hey? What did you do? Is there something wrong with the clothes I wore today?" "No, it's not your appearance. I mean, how did you learn so quickly? Linda was amused when he heard this, and told Brelina very frankly, you don't have to compare me. My situation is very special. You should see your own abilities, and your talent is also extraordinary. But, I am not willing to give up. Why did the same difficulties stop me, but it was easy for you to cross it? I also made efforts. After reading all the theories of summoning storm elements. I have to do hundreds of calculations every day, but I just can't get an accurate configuration. From day to night, for research, I shorten the time of eating to the shortest. Apart from magic, I have no distractions. If this still can't let me master the damn spell, there is only one reason, that is, fate is not ready, and the spell itself is not perfect. Brelina defended herself. She was a little shy at first, but the pain of dozens of days and nights of hard thinking and failure soon made her sad, and her tone became tough. Well, it's really not easy. Well, bring your calculation notes. Linda looked calm. Why do you want to see my notes? Let's discuss it together. Let me see how difficult this spell configuration that can stop Master Mayo is. Linda has already calculated the spell configuration of summoning storm elements. It's called discussion, but it's actually instruction. Brelina understood what Linda meant. Her heart jumped, as if a stream of fire burned from the diaphragm, which made people feel happy and surprised. But she quickly suppressed the flame. The difficulties of magic would not defeat a true scholar. She would rather achieve the result through her own efforts. Moreover, she came to help Lind. How come he helped her inexplicably? Brelina, you should know your shame. Forget it. I can solve it. Let's discuss it. Sometimes I wonder if you are really studying hard or just pretending to be hardworking to numb yourself. Faced with Lind's poisonous tongue, Brelina clenched her fists in anger. She said a hard wait, and then turned and walked away. Brelina walked faster and faster, running unconsciously, and then accidentally fell in the courtyard. Mirabelle Irwin helped her up. Be careful, watch the road. Thank you. Brelina was embarrassed. Back to the achievement hall, she began to look for her research materials. That's enough. I shouldn't have talked to him. It seems like I'm begging for alms. Hey, where are my notes? They're not on the table. How come they're gone? What are you looking for, Mayo? Apprentice Katrina passed by the door. My spell research notes. I accidentally forgot where I put them. Shouldn't that kind of thing be kept well? But I can't find it now. Oh, right. Keep it well. I put it in the safe. Thank you. Linda should be anxious. No, he should have entered the library. Brelina realized that she had delayed too long. She was a little flustered. She ran to the Hall of Elements with a large stack of draft papers. But in the courtyard, the endless wind of the Sea of Aa the Dead played a trick on her. A piece of draft paper slipped and was blown away by the wind. She reached out to catch it in a hurry, but more manuscript papers escaped. The courtyard was scattered everywhere. My notes. The dark elf wizard was sweating and picked them up one by one. Most of the students passing by were indifferent. Nordmage Angman took the initiative to help, and Tofter, who happened to be having breakfast in the courtyard square, used telekinesis to quickly grab the manuscript paper and finally helped Brelina collect all the notes. Thank you, may Lady Azura bless you. Mage Mayo, why are you so anxious? Angman's tone was puzzled. It's Mage Linda, he said he wanted to discuss magic with me. Brelina pretended to be calm, it's not a big deal. Can I go with you? I don't know, maybe it's too late. Brelina ran into the Hall of Elements quickly. After entering the door, she deliberately slowed down her pace and made a relaxed and calm expression, but she was already sweating profusely. Looking at her sweaty and embarrassed appearance, Linda raised his hand to release clean up. Nice spell, thank you. Balina took a breath and saw Linda adjusting the order of the draft paper. Sorry, I just spilled them. It was the damn wind. Angmund followed and stood not far away pretending to look at the scenery. Oh, this wall is really a wall. Linda flipped through it and picked out the problematic ones. You miscalculated the space-time coordinates of the annihilation field where the storm element is located. From this part, all the content needs to be overturned. But the idea is right, there is only one flaw, which is in the construction of the binding rune. What? Impossible. Balina took it and looked at it, and was immediately speechless. She couldn't say that she had calculated it many times and still couldn't figure out the space-time coordinates, right? If she knew these, she wouldn't need Linda to help. You don't know how to calculate space-time coordinates. This is very profound. Since the annihilation gate was closed, all coordinate measurements will be biased. Then keep up with the times. Linda took out a feather pen from his arms and helped her complete the formula. Okay, it should be fine now. You can go back and take a look. Balina held the manuscript paper and checked it back and forth, with surprise on her face. You used new mathematical tools. I have never seen it. Yet, what's wrong? Balina pursed her lips and couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. I don't understand. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Angmund, who was standing aside, finally got tired of the stone wall when he heard this, and turned to Linda and said, Hello, Master Linda, can I discuss magic with you? Sure. Chapter 23. Is this also called the annihilation field? As the number of exchanges increased, Linda's reputation became more and more famous among the freshmen. The apprentices who usually gathered around Linda formed a seminar privately and organized simple lectures in their spare time. They invited Linda to join the seminar, but Linda rejected it on the grounds that he was busy with studies and had no time to be distracted. Things did not end there. The seminar continued to exist, and the trouble it caused forced Linda to come forward to solve it. The arrogant apprentices of Winterhold College were unwilling to accept the senior members of the college, but were willing to bow to Linda, a latecomer, because he showed profound and immeasurable talent. Such an unattainable genius, his every move was regarded as a criterion. The seminar that was rejected by him was not discouraged, but tried harder to get Linda's recognition. They regarded Linda as the next chief mage of the college, and they claimed this in public and private. This statement caused some dissatisfaction, because there are always scholars who covet the position of chief mage. Confrontation leads to unity. The members of the seminar heard the complaints and then began to unite and fight against the dissidents. In just 1 week, all the freshmen, except Lind himself, joined the seminar actively or passively. Of course, in the name of an academic group for common communication. The seminar continued to attract old students, scholars, and senior members, which aroused the disgust of some people. Some undercurrents were surging. As the mid-year month ended, on the 4th day of the sun's high month, July, 3 distinct forces had formed in the college: the seminar that supported Lind as the leader, the scholar group that resisted the seminar, and the marginalized people who did not participate in the competition. What's funny is that Lind himself is a marginalized person. Even he discovered this fact relatively late, because he specialized in magic at Winterhold College and didn't care about the lives of his classmates. Just as Hogwarts was warmer to him, Lind was also more partial to the students there. When he discovered the clues, it was the 6th day of the sun's high month. Linda usually stays in the library on the 2nd floor of the Temple of Elements. The library is rich in collections and is a paradise in the minds of every knowledge seeker. Linda spends a lot of time here. In addition to studying, he uses the copy spell to copy books and store them in his library tower. The administrator of the Winterhold Library is named Urug Gloshub, an old orc. No matter how well dressed he is, he still has a barbaric temperament. However, don't look at their rough appearance, green skin, and fangs. In fact, they are also a branch of elves. In fact, there are mainly two intelligent races in the world of the Elder Scrolls, elves and humans, and most races are their offshoots. Urag doesn't like Linda very much, of course, because of Linda's attitude. On the first day Linda came to the academy, when he visited the library, Urag gave advice. You are in the secret collection. You can regard this place as my annihilation field. If you do anything that violates the rules, I will tear you to pieces with angry elements. Linda was amused. He was shocked when he heard this sentence in the game. He thought that this old orc, as a librarian, could not be a demon hidden in the world? Listen to the tone, and it is the annihilation realm. Later, he realized that Urag's words were actually a metaphor, meaning that his authority in the library was like an inviolable demon. Have you always been so arrogant? Urag's face immediately turned from green to black, and he said in a muffled voice, whether I am arrogant or not, you'd better not try to anger me. Sorry. If there is a chance, maybe you will see the real Annihilation Realm, a place that also stores books and knowledge. Linda spoke gently and truthfully, but it didn't sound very friendly to Urag. Humph, take care of yourself. May you drown in the ocean of knowledge, arrogant wizard. Since their first meeting, Linda spent every day in the library until late at night when Ulag announced the closing of the library. In Ulag's opinion, all young freshmen like Linda were like this, pretending to be passionate and loyal to knowledge, full of confidence and arrogant, as if the truth of magic was within reach, but the obscure theoretical knowledge, the vague notes of predecessors, and the vast metaphors and codewords would soon wear out all their passion. When faced with profound magical knowledge, they would soon doubt themselves and suffer a setback, and then gradually regain their broken confidence through repeated experiments and calculations, and establish a steady attitude from then on. Only such a wizard is qualified to study advanced knowledge and become an expert. Ulag was waiting to see Linda's good show, so he silently observed this freshman behind the counter every day. Watching him shuttle between the bookcases with a pile of books in his hands, watching him perform calculations at the round table. He was waiting for Linda to give in and seek advice from the administrator. But he never got Linda's help. Day after day, Urag watched Linda change the books in his hands at a rapid speed. His notes and drafts piled up from the floor to the height of the table several times. This man was patient, silent, and never made noise. Only the rustling sound of the quill pen rubbing against the paper accompanied him. He always stayed up until Urag could hardly hold on to sleep, and then went to the first floor to conduct magic experiments. He was sleepless and full of energy, which was amazing. In the next few days, Urag experienced self-doubt and suffered a lot. Then, after long-term observation and secret testing, he gradually regained his broken confidence and established the concept that Linda was a genius. Although Urag didn't say it, he recognized Linda's ability and knowledge in his heart, so he would warn everyone who came to the library not to disturb Master Linda, otherwise he would be torn to pieces by his angry elements. The seat and desk where Linda often stayed were also designated as exclusive by Urag, and other mages were not allowed to occupy them. The members of the seminar once asked in surprise, "Mage Urag, when did you become a fan of Master Linda?" "I am not his fan, I hate him." Urag's face was still sour. And the members of the academy who resisted the seminar would also express dissatisfaction with Urag. Why can Master Linda have his own exclusive seat in the secret collection hall? Because every minute and every second of his life is extremely precious to the magic world, and his arduous and extraordinary efforts are unmatched in this academy. And you mediocre people having your own seats in the library is just a waste of resources. Urag's tone was merciless. On this day, Linda spent the morning in the library as usual. He had completed all his study work in the library tower, and the original research was completed in the academy. This kind of work requires time and inspiration. The eye of all-seeing can help him quickly master knowledge, but it will not provide creativity. Creativity belongs to every intelligent life, and it is a treasure of thought that even gods cannot monopolize. The quiet library was filled with hurried footsteps, followed by a low and sharp quarrel. High Elf Scholar Nilya said sternly. Enough, I can't tolerate your rudeness anymore. I must tell him that he should either give up this shameless and immoral behavior or wait to be expelled from the academy. Brighton apprentice Vino said in a hurried and excited tone, Ms. Nilya, the fault of this incident has nothing to do with Master Linda. Please listen to our explanation, we are willing to make compensation. Urug stopped them, quiet. The secret collection hall is not a place for you to quarrel. If you have any problems, go downstairs to solve them. Nilya took a deep breath, I came to find Master Linda. His followers broke into my residence without permission and tried to steal my research materials. Such behavior seriously violated the regulations of the academy, and he must give a reasonable explanation. Vino hurriedly explained, we have repeatedly stated that Master Zag is not stealing your research materials. Then how to explain his appearance in my room? We caught some signs, bad signs. Vino's eyes flickered. Urug said coldly, this is the last warning. Now, leave. What happened? Linda came over. I'm sorry to bother you, Master Linda. It's just some misunderstandings that will be resolved soon. Vino's face was sweating. Why are you so nervous? Nilya sneered and said, let me explain. Chapter 24 Fans. I see. In the central courtyard of the academy, Linda sat on a bench and listened to Nilya's accusation and Vino's defense. It happened yesterday evening. The members of the seminar tried to win over marginalized people. The tiger apprentice Zag discovered that Mage Nilya had been close to several members of the academy who opposed Linda. So he sneaked into Mage Nilya's residence secretly, trying to find evidence of her alliance with opponents. The tiger people, this race is not a kind of human or elf. They look like upright cats, with long tails, sharp nails on their hands, pads on their feet, agile and fast, and proficient in some sneaky skills. Tiger caravans are all over Tamriel. They are a bit like gypsies and have a bad reputation. I'm sorry that this happened. The academy has always maintained the principle of political independence. I didn't expect these fights to still occur within the academy. Since it started with me, I will be responsible to the end. Linda pinched his eyebrows, and he was also a little surprised. Nilya was no longer aggressive towards Linda, but she still warned, be careful of your followers, they will get you expelled from the academy. Thank you again. I will try my best to compensate you for the losses you suffered. Vino apologized to Linda guiltily, Master Linda, our original intention was never to cause you trouble. Linda was silent for a while, watching Nilya go away, and then whispered, who is the person in charge of your seminar? It's Master Mayo. No wonder, Linda thought, the Dark Elves are a race that is very good at scheming, and their cultural traditions are full of the corrupt blood of politicians. Balina may be a wizard who pursues magic purely, but she was born in a famous family and was influenced by her surroundings. She is no stranger to political means. Leading a group of spellcasters should be easier for her than kneading dough. Please leave a message, thank you very much. Tell Master Mayo that if she is free, please come to see me. Linda's expression was still very gentle. Vino couldn't guess his thoughts. This young stranger seemed to be always so calm, like a dead pool. Apart from his thirst for knowledge, he had no worldly desires. He never slept, had no entertainment, didn't care about other people's evaluation, and had no impulses of joy or anger. It was because he was so calm, persistent, and full of inhuman divinity that the apprentices believed in Lin's future achievements and were willing to follow him. There are precedents of this kind in the history of Tamriel. The reincarnation of the Holy Spirit or the reincarnation of the demigods all showed extraordinary abilities, and eventually became heroes who changed the direction of the world under the guidance of fate. Not to mention the distant past, there was a real record of the reincarnation of the dark elf Saint Narivar in the Morrowind region of the Third Age. There is no doubt that Lind was regarded as a strong man sent from heaven by this group of mage apprentices. But the fact is actually similar. Lind can indeed be regarded as a demon god coming to the world, such a weak demon god is rare. Belina Mayo hurried over after receiving the message. She paused at the edge of the courtyard, tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and walked forward quickly. Master Linda, I sincerely apologize to you on behalf of the seminar. We just want to repay you. SHH. Please wait a moment. Linda lowered his head and immersed himself in his notes. He raised a finger and signaled Belina to shut up. She stood here, and Linda sat on the bench without saying a word. People passed by from time to time and cast surprised eyes. The summer sun was warm, and the lush grass and trees in the courtyard swayed in the wind. The silence was unbearable, and Belina's face gradually became bleak, and her purple skin turned dry dark grey. Belina stood there in a daze. At some point, she finally found that Linda had raised his head, and their eyes met in the air. Belina saw a silver-white light flashing in Linda's brown eyes. Legilimens, a spell to enter the other person's mind and read other people's thoughts. Linda didn't often use this magic, firstly because it was very impolite, and secondly because he didn't have such a strong desire to explore. However, Belina's dazed look did make him curious about what this dark elf was thinking. Now he probably knew the truth. Master Linda is teaching me a lesson, and I deserve it. The seminar should only be a small group dedicated to academics. After those self-righteous old students joined, they began to point fingers. They were suppressing their competitors in the name of Master Linda. The idiot Zag involved Master Linda with his stupid plan. The power change in the academy should have been completed quietly, and he should have taken that position, and I would facilitate this moment in return for his selfless help. But now everything is ruined. But if... Damn it, the seminar was a mistake from the beginning. Linda, oh, Linda, please don't resent me for this. It must make me feel heartbroken. No, please don't. Master Mayo. Yes, yes, Master Linda. Belina pursed her lips and tried to look calm. It seems that I did ignore your ideas. Linda said while choosing his words, oh, why are you standing like this? You should have sat down just now. I have made some gratifying progress in my research, so I kept you waiting. I can come back later. Belina's tone reminded people of walking under the ice. The white salmon was vague and low. Let's make some things clear now. I'm not interested in the seminar you organized. Do you know why? You have your own considerations. The seminar is only for academic exchanges, it is not an organizational tool. But it has become a tool. Your original intention is good. No one can find fault with it. But the position of the chief mage, if fate comes that day, there will be a result naturally. Linda thought, following the plot of the game, Aran will abdicate sooner or later, and there is no need for these rookie mages to meddle in other people's business. Yes, I will disband the seminar immediately and apologize to the Nilya scholars. She felt the cold and numbness at the end of her fingers. This is a good solution. Belina got up to leave, and Linda stopped her. But I can't ignore your efforts. As compensation. He handed a notebook to Belina. I will organize a small academic salon and invite mages who have spare time to participate. This notebook records some of my experiences. You can take it back and read it, or you can find someone to discuss it with. It can be used as a topic for the next salon. She hesitated for a long time. Master Mayo. What? Oh, I'm here. I see. Belina took the notebook and held it tightly. I'm looking forward to what kind of surprise you can bring me. Also, Linda, I really appreciate your selfless help these days, each of us. It's a small matter. Belina carefully observed Linda's expression, and smiled relaxedly. She tiptoed away, as if a small whirlwind was holding her up. She ran a few steps quickly, slowed down, and finally couldn't help running until she disappeared at the end of the dwarf pine forest in the courtyard. She looked very happy, Linda thought, probably because she was too happy to get the magic notebook of the original. Shortly after Balina left, an unexpected visitor came to Linda from the circular corridor at the edge of the courtyard. "I'm sorry that I accidentally overheard your conversation. Mage Linda, would you mind talking to me?" The visitor was the highest person in charge of the Winterhold Academy, Chief Mage Savos Aaron. "My honor." Chapter 25, The Path of the Great. Aaron is also a dark elf. Compared with Balina, he is much calmer. In this special period, the civil war in Skyrim affects everyone's fate. As the only remaining spellcaster organization in Skyrim, Aaron has made the Academy an academic paradise away from war with a firm attitude in the face of the solicitation and threats of various forces. Because of this, he is a respectable chief mage. "You are an impressive young man." This was the first time that Aaron and Linda had a face-to-face interview. As the leader of the Academy, he did not have the airs of a politician, but was a very approachable superior. "More than one wizard has praised you to me these days. They think your magical attainments are close to those of a master. So, what should I do? I'm not ready yet." "Young man, I am sure that your knowledge and level are enough to overcome any challenge. Life is a great adventure, and it won't keep you prepared. Of course, you are still young, and spending a few years in the Academy is not a luxury for you." Aaron's scarlet eyes stared at the statue of Shalitter in the center of the courtyard, and he didn't know what he remembered. Linda knew Aaron's story. When he was young, he and his classmates explored the ruins of the ancient lost city. In the depths of the ruins of the dragon worship Holy Land, they encountered the revived Lich Molokai. They were unable to fight. In the end, Aaron set up a powerful seal at the cost of his classmates to trap the dragon priest Molokai. He escaped alone, and this incident has become an unforgettable nightmare since then. Such a person who suffered in adventure, such a person who pursued a conservative neutral policy, persuaded young people to take risks. "I don't pursue fame, nor do I have too many desires. I just want to be as prepared as possible before the terrible things happen, so as not to be powerless when the real crisis comes. At that time, all my regrets will become weak hypocrisy." Linda is very clear about the disaster that Skyrim is about to face. The world devourer who returned from the exiled time torrent, the revived dragon group, these arrogant ancient rulers will once again dig their rule from the grave and weigh heavily on the heads of every life in Skyrim and even in Tamriel. While Alduin has not yet come to the sky, he wants to accumulate strength quickly so that he can protect himself from the dragon disaster and protect those people who deserve to be protected. After hearing what Linda said, Aaron probably thought of his classmates again, and the sad things came to his mind. He was silent for a while. "Maybe you are right." Aaron nodded. "Do you know about the war situation in Skyrim?" "I know a thing or two. Not long ago, the Empire and the Aldmiri had a conflict. Although the Empire won the war, it signed the humiliating Treaty of Platinum. The people of Skyrim were forced to abandon the faith of Talos. Ulfric led the Stormcloaks to fight for the independence of Skyrim and tried to restore the faith of Talos." "That's right. If you were asked to choose one side, would you join the Empire or the Stormcloaks?" "I would choose neither." Aaron smiled, and was obviously satisfied with Lynn's answer. "You see, although I am the chief mage, I have not been able to make any beneficial changes to the status quo. The Academy is still notorious. And the locals' distrust of us is increasing. The world's surveillance and hostility towards the Academy has never weakened for a moment, especially during this period. Recently, the Thalmor Embassy has frequently sent me letters. They hope to send spell consultants to the Academy for exchanges." "You agree?" "Yes. Because of this, I hope that the Academy can unite and prevent Thalmor's spies from taking advantage of it." "Your choice once again surprised me. I thought I wanted to persuade you to disperse your followers. A lot of effort. Not everyone cares about the pursuit like you do." Linda was also helpless. "I know nothing about the actions of Master Mayo and others. I even find it baffling. You have underestimated your own influence. Master Linda, some people are born to be leaders. People around you will project their wishes on you and regard you as the savior of their lives. This process is natural, as long as you are enough excellent, as long as the world is cruel enough. I did give them a little help. Master Linda. You came to the academy in the middle of the year, and it has been less than 2 months until now. And I have already seen changes that have not happened in the past 10 years. The dust in the vault has fallen off because of you. It is a pool of stagnant water. The house of the elements thunders because of you. Indifferent scholars communicate with each other because of you. Sometimes you don't need to do anything, your presence alone brings about change, just like the planets and the twin moons, whenever they appear. There will be people looking up to the sky. I am flattered by your compliment. Linda was a little shocked. If such words came from his admirers, he would be able to accept them shamelessly, but when he heard the flattery of the newcomer from the mouth of the chief mage, he was really confused. Perhaps you came to this land to bring changes to the world. But the question is, Master Linda, what are your expectations for this world? What are you longing for in your heart? Linda knew that Aaron had expectations for him. At this time, he couldn't say that he just wanted to learn magic and then go through the plot to get the Eye of Magnus, right? Aaron didn't wait for Linda's answer. He stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had released all the squeezing pain. Master Linda, no matter what blueprint you have drawn in your mind, just go ahead and do it. The academy will not be a drag on you. Thanks. No, thank you for your time, young man. The chief mage left, leaving behind Linda and a question. What are you longing for? Linda could say a lot of things casually, but after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly became speechless. Regarding the current situation of life, he is actually not dissatisfied with anything. The basic needs for survival can be met, so it is time to have higher pursuits. For now, Linda is fascinated by magic, and he has really worked hard to learn it. On the one hand, it is to improve strength, on the other hand, it is also a hobby. Come on, magic is really cool, okay? Moreover, as a half-demon, learning these profound knowledge was not a challenge for Linda, and he did not force himself to work hard for it. While the members of Winterhold College all thought that Linda was the kind of ascetic who devoted himself to academics, little did they know that Linda was actually living a happy life. When you are tired from reading, you can go back to the library tower to rest. The house elf is always on call. Whatever you want to eat or drink, Callie will prepare it. Others think he never sleeps, but in fact Linda sleeps well every day, not only for 8 hours at night, but also takes a nap at noon. As for entertainment items, the library tower is equipped with computers and game consoles, and even miscellaneous equipment such as arcade machines, pachinko, and KTV. However, he is not very interested in them. The background of the Harry Potter world is still there. In the 20th century, there are still 2.5 years until the release of The Elder Scrolls 1, and rich electronic entertainment will have to wait for another 20 years. Linda's greatest pleasure every day, besides exploring new magic systems, is teaching others to learn magic. He used to be a teacher, so he has some professional habits. Every time he saw these apprentices being tortured by magic theories, Linda felt happy even though he didn't say anything. As his understanding of the two magic systems continued to deepen, Linda gradually began to touch the root of magic. A deeper enthusiasm emerged in his heart, which was the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of power. He knew that he was walking on a great road. This road may be lonely, or there may be companions, but no matter what, Linda will walk on it. Chapter 26: A Slight Change of Original Intention. A. There are two ways to study magic, one is to follow the path of natural philosophy, and the other is to explore transcendental philosophy. Linda talked eloquently, describing his understanding of the roots of magic. For us, the magic of natural philosophy is always more intuitive and easy to understand, while the magic of the transcendental system requires special talent and environment. We will not discuss it here. If there is an opportunity in the future, maybe we can hold a special lecture. They gathered in the southeast corner of the Temple of Elements. There were not only freshmen present, but also more senior members of the Academy. Linda talked about the update of the basic theory of magic. He boldly introduced mathematical tools from the earth. At this moment, he was not alone in his speech. The souls of Gauze and Hilbert were possessed, and his exquisite theories impacted the hearts of all the mages. For the magic researchers of this era, Linda opened a new palace. After the speech, everyone applauded. XXXX. The members of the Academy were surprised to find that although the various concepts and contents proposed by Linda were very basic, they already had a mature system, enough for him to write books and become a famous scholar. That's exactly what they suggested. A mage's path to fame, apart from taking risks, is to publish works, and taking risks is often done in order to gain results and publish works. Ida trademarks just that Lind has no interest in this. The reason why he gives public lectures on such basic subjects is just to improve the average level of Winterhold College. He is not here to be a copywriter from another world. Being an academic tycoon is too boring. Linda's real research project is actually more specific and interesting. If he can succeed, then he will reproduce a terrifying magic system. How terrifying is it? Lida trademarks just say that the magic damage value of this system needs to be calculated using scientific notation. Billions of damage per frame, even the gods are scared when they see it. At the end of the lecture, everyone was still a little unfinished. When Linda looked around, he found that one person was missing. Isn't Master Zag here? Yes. He didn't come. Farah Odar came over and congratulated Linda. Wonderful lecture, Master Linda. We all have a hunch that you are creating an era. Similar compliments come in an endless stream, making people feel elated. Seeing faces full of smiles. A vague thought flashed through Linda's mind, should I go a step further? Studying hard in Winterhold and the library tower makes people forget the passage of time. In fact, more than a year has passed for him. If it weren't for the age lock in the library tower, he would have grown taller by now. This year was the period when he laid the foundation stone of magic theory. Magic and science education in the world of the Elder Scrolls have something in common. The stronger the foundation, the higher the learning efficiency. Now, Linda is already a leader in the Academy in terms of both personal strength and academic status. If he continues to stay in Winterfort, there is not much room for improvement. The library tower has never been able to exert its full power. It is in urgent need of a divine engine to make this kingdom of God run smoothly. The artifacts from all over the Skyrim province seem to be waving at him. Lind's goal is very clear, that is, the Eye of Magnus hidden in the ruins of Thassel under the territory of Winterfort. This artifact is a powerful energy source in the game, and its explosive power can be observed with instruments all over the planet. If he can get it, then Linda will have no worries. But the artifact is not so easy to get. Not to mention that the Eye of Magnus is closely watched by the mysterious Sijic Order, just moving it into the library tower is a problem. The only way he thought of was to use the teleportation array, and this required helpers who were proficient in the magic of the Elder Scrolls world. Linda thought of the seminar that he disliked. The reason why he was unwilling to join this student club was that he was really busy on the one hand, and on the other hand, he felt that such a loose organization was not useful and would not be used in daily life. The key was unreliable at all times. Therefore, you still have to build your own club. The meeting place is in the library tower. This place is absolutely safe and there is no need to worry about being betrayed. Moreover, the library tower is meant to attract knowledge seekers after all, and the mission given to it by Linda is to spread knowledge, not to block it. The core members of the club must be in short supply rather than in excess, and must pass the test of character. Linda quickly finalized a few preliminary candidates in his mind. After getting along with each other for this period of time, the people he really likes and trusts are Bulrina and Onmund. They are both talented, and loyal to their friends. But there is another person who may be able to give him an unexpected surprise. Linda revealed a little bit about the idea of AA establishing a club to Brolina, not only to test the idea, but also to get some suggestions. Brolina was happy with his decision. She said the club needed a secluded meeting place, and an area beneath the academy called the Bone Dungeon might be just the thing. Linda has an impression of the Dry Bones Dungeon. Depending on the translation, that place is sometimes called Shell Hill and is a very gloomy place. It's cold and dark, and there are also strange things like ice ghosts, corpses, and frost-eating spiders. If you stay at the College of Winterhold for a long time, you will find that there is a place like this, and many apprentices will use it as a secret base to conduct dangerous experiments and end up losing their lives in it. Then we will choose the Dry Bones Dungeon as the venue for our first meeting. AA. When Linda found the Cagiate mage Zag, the big cat was squatting in his private room drinking wine. Since they met, Zag has received many direct and indirect teachings from Linda, which has been of great help to him in learning destruction spells. He always remembered this selfless help and tried to get closer to Lind. In the seminar, he was an active member, but his status has never been high or low. It should be said that this has something to do with his race. The reputation of their race is very bad. Cagiates can be seen in most groups of thieves and assassins. They are also regarded as poisonous insects and often sell and consume a special drug called moon sugar. Moon sugar is purified into skooma, an addictive hallucinogen. Cagiate caravans are often not allowed to enter towns because there are too many lowlifes among them. You can often see some products of questionable origin in Cagiate stalls. Due as a spellcaster, Zag has his pride and will never allow others to look at him with discrimination. But he is willing to dirty his hands for the seminar, regardless of his reputation. Such loyalty is rare. Mage Zag. I need your help. The Tiger Man Zag slowly put down the bottle. Mage Linda, you can say it, Zag is listening. I am going to prepare for an adventure and need help. I know that you are not only an excellent mage, but also proficient in the skills of a stealth warrior. Zag was stung by the word stealth warrior, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. Zag is not a thief. I have no intention of slandering you. Linda clarified again and again, in fact, I am forming an adventure team, an elite team that can cope with any situation. The members of the team help each other, and someone needs to take the initiative to assume responsibilities other than mages. Warriors, archers, and stealth warriors are all indispensable. Mage Linda should go find mercenaries and go to the Thieves' Guild in the Rift Valley. I don't trust them. The partners I want to recruit are people I can trust. I want to establish a close community to explore the root secrets of magic together. Zag's eyes lit up and he agreed immediately. Chapter 27 Unknown Tester. Night fell. Balina came to the courtyard quietly. In the jet of the magic well, her titanium alloy light armor reflected a grey light, like flowing ancient silk. At the railing of the north corridor, two people were already waiting for her. They were also wearing armor, one was a heavy plate armor, and the other was a slim and light scale armor. Magical auras faintly seeped out from the gaps between the armor plates. Master Balina. The first to greet was Angmund, who had a hand axe hanging on his waist, an oak round shield behind him, and a pair of bull horns inlaid on his head armor. He looked like a standard Nord warrior, and only the best among the warriors were qualified to wear it. The other person nodded to Balina without speaking. His scale armor was as compact and delicate as fish skin, and he had an extra cloak on the outside. Balina's armor has slender and cold lines, and its protective performance is close to that of Anmund's heavy armor, but it is lighter and more flexible. At first glance, the three of them looked nothing like mages. When they met each other, they were a little embarrassed for a while. Anmund said dryly, great outfit. Zag gently stroked the cloak. The tiger man's sharp claws could not scratch this layer of strange cloth. He felt the enchanted energy on the clothes. Anyone who got this cloak could easily hide in the shadows, but Zag cared about Linda's enchanting skills. The magic aura permeated every thread of the cloak. The perfect spell structure did not waste any soul energy and did not cause magic overflow. The Tiger Man mage gave a heartfelt praise. No one can match Linda's enchanting skills. Blalina did not refute. The magic items she had seen were like water in the river and wood in the mountains, but there were only a few that could compare with these tools. Master Linda's talent is unquestionable. And his craftsmanship is also very exquisite. Angmund nodded. I have never heard of this kind of metal. It not only has good magic conductivity, but also is strong and light. Everyone continued to praise it for a few more sentences, and then there was nothing to say. As mages, they now have to play warriors, thieves, and archers, which is indeed a bit psychological. Brylin aside, Master Linda is indeed a rare magic genius, but it's a pity. The three smiled at each other, but it was a pity that they were too timid. At this time, a young voice cut in from the side, scaring them. Everyone is here, are you still getting used to these equipment? It was Linda. He was wearing a simple robe and carrying a pharmacist's backpack, obviously traveling light. He was the only one present who dressed like a mage. Great magic equipment. I will use it carefully and try not to damage it. Anmund's tone was nervous. Linda waved his hand. This is for you. You can do whatever you want with it. He spent 5 minutes making these magic equipment in the library tower. Transfiguration and enchantment, the raw materials are just a pile of pebbles and a few large soul stones. Soul stones are the only expense. This special crystal can store soul energy, and soul energy is an indispensable element for making enchanted tools and magic arrays. Master Linda, I asked several high-level members about the Bone Dungeon. There is no big danger in it. We don't need to be so careful. Blalina was a little helpless. She liked the equipment Linda gave her very much. But she still had to make an effort for the dignity of a mage. Linda showed a strange smile. Be careful. By the way, one last question before leaving. He looked around at the expressions of the three people. No one wants to quit, right? Because the Bone Dungeon is actually quite dangerous. No one quits, okay. Let's go. After lifting the cover, the wooden ladder leading to the Bone Dungeon was revealed in front of them. As a warrior, Angmund entered first with a reluctant look on his face, followed by Zag, Lind, and finally Blalina. It was like stepping into a deep well. The ladder leading to the Bone Dungeon was damp and icy. The well was narrow and constrained. After going down a distance, they came to the permafrost layer. The cold seemed to turn into invisible claws, trying to penetrate their internal organs. Fortunately, their equipment had a thick and warm lining. Originally, they were quite dissatisfied, but now the three of them were somewhat glad that they wore the armor provided by Lind. The ladder seemed to have no end downwards, it stretched out like this. After a long while, Anmund said, I can see the ground. When they reached the ground, they found that it was just a terrace protruding from the rock layer, and there was still a long ladder to climb down. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, Zag couldn't help but mutter, Master Linda, if we hold a gathering here, the participants will be rarer than the blue butterflies in the desert. That's why we need to transform the environment. When they all reached the bottom, Linda raised his hand and pressed the wooden ladder shaft they came from. Master Linda, what are you doing? Remember the other set of magic that doesn't follow the natural philosophy system that I mentioned last time? Linda whispered, as if whispering, wandering in the deep dungeon corridor, with a faint but empty echo. Yes. The way of the Mr. Linda and the tuning project of the Dwemer, right? Anmund answered first. No, I don't understand those two systems. I'm talking about another kind of magic. Linda slammed the rock wall and shouted, Extension, the stairs of ascent. Under the horrified gaze of the three people, the hard and cold frozen soil and granite rippled like flowing water, and the well seemed to turn into the esophagus of a giant and began to wriggle. 10,000 tons of boulders retreated in the roar, and the texture of the ancient rock layer flickered like the swaying feathers of a peacock. The well wall was widening, and layers of spiral steps extended from the wall. The whole process was slow but firm. The world around them was shaking, for the words of the man named Linda, the things in nature succumbed to his thoughts and changed their shapes. Balina looked up at the dark well, raised the magic light ball in her hand, and made it rise like a hydrogen balloon, illuminating the spiraling and extending stairs, like the bumps on the tube of a music box. The magnificent rhythm resounded silently in her heart. What kind of magic is this? Linda was sweating and panting as he sat on the ground. Well, wait a minute. He took out potions and alchemical potions from his backpack and poured them into his mouth. He soon regained his spirit. Angmund grabbed Linda's hand excitedly. Master Linda, can I learn this? I'm afraid not, because you are a muggle. Muggle? Yes, you don't have a talent for magic. I mean, this special kind of magic. It's a pity. Zag interlocked his cat's paws and approached Linda. Zag is not a muggle, Zag wants to learn. No, you are also a muggle. Balina shrugged. Needless to say, I am also a muggle. Linda nodded. She was a little disappointed. The path of magic is open. Some things seem incredible, perhaps just because our eyes are too dim to see the brilliance of the world. As long as we are still walking on the path of seeking knowledge, one day we will be able to see the scenery we longed for. Master Linda, will you lead us to see those scenery? Zag looked expectant. I will. Linda was silent for a moment. I am willing to share. But not everyone is destined to be able to catch up with my pace. At that time, the three people had not heard the hidden meaning of this sentence, and thought that Linda's arrogant character was rejecting people. Chapter 28 The Beloved Son of the Sky Mother. The underground of Winterhold College is extremely cold all year round. The four people walked forward with torches. The first half of the bone dungeon is relatively safe, with only a few wandering skeletons. It is unknown which apprentice left the homework, which was chopped by Anmund. The buildings here are really old. Maybe they are from the Second Age. Belina's sigh was scattered in the darkness where the firelight flickered. In the distance, there was the sound of water in the underground river and the roar of the underground waterfall. Perhaps before the collapse, the bone dungeon was still part of Winterhold. Anmund walked in front with a relaxed pace. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's very likely. Soon, they arrived at a hall, which was very spacious and suitable as a venue for activities. Anmund took off his helmet carelessly and said to Lind, "Look, there is no danger here, we don't need to be so careful." Lind looked around, and the three wizards looked strange, as if saying, "You are really making a fuss." He nodded. "Okay, starting from this hall, we will disperse to search everywhere and clean up this area. If we encounter any problems, return immediately." Balina said, "I'll go find the elemental furnace. I'll be back soon." Angmund strode forward. "There are just more undead ahead, I will drive them away." Zag said he would stay to protect Lind. "You go to help Anmund. Don't let him get into trouble." The three of them set off one after another. After watching them leave, Lind cast invisibility on himself and followed quietly. Angmund walked through the hall and arrived at a sunken cellar. He didn't encounter any problems along the way. He shouted to the way he came, "Zag, come and take a look." No answer. "Master Zag." Still no answer. The brightness of the magic candlelight could not match the eternal silence of the dungeon. The miserable stone bricks were soaked with water stains. The air was so cold that people's lungs froze. The underground river was gurgling and running, and there was no other sound. Angmund frowned. Frowning, maybe Zag has taken a fork in the road. The structure of this dungeon is quite complicated. He left marks at every fork in the road, so he is not afraid of getting lost in this unbearable darkness. The surroundings are so quiet that it makes people's feet itch. Ahem. Angmund coughs from time to time, as if he is expecting a response from the darkness. The ceiling is leaking, and a small pond has accumulated in the cellar. Angmund waded through the shallow water and continued to go deeper. Through a rotten wooden door, there is an empty ice cave in front, and the thick ice layer presents a beautiful light blue. It seems that the air has become as pleasant as tropical sea water. But in fact, it is extremely cold here. Hiss! Angmund turned his head suddenly, and he heard the sound of snakes spitting out their tongues, but there are no snakes in the northern part of Skyrim. There is only one thing here that can make this sound. It is the ice ghost. They are like crystal snakes, transparent throughout, floating in the air, and can spit out the cold air of frozen liquor. Angmund's eyes widened. In the magic aura, there were no less than 10 ice ghosts, enough to easily bury a team of elite soldiers. Be quiet. Don't move. Angmund slowly took off the shield behind him and retreated step by step. The ice ghosts did not rush to attack, but forced Angmund to retreat deeper. A cold wind blew along the back of his neck. Angmund turned his head stiffly. Behind him was a ghost mother emitting cold aura. Run! Linda shouted in the darkness. A fireball flew over and broke up the cluster of ice ghosts. Angmund was very excited. He rushed forward with his shield on his head. The breath of the ice ghosts and the roar of the ghost mother were left behind him. He quickly returned to the flooded cellar. However, he did not find Linda. Boom! The sound of the fireball exploding came. The battle was still going on in the ice cave. There was only one answer. Master Linda stopped the pursuers for him. Angmund gritted his teeth and rushed back. He saw Linda, holding a powerful barrier in one hand and casting a fireball spell with the other. In front of the tiny back was an ice-blue demon ghost roaring in the sky. Hold on, I'm coming. Angmund raised his shield and cast a rocket spell to try to help Linda retreat. Go back. Find Mayo and Zag. You can't stop them. Linda switched spells, drew a line of fire behind him with his hands behind his back, and the blazing flames rose into a high wall, blocking Angmund. At the same time, the ice spear thrown by the ghost mother tore through Linda's spell shield, pierced through his robes, and also pierced through the boy's body. No! The ice spear pierced the ground, hanging Linda in the air. He was like a bird with broken wings, his head tilted back, his sad eyes looked over the flames, staring at the desperate Nord mage. Angmund! Go! Absolutely not! Angmund roared with Nord blood flowing. He was a wizard who was not understood by his relatives, but he was also a Nord, the beloved son of the mother of Skyrim. In any battle, don't even think that a brave Nord would retreat a step. He ignored the deadly and burning wall of fire, stepped forward, smashed an ice ghost with a solid oak shield, and stepped into the enemy group. The flames in his hands erupted, but the frost around him was like a howling storm in the northern winter. Angmund felt cold all over. His magic could not match so many ice ghosts. He looked back at Lin's body. The skin on his hands and feet was frozen and cracked, and his bone marrow was frozen, but he was more confused and painful. Is this the end? The brightest new star of the academy was buried here like this? The magic flame in Angmund's hand was getting weaker and weaker. He couldn't lift the shield anymore and fell forward. In the bone-piercing drowsiness and pain, in the turbid and frozen vision, the desolate figure of the ghost mother slowly approached. Monster, I will never forgive your sins. With the power emerging from nowhere, Angmund picked up the hand axe at his waist, and with a war cry that tore his vocal cords, he bounced up from the ground, raised his weapon high, and chopped down heavily on the ghost mother. Bang! The skin bag that wrapped the dead soul was cut open, and with a chilling scream, this powerful enemy was scattered into ashes. The cluster of ice ghosts fled into the dark ice layer and disappeared. Angmund grinned and slowly knelt on the ground. He tried to twist his stiff neck, and the ice on his collarbone broke with a creepy crackling sound. He wanted to look back. Just one look, Holy Spirit, let me see Lind and let him breathe again, otherwise even if I rush to Sovngarde, I will never rest in peace. Behind him, there was no corpse of the young wizard, only a portal emitting azure light. A humanoid shadow in the door stared at Angmund, and only the silver-white outline was clearly visible. A cunning smile seemed to be revealed in the brown eyes. The shadow's lips moved. The Nord used his last sobriety to carefully identify the words of the person in the door. He was saying, "Well done. Welcome to the Library Tower, my annihilation realm, my country." What does it mean? Angmund was unable to think and fell into a coma. Chapter 29: The Choice of the Stalker. The tiger wizard Zag chased after Angmund. The magic equipment provided by Linda can greatly enhance the wearer's concealment. Darkness seems to have become a friend. He did not use magic lighting and hid in the colorless void. Except for the water droplets under his feet, no one could detect his footprints. Angmund's voice came back from the front. He seemed to have turned a corner and his voice became weaker. Zag slightly quickened his pace. Just as he stepped over a small piece of slippery ice suddenly, he heard the thin ice breaking beside him, making a strange cracking sound. The tiger wizard turned his head suddenly, but he saw nothing. It was pitch black there. Crack! The sound of the ice breaking again. It was a strange footstep. The structure of the tiger's foot allows them to apply pressure to the ground more evenly, so the ice surface that Zag stepped on was intact. But the thing in the dark did not have such a skill. Crack! Crack! The footsteps passed Zag and led to the front. Who was that? No, what was it? Zag wanted to ask, but he remained silent for the time being. He squatted down gently and moved forward in a more secretive posture. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zag, who came from a tiger caravan, learned many thief skills since he was a child. These things are like bones. Once they grow well, they can't fall off by themselves. Even if you want to forget them, they will become painful in the middle of the night. A Brighton thief who traveled with the caravan once taught Zag that the shadow is a jealous father. In the father's world, only one child can be favored. One must be on guard against this father at all times, because he does not want the successful child to challenge his authority. In this shadow, there are 2 stalkers, or perhaps more. Zag can only hope that he is still the most favored child for the time being. After crossing the ice, the clicking sound stopped. A deep wind blew from the corridor in front. It was the sea breeze blowing in from the cracks in the rock formations. After passing through the deep cave system of the bone dungeon, it was stained with the stench of oldness and decay. Zag gently pulled down his hood, letting the long beard on his face stretch out, and carefully felt the shape of the wind. Where the stalker passed, the airflow would be more turbulent and weak. He was sure that the man was still in front of him. At the intersection, the mark left by Angmund on the wall was very conspicuous, emitting a faint magical aura. Zag opened his eyes wide. The tiger man had dark vision, and he hoped to use this glimmer to see the form of another stalker. But he saw nothing. Why? Is it invisibility? Angmund's voice was even more distant. Through a rotten wooden door at the end of the corridor, there was a flooded cellar in front of them. Several ghouls were wandering by the pond. The dead flames in their eyes and the glimmering fungi on the walls provided a thin illumination. Zag stood high up and looked down, staring at the glimmering ripples on the surface of the pond. He saw that the stalker walked across the water, and circles of water waves spread out. The ghouls were unaware of the stalker, but when the center of the water waves passed over them, these ancient, dry corpses fell down like straws hit by a sickle, breaking into several pieces. There was no suspicious sound during the whole process, as if these ghouls had always been broken. But Zag knew that they were cut into pieces by the stalker. At the moment of the attack, a low shadow flashed and disappeared above the water. The violent attack tore through the invisibility, and Zag finally caught a glimpse of the appearance of this strange stalker. He, or it, was a dark cloak that was close to the ground, and its body was as shrunken as a beetle. Zag had never heard of such a creature. It continued to move forward. When Zag also quietly stepped onto the soaked floor, the stalker suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around and looked back, his eyes as green as phosphorus. Zag's hair exploded. But the creature just glanced suspiciously for a while, and then turned back again. Angmund shouted in front, "Master Zag!" Zag did not speak, but the creature made a faint voice, "I am." Angmund responded happily, "Come and see, the scenery here is really good." "Wait. The creature slightly quickened its pace, and its body was shrouded in the barrier of invisibility again. Zag was in a panic. He wanted to scream and tell Angmund to run away, but he calmed down. What should he do? He couldn't expose himself. He had to go back for support. Mage Linda and Mage Mayo could deal with this creature. Zag turned around and ran back the way he came. The moment he took a step, he heard Angmund's shrill scream behind him. He didn't look back and continued to run, but the road became long and complicated for some reason, with endless forks and the original road signs disappeared. Zag slowly stopped and released the insight spell. The magic wave radiated outward, reflected by the cave wall and returned to the spell structure. Gradually, a ball of light mist floated up, depicting the surrounding environment structure. With Zag as the origin, a traffic network as complex as the cerebral sulcus appeared. This is no longer a bone dungeon. He fell into a certain illusion trap without knowing it. Zag stayed where he was and pondered. A scream came from the passage on the left. It was the voice of Berlina Mayo. When Zag arrived, he found Balina lying on the ground with serious injuries. A ball of magic light floated above her head, dispelling the darkness. "Who's there?" The dark elf mage was casting a healing spell on herself. She seemed to hear something and suddenly raised her head. The original pair of scarlet eyes were now only two dark holes. Her eyes were dug out. "Come out, monster!" Zag stood outside the lighting range. The dark elf should not hear his voice, so what did she hear? The darkness would not answer. Balina asked hopefully, "Mage Linda, Angmund? Zag? Is that you?" No answer. He didn't dare to answer. Berlina was in a very bad state. The air was full of acrid blood. She was losing blood and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. If she delayed any longer, she would die. The dark elf woman began to cry, tears of blood flowing from her eyes. Zag turned his head away. At the same time, a sharp and terrifying metal tearing sound was heard, the magic light source was extinguished instantly, and Brialina's head fell to the ground. Zag trembled all over. He could have taken advantage of the creature's attack. The darkness protected him again. This jealous father seemed to like Zag particularly. He always liked cowards. Footsteps came from the passage in the southeast corner. A young wizard came with a magic light source. He saw Brialina's body, seems to be stunned. The one who came was none other than Lind. "Aono, how could it be Ea?" Zaga trademark's eyes widened. The dangerous creature has not left yet. What to do? What to do? If Zag protects Master Lind, he will surely die, and Lind may not survive. If he stands aside, at least one person can escape. Zag can inform the Academy of the disaster in the Bone Dungeon, and never set foot here again, or flee far away. The darkness is creeping silently, like the deep sea at night, with terrifying predators passing by, and those blind fish are unaware of the danger. Lind crouched in front of Berlina trademark's body, and the magic light ball illuminated a pair of sickle-like insect limbs that gradually rose behind him. "Ao run!" Zag threw an ice cone to break the insect's limbs, then flew over, hugged the creature tightly, and dragged it to the ground with his insignificant weight. His cowardice had already caused the tragic deaths of two companions, and this time, Zag wanted to sacrifice himself. Linda turned around and watched Zag, who was under the illusion, wrestling with a group of deformed algae, and suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Chapter 30 False Dependence, Sleeping God. Welcome to the library tower. The frightened Anmund and Zag looked around and observed this area. This was the library tower, but Lind had cast a lot of magic to change the shape of the hexagonal corridor. What was presented to them was a conference room standing in the void. There was nothingness all around, and countless floating bookshelves were emitting faint light in the deep darkness. There was a marble floor under their feet, a round table in the center, and many casual sofas and coffee tables around. In the infinitely distant sky above their heads, a blurry sun was suspended in the middle of the zenith, as turbid as glass, and there was a dark figure in the center. Lind sat at the round table and greeted the two guests. The house elf Giali held a silver dinner plate and politely served lemonade and gin to the guests. Master Lind, which Daedra King's domain is this? Anmund's voice was weak, as if he moaned a weak question from his throat, but in fact he was not injured at all. This place does not belong to any known Daedra lord. Linda drank lemonade. Zag sat there without saying a word, his hair still exploded, obviously not prepared mentally. Anmund was stunned. Ah! You heard it right, the owner here is not one of the 16 Daedra lords. Linda looked at the two frightened children. Maybe you need some time to accept the reality. Wait here for a while. I still need to invite Master Mayo. Wait. Anmund covered his head. So, Master Linda, you are a follower of a demon god from another world. Yes, a very accurate description. This is really... Sorry, in fact, we privately guessed that you were the spirit of an ancient demigod, but we didn't expect you to be a follower of a demon god. However, why did the dream bring us to the Annihilation Realm? You are my guests. This will be our gathering place from now on. I invite those talented and courageous seekers to form the Alliance of Seekers. And you have undoubtedly passed the test. Thank you. But, Master Linda, it is not a good thing to be associated with any Daedra lord. They do not have the sense of good and evil of mortals, and they like to play with our fate. You are talking about other Daedra lords. The owner of the library tower has a unique personality. He is more stupid. Okay, this adjective is a bit strange, but you can understand it this way. Do you see the sun above? That is the owner of the library tower. He is very inactive and has a mediocre response to external stimuli. Perhaps he has fallen, and now only a corpse is left. The corpse of the god. Anmund and Zag looked at each other, shuddering, and at the same time, they had the instinctive curiosity of the caster. One day he will return. Linda looked up at the sun. So what is your answer? If you don't want to join, I can erase these memories without causing any damage. Zag finally spoke. Zag wants to become a great wizard and master the power of destruction. Zag is willing to follow Master Linda. As he said, he stood up and bowed to Linda. Welcome, from now on we are companions on the road to knowledge. Anmund stood up and stared at Linda seriously. You said that not everyone can catch up with your pace, but I want to try. I want to know what the more distant scenery looks like. Linda stood up and returned the greeting. Great. Now I'm going to invite the third companion, and wish her to pass the test. Master Anmund, Master Zag. You stay here first. Wait a moment. A portal opened on the bookshelf not far away, and Linda left quickly. Anmund and Zag looked at each other, a little at a loss for a moment. The house elf Giali blinked and continued to bring them drinks. Hey, who are you? Jolly didn't understand, so he had to shake his head. Anmund fell on the reclining chair, feeling the blood flowing back to his limbs. He said to Zag, it seems that we have made a major decision. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Zag thinks it's a good thing. You were too impulsive just now. At least you should have asked again. I am full of doubts now. Who is the owner of the library tower? Why can Master Linda become a follower of Shul is above? This is too strange. Who would have thought that Master Linda could open the door to the annihilation realm? However, I don't know why, such a bizarre thing happened to Linda, and I didn't feel too surprised. Zag whispered, no matter what questions there are, Anmund will always agree. Zag is just saving time for everyone. You're right. Well, the library tower. It sounds like a good place. I'm going to look through the bookshelves. Braylina explored the bone dungeon alone. The elemental furnace mentioned in the letter sent by the family was a very magical altar that could transform the offerings. For example, offering rubies and fire salts could summon the element of fire. Braylina believed that if the working principle of the altar could be understood, it would be of great help to the study of the summoning system. Not far from the hall, the surroundings gradually became quiet. Braylina was a little absent-minded until she encountered a wandering corpse ghost, which woke her up with a shudder. She shouldn't have let her guard down here. Although there was no fatal threat, it was not a safe college dormitory after all. Braylina summoned a mysterious bow and shot an arrow, but failed to hit the standing still of corpse ghosts. She laughed dumbly. She was clearly a wizard, but she actually believed Linda's weird words and acted as an archer. She didn't know how to shoot arrows at all. In the final analysis, I seem to have trusted Master Linda too much. After coming to her senses, Braylina killed the corpse ghost with an explosive fireball. On the way, corpse ghosts appeared from time to time. Most of them were ancient mummies, and some were relatively fresh. If nothing unexpected happened, they were all stolen from the graves by the members of the Academy. There is a reason why necromancers are hated. They will rob graves and murder in order to obtain corpses. Even the Academy specifically requires that necromancy should not be studied on campus. Braylina murmured to herself, it seems that there are more and more. She stopped and decided to turn back immediately, but a conversation came from the front, which aroused her curiosity. Aoea, the corpse sent this to me afresha, the black soul stone is running outta. Braylina quietly approached the source of the sound. The speaker was a man and a woman, and the voice became vague through a rotten wooden door, and it was hard to tell who was who. Aoea, the trademark S really annoying. How many times has this happened? Aoea 73rd record. Aoea failed 73 times. So unlucky, why can't a trademark T we be like those geniuses? Magic is too stingy to us, and too promiscuous to some people, just like cheap prostitutes. Braylina immediately understood that it was just two apprentices who secretly violated the rules of the Academy, and it was no big deal. She turned and retreated. At this moment, the two people behind the wooden door suddenly screamed in fear. Aoea, look behind you. Ida trademark S resurrected. Aoea, what? I succeeded? No, it still has memories, it's angry. Braylina stopped where she was and slapped her head, idiot. She immediately summoned the storm element. A furious thunder smashed the wooden door. Get out of the way. I'm here to save you. Chapter 31. Lind doesn't understand people's hearts. Behind the wooden door were two panicked apprentices who rolled and crawled, and when they saw the storm element breaking in, they screamed excitedly, "Come and help us! Help!" Braylina rushed in and saw that there was more than just one resurrected corpse, it was a mass grave. There were all kinds of ancient mummies, fresh corpses, half-rotten corpses, fleshless skeletons, men, women, young and old, humans and elves, all races. If you didn't know, you would think it was the ruins of a massacre. There were so many corpses that the underground cave was full. The coffins were piled on the shelves, stacked up in several layers. They were waking up one after another and wailing miserably. The death aura pouring out of the corpses alone was enough to make an adult die of heart failure. Where did you get so many corpses? The two apprentices wore masks, hunched over, and looked wretched and timid. Braylina, you hold on here, we'll go find Master Aaron now. Hey! When Belina turned around, the two troublemakers fled quickly, and they also used fireball magic to destroy the road they came from. Now Belina couldn't get away even if she wanted to, assholes. Kill. Kill. Me. The resurrected corpses still had some consciousness from their previous lives. Their souls were forcibly trapped in the bones by necromancy, which would bring a horrible sense of torture. They witnessed their consciousness and emotions disappearing bit by bit, as if they were forgotten by the world, so they wanted to die. But under the control of the summoner, their attack behavior will not be weakened at all. Brailina immediately knew that she had been fooled. Those two guys were not failed apprentices at all, but senior necromancers. Their outfits seemed familiar. Could it be the Black Worm cult? Damn, these lunatics have sneaked into the academy. I must take this news back. Before Brailina could think about it, the undead had already surged in like the sea. The storm element showed its power. This strange creature like a floating pile of stones was born to control the power of wind and thunder. It blocked in front of Brailina, raised its hand and shot out dazzling thunder, breaking up several shaky skeletons, and rushed into the enemy group, spinning its body, and the solid charged stones collided with it, like the force of a battering ram. When the corpse was smashed, the turbid blood spurted out like a spring. Brailina somewhat regretted not working hard on the recovery magic, otherwise it would be very helpful to use the magic of expelling the undead at this time. The corpse tide was surging, and a storm element was powerless to stop it. Belina summoned a one-handed sword, slashed with one hand, and released a shield with the other hand. These days, with the help of Lind, Belina has made progress in mastering various magics. She originally specialized in summoning, but now she has a deep understanding of transformation, destruction, and illusion. After adding the armor, Belina was relieved. The armor prepared by Lind for her had good protection. It can be said that it made up for the professional defect of the mage as a glass cannon to the greatest extent. She observed calmly and found that although there were many corpses here, the danger was not high. As long as you can resist the vicious magic emanating from them. Belina grinned with her white teeth. Let Belina Mayo of the Telvanni family end your suffering. Fireballs and swords joined the battlefield. There was dark blood everywhere. They fell on the frozen permafrost and rock formations but did not condense, but instead evaporated dark red mist. Belina smelled something bad. Damn it! A strong sense of fear rose as the poison took effect. Belina saw a familiar tiger corpse walking towards her in a trance. Mayo, kill Zag. When it passed the storm element, it was turned into ashes by the furious lightning. No. Belina widened her eyes. The tiger soul said to her, "Thank you." A Nord corpse also appeared not far away. The storm element raised its hand and smashed its tattered head. "Thank you." Belina fell into great fear. What's going on? Zag, Anmund. Could it be? The staggering corpses all turned into members of the academy, and they wailed and asked Belina to grant them relief. The storm element was killing like crazy. Whose corpse is this? The chief mage? Bang! Whose corpse is this? Mirabelle Irwin? Bang! Whose corpse is this? Tolfder? Bang! No, it's all an illusion, it can't fool me. Brailina stumbled back, get out of here. Bastards! She followed the storm elemental and fought her way through the corpses. The ominous fog around her became deeper and deeper. The fishy and sweet smell made people sick. Black worm bastards, don't let me see you again. She gradually fell down, and there was blood and a thick layer of ashes on the ground. The corpses had not been killed yet. Those undead who had been hit hard but not yet disintegrated were waving their broken limbs and still rushing towards her. The storm elemental's majestic body was covered with broken limbs and arms. It gradually stopped functioning and began to disintegrate. It was all an illusion. It was all an illusion. I need an antidote. Brailina crawled and groped on the ground. Her palm had already loosened the hilt. In the thick pile of bones, the medicine backpack was half exposed. This is... Balina stared in horror. Linda, oh, no, no. Don't do it to you. There were enough scrolls and potions in the medicine backpack. Balina picked up the backpack, detoxified herself, and then tore the scrolls to summon more storm elements, fire elements, and frost elements. The group of corpses was beaten cleanly. The coffins and wooden frames in the cave were broken, and the ashes on the ground were like the snow in the morning star month, January, of Winterbug. Balina searched in the ashes. Linda. Linda. Please, don't. What are you looking for? A familiar voice suddenly appeared behind her. Balina was stiff all over, turned her head, and saw Linda's hateful smile. What's going on? Linda blew a breath at her, and Balina's eyes were hazy. Then when she woke up, there were no ashes or corpses around. The storm element was silently wandering in the corner. The cave was clean, with only a few buckets of potatoes left by the former apprentices. A wonderful battle. Is this all an illusion? Zag, Angmund, and the Black Worm cult. Balina gradually came to her senses. Her face flushed and she glared at Linda fiercely. Master Linda, you are such an incurable bastard. Don't be angry, Master Mayo. Wait for me. Balina walked out quickly, and Linda caught up and blocked her. I'm sorry, Master Mayo, I was wrong. Do you know how worried I was? When I saw the bodies of Angmund and Zag, I thought you also. Balina's eyes were red and her voice was choked. So your hallucination is so complicated. Linda was also a little confused. He did not control the details of the hallucination. These plots were all made up by the recipient. Linda just designed a biochemical crisis scene for Mayo. After a long explanation, Balina finally understood what Linda was doing. Is this how you test members? You don't understand people's hearts at all. Balina was speechless. Master Linda, let me do this work in the future. I'm afraid you will be besieged and killed by members of the society one day. Also, forget everything that happened tonight. Balina wiped her tears. You don't understand at all, right? Understand what? Alas, Linda, you are like Magnus, so dazzling, so indifferent. Balina leaned over slightly and looked into Linda's eyes. Don't worry, you just need to shine in the future. Linda never understood her eyes. Chapter 32 Wand Making Magic. The next day, Lind announced that he would hand over the work of establishing the society to Balina. It's really funny. Not long ago, he had vetoed the seminar and thought it was a boring society. The secret society led by him had to be hosted by Balina. Lind originally claimed to be a wise leader, but now it seems that he is not the right material. The same is true for the academy. The chief wizard is always busy with various experiments. Most of the work is done by Ms. Mirabelle. Angmund was not surprised by the result, but felt it was reasonable. Zag also said, letting Master Lind waste time on government affairs is a shameful betrayal of magic. Lind's research has reached a critical period. The magic system he has been studying before was inspired by a game called Noida. In this game, the protagonist is a witch who pursues the secrets of alchemy. By collecting magic wands and arranging and combining the spells in the wands, interesting spell effects are achieved to help the protagonist defeat powerful enemies and explore the magical world full of dangers. The most essential part of this Noida game is spell editing. The spell effects in the game are varied and can be divided into several categories according to their properties. The two most basic categories are projectiles and projection corrections. If the spell in a magic wand is compared to a narrative sentence, then the projectile is a noun and the projection correction is an adjective. For example, a fireball is a projectile. And the projection correction will provide additional characteristics to the fireball, such as damage enhancement, extended existence time, acceleration, tracking and so on. The reason why Lind wants to reproduce this magic system is that after a large number of special effects such as projection correction are stacked, a basic spell with single-digit damage can burst out tens of millions or hundreds of millions of damage values AA per second. The magic in the world of Elder Scrolls can be used as a projectile, and the magic in the world of Harry Potter can be used as a projectile correction. For example, if the replication spell is applied to the ice cone spell, then Lind can release hundreds of ice cones in an instant, and suddenly change from a sniper rifle to a Gatling gun. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? It sounds like a fantasy. After all, as Lind himself said, these two magic systems follow different origins. One is very rigorous because of scientific reasons, and the other is very green-skinned. I think this spell can work. There is a gap between them. But Lind has gradually figured out a little bit of the trick. The combined application of spells and magic spells is not impossible. Just like finding the common solution of two polynomials, some answers are self-evident at a glance, such as ice cone spell and flying spell. The flying spell gives the ice cone a larger initial flight velocity, which can very intuitively increase the lethality. For example, the fireball spell combined with the expansion spell can easily expand the lethal range of the fireball to 4 or 5 times the original. But if it just stops at this step, it is not worth Lind's painstaking research. He wants to find more solutions, even an ultimate universal solution. If the killing curse can be combined with the lightning chain, allowing Avada to jump between enemy groups at lightning speed, from single shots to group damage, Voldemort will have to lie on the ground and call you the Dark Lord. In terms of spells, Lind learns very quickly. What he lacks now is actually the precipitation of time. The study of magic in the world of the Elder Scrolls includes two aspects: one is the accumulation of theoretical knowledge, and the other is the infiltration of magical energy. The sunlight and starlight from the divine world are actually diluted divine power, and the divine world represents the collection of all possibilities in mythology. Divine power is an all-permissive and omnipotent energy with eternal characteristics. Through communication with magic, the wizard's souls will become stronger, and a strong soul can support them to build more complex spell configurations. Because of this, the strength of the caster is not only talent, but also linked to age. Lind didn't know how strong his soul was. In short, he never encountered any obstacles when learning magic, and he didn't feel exhausted even after continuously casting expert-level spells. However, when he cast the magic in the world of Harry Potter, he often felt that he was not up to the task. This is also related to the differences between the two magic systems themselves. One is based on the ubiquitous nature. One uses magic to cast spells, and the other relies entirely on his own magic. Unfortunately, the magic immersion of the Elder Scrolls cannot effectively improve his magic level. It cannot be said that it has no effect at all, but it is extremely weak, not as good as the magic improvement brought by the natural development of the body. Lind guessed that it might be because his alien body was not acclimatized. Another use of magic energy is to replenish Lind's own magic consumption. An obvious example is that after running out of magic in the world of Harry Potter, it takes more time to recover to its peak state than in the world of the Elder Scrolls. If the overall level of magic cannot be improved, the research on the new system will naturally be affected. Perhaps it is time to seek the Eye of Magnus. If you can get endless magic energy, it is equivalent to having unlimited magic. Lind found Berlina and the other two and told them that he planned to explore the ruins of the city of Sasser in the territory of Winterhold. Angmund raised his eyebrows. Is this the first collective action of our High Tower Conclave? Ha, I will be the warrior in the front. Zag smiled and said, Zag will explore every corner of the ruins as a thief and help Lind solve the monsters lurking in the dark. Belina smiled strangely and said loudly with an elegant elf chant, Then I, the brave archer Belina Mayo, will use my bow to guide the great Lind Mage. Lind's face turned sour. Can we not mention this? The library tower was full of a happy atmosphere. After the actual combat test in the Bone Dungeon, Everyone had an intuitive understanding of their respective combat effectiveness. Lind could kill them all in seconds, and Belina was the strongest spellcaster among the three. Zag could hide at the ends of the earth, and Angmund was just a spell barbarian, a berserker who could cast fireballs in both hands. Exploring the city of Sasir was a plan that Lind had made before coming to Winterhold. He had his own considerations for not implementing it. First of all, there is the problem of his own fighting ability. When he first came to the Elder Scrolls, he relied on the Transfiguration spell to fight. It was not until he learned powerful and diverse spells in the academy that he could face more dangerous situations alone. The second is the unknown number of enemies. Lind discovered very early that the expressiveness of the game is very different from reality. There are only a dozen people in Riverwood in the game, but the number is more than 10 times higher in reality. There are 30 or 40 people in Whiterun in the game, but in reality it is a large city with a population of over 10,000. As the first colony established by the Nords after they moved to Tamriel, the city of Sasir has a long history in a complex environment, which means that there are definitely a large number of ancient Nord wights in it, and it may be the level of the undead plague in Resident Evil. The third point is unknown obstruction. In the game plot, when players explore the city of Sasir, they will meet a high elf wizard who claims to be from the Sigic Order. He will tell the player that the world is not ready to welcome the Eye of Magnus. The Sigic Order is perhaps the oldest wizard organization in the Elder Scrolls universe, and its power is unfathomable. At the end of the Academy plot, the Sigic Order took away the Eye of Magnus, leaving the player with nothing to do. What Lind has to do is to put the Eye of Magnus into the library tower despite the obstruction of the Sigic Order. The fourth point is also the most critical one. Lind needs to find a way to get the Eye of Magnus into the library tower. The size of the portal is fixed by default, and the Eye of Magnus, which is so big, can't be stuffed in. So the only way is to build a teleportation array to teleport the artifact into the library tower. As for the method of building the teleportation array, it is the focus of his study in the academy, and he has already known it clearly. Before we set off, we have to build a summoning array in the library tower. Linda recounted the general plan. It was nothing more than them rushing into the city of Sasir and killing people, and then sending the unknown artifact deep in the ruins to the library tower. As for what the artifact was called, he said he didn't know, and it was the god above their heads who told him to find it in his dream. Angmund thought that this plan was just too much to his taste, and immediately agreed. Zag had no objection, and took out a dagger on the spot to show that he was full of confidence. Braelina said nothing, but went back and silently prepared alchemical potions and magic scrolls. Chapter 33 Go to Sasir. When the 4 people who had a secret meeting with Jyota set out for Sasir city, it was already the 6th day of the last month, August. The temperature in Winterberg began to drop sharply. Snow was already falling in the mountains, and frost was everywhere on the plains. As noble spellcasters, Linda and his companions must have an extraordinary way of traveling. To be honest, when Linda walked from Riverwood to Winterhold, he was really tired of the warm hospitality of the Skyrim residents along the way. Wizards in the Harry Potter world travel with flow powder, flying brooms, portkeys, and apparition, which is both chic and magical. So as a high magic world, is there any special and chic way to travel in the Elder Scrolls? The answer is flying. So where can you learn flying? The answer is that there is no place to learn it, and this spell has been lost inexplicably. Of course, it is not ruled out that some old wizards who have lived for a long time still know flying, but there is indeed no relevant spell configuration circulating in the academy. Linda had to try to reproduce flying in the library tower based on some words left by his predecessors. The flying technique that Linda reinvented is a bit like a rocket. The spell will create a water droplet-shaped barrier with nozzles at the tail and waist of the water droplet. Now you can take off and fly. If you are skilled in operation, you can cosplay as Superman. This spell is good. It has a magic barrier to block strong winds and has a certain defensive effect. You are not afraid of colliding with birds face to face. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to control the landing. It is easy to take off a rocket, but it is troublesome to recover the rocket. When Linda first invented this spell, he happily took his 3 friends to the beach to perform, and then plunged into the sea. Blalina and the others laughed after watching it. Okay, everyone has learned Linda's flying spell, let's set off now. The 3 wizard apprentices looked embarrassed when they heard this. Linda blinked, what's wrong? Did you forget to bring anything? Angmund was very smart, worthy of being a rare wizard among the Nords. We can stay in the library tower first and wait for Master Linda to arrive in Sasir before coming out. Zag, cat nods. JPG. Linda looked serious. The library tower is a place for study for those of us who seek knowledge, not a means of transportation. But it won't hurt to play other roles occasionally. Balina asked in a low voice. What could Linda say? Okay, only this time. I believe that Master Linda will invent a safer flying technique in the future, and then we can fly side by side with you. Balina said with a smile. Linda had to travel alone. Standing in the courtyard, he accelerated with a jet. Mirabelle, who was collecting night sunflowers on the roadside, was blown to the ground by the strong wind and yelled at Lind, who was going away, no flying in the academy in the future. Looking down at the land of Sky province from the sky, it was nothing new after seeing it too much. Lind used the floating spell to reduce his weight so that he could fly faster. Then he plunged into the snow mountain next to the Sasser ruins because he didn't have time to slow down. With the shield and armor spell to protect himself, Lind was unscathed. When he pulled himself out of the snow pile, he also learned from the pain and realized that this broken flying technique must be improved. In addition, it was a good thing that the 3 of them were not asked to come with them, otherwise they would be embarrassed again. The Academy's development and exploration of the Sasser ruins has not officially started yet, and Lind actually came early. The 4 of them camped outside the ruins first. If they failed to dig out the entrance to the ruins today, they would spend the night in the wild. This work would take about 3 to 5 days. The excavation work was not very good. During the period, they inevitably encountered some warm hospitality unique to Skyrim, such as passing wolves, bandits, and even a few vampires visited one night. Fortunately, they set up a magic circle outside the camp, and several thunderstorms turned the uninvited guests into charcoal, otherwise they would not know that they were secretly sucked of blood. There is a book, Night of Tears, in the Secret Collection, which tells the story of Sather. Linda used transfiguration to dig the soil while popularizing history to his companions. Others were not idle either. Belina assigned summons to move earth, Zag used the destruction spell to alternate between hot and cold to dig rocks, and Anmund was responsible for hunting and cooking. The Nords built Sasser, and they found something under the city. At that time, the snow elves living in Skyrim coveted the secrets of Sasser and launched a massacre. The Nord hero Iskrimr led his 500 warriors to rise up and repel the snow elves. So, what secrets are buried under the city of Sasser? Belina listened to Lind muttering for a long time without getting to the point. We will find it soon. Lind stopped casting spells, the entrance is here. How many secrets are buried under the ancient land of Skyrim? The tombs of the ancient Nords, the underground cities of the Dwemer, the buried dragon worship strongholds, the wights, the dwarf machines, the liches, each of which can give adventurers infinite scares. Of course, as long as you are strong enough, you can walk sideways. The ruins of Sasser have a complex structure, and many landslides have brought great obstacles to exploration. Angmund transformed into a warrior again, put on the safe and reliable heavy armor, and walked in front. He also summoned a ghost wolf to explore the way for him. The first half of the ruins is the urban area of the ancient city of Sather. In the collapsed ruins, charred corpses can be found. When the air circulates, the charred corpses will turn into ashes. I feel so sad. Belina saw the black skeleton of a young child, held in the arms of an adult corpse. Anmund stood in the ruins and sang praises to Iskramr, feeling the pain of his ancestors with his Nord blood. Zag looked for clues everywhere. He found some enchanted items. These ancient magic items might give them some inspiration. As his steps went deeper and deeper, he unknowingly found a seal of the ancients. When he touched the sealed stone door, the passage behind him raised a fence mechanism and locked him in a cage. "Hey! Master Linda! Anmund, Mayo! Come and save Zag!" Linda came over and saw that this tiger man really had a talent for treasure hunting, which helped him find the right way. "Zag, there is something on that door." Belina's eyes were sharp. "Yes, there is a pendant that looks like an amulet." Zag reached out and took off the amulet. When he grasped the ancient pendant, the magic hidden in it seemed to whisper, and the sealed narrow door also burst out with a strong wave of air. "Wait a minute." Linda used the transfiguration spell to turn the iron fence blocking the road into a rotten hemp rope, and they filed in. Linda took the amulet from Zag and examined it. "This is the family amulet of the ancient wizard. Look at this door, the pattern on it is rare. I have only seen rubbings in some research notes of the Second Age. Let the archaeologists worry about this part. Come on. Let's copy the pattern on this door first." After they collected the carved patterns on the sealed door, Lind raised the amulet again. "These two things are resonating, and the magic of the amulet offsets the seal, like a pass. So the amulet is the key to open the door." Anmund said in a puzzled tone, "Who would put the key on the door? Who knows? The ancients thought differently from us." Lind fumbled on the sealed door. "There should be a way to open the door. If it doesn't work, we have to destroy it. This door is already very fragile." Zag made a judgment, "It is the sealing magic that maintains it." Sure enough, Lind pressed the stone door hard and found that the rock had been partially sand-iffied. Anmund came forward and pushed it, and directly pushed the door down, and it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. "Oh! Sorry. It's nothing, it should go." "Okay, let's go in and take a look. Be careful. I smell something bad." Chapter 34 Who is Judas? After passing through the long corridor behind the door, they came to an empty and closed tomb, surrounded by Nord sarcophagi. It was cold and damp here, and thick moss grew on the top of the tomb, like a dark green dome, and also like an upside-down forest. The hanging moss blocked the view. Angmund waved his hand axe to clear the way ahead. "This may be the public cemetery of Sather." Belina held up the magic candle and protected Lind behind her. Zag stuck his head out and sniffed. "Well, the air is fresh. There is wind. This place is connected to the outside world, and there must be a hidden passage." As they wandered in the tomb, suddenly, Linda felt a strange feeling in his heart, just like the mental confusion when he woke up from a nap in the afternoon and found that it was already dark. It was as if time was stolen. His intuition felt that something had happened. Something must have happened in the past few tens of seconds, but he knew nothing about it. He did not regard this absurd feeling as an illusion, but was keenly aware that it was a visit from the Sijic order. The magic of the Sijic paused time. Just a moment ago, one or several of the four of them talked to the Sijic monk in the static time flow. "Did you feel it?" Linda asked in a low voice. Both Angmund and Zag nodded. "Very strange. A little dizzy." Only Belina said nothing. "Mayo, what about you?" "I feel a little dizzy too." Linda looked at her deeply, and Belina pursed her lips and responded with her calm gaze. Bang! The most frightening sound in the tomb was the sound of the coffin lid being popped open. When the ancient Nords buried the dead, they often buried the dead's weapons together. This was not only a symbol of honor, but also convenient for the dead to pick up weapons and kill tomb robbers after waking up from the coffin. "Meet the enemy!" Angmund shouted loudly, which awakened all the wights in the coffins. For a moment, the quiet tomb was suddenly filled with rumbling sounds, which were the vibrations of the coffin lids falling to the ground. Anmund's ancient ancestors took out their personal burial tools and gathered around happily, probably to use the axe to open the brains of these bastards. Angmund didn't know what was wrong with him at this moment. He raised the battle axe above his head and said to the ancestors in a solemn tone, "The ghost of Sasser. Ancestors of the Nords, today I will grant you rest in peace with the honor of a warrior. May you be blessed with a long life." Before he could finish his words, Lind raised his hand to copy the spell, Fly Away spell and Ice Cone spell, and combined the Ice Cone storm to nail all the wights that surrounded him from all directions to the wall. Some of them were just opened and were nailed in place. They danced and danced, but couldn't break free. Ah! The barbarian wizard was speechless for a moment. Zag laughed. "Anmund, do you really think of yourself as a warrior? Hey! The one lying in the coffin is not the ancestor of you tiger people." As the sarcophagus opened, the passage hidden in one of the coffins was revealed. Lind originally planned to deal with all these wights, but Zag said that they could be stored and sold at a high price to those mages who needed to practice necromancy. "The library tower does not accept junk." Linda showed a vigilant look. "That's right, and you want to sell my ancestors for money. Have you ever considered the feelings of a Nord like me? I'll give you 30% of the money from the sale." "Okay, it's decided happily." Linda punched each of them. "Don't think about putting these junks in the library tower, be careful to anger the Lord of the High Tower." Zag had to raise his hands and surrender. As they continued to go deeper, they found that the scope of the Sasser ruins was really large, and there were tombs everywhere. There were dozens or even hundreds of warrior corpses in each tomb. Most of them did not turn into corpses, and the real and the fake were mixed together. Sometimes when passing by a corpse standing in a niche, it would suddenly wake up and attack Linda and others from behind. It's hard to say how dangerous it is, but it's quite hellish. The tomb was filled with strange smells, and it was nauseating to smell it too much. The air was cold and humid. If it were the elderly in the academy, it would probably take half a day. "I will get rheumatism in minutes." Compared to the excavation work on the surface, exploring the underground part of Sather took more time than Lind expected. "It seems that we can't complete the task today, let's take a night off." "Master Lind, can we go to the library tower to spend the night?" Zag clasped his hands together. "Okay. But don't stay up late again," Lind warned them. Ever since Angmund found the entertainment tools hidden by Lind one day, he has been obsessed with the red and white machine, and Zag likes to play pachinko the most. Fortunately, they are still conscious as scholars and will not delay their work because of playing games. After Lind opened the portal, Angmund and Zag rushed in like internet addicts. Belina hesitated for a moment outside the door. "What's wrong?" The dark elf wizard seemed to be hiding something on her mind. She turned her head and looked at Lind, about to say something. At this moment, the familiar feeling of confusion came over him again. Lind frowned. These Sijic monks, relying on their profound magic, spread messages and sow discord in front of him. One time is not enough, right? They come a second time. Belina's expression changed subtly. "What's wrong?" Lind asked again. "Nothing. I think it's necessary to leave someone outside to keep watch." "You want to stay here?" "Yes." "Do you need me to accompany you?" "That's great." Belina smiled with narrowed eyes. Lind and Belina set up a tent in the cold tomb and set up a magic circle of constant resistance ring around it. Restoration magic is often created by imitating divine magic. The resistance ring transforms magic power into the divine power of Lord Meridia. This demon hates all undead creatures. The anger of the demon will cause the undead who enter the magic circle to suffer irresistible burning pain. In order to synchronize the flow of time, the portal was kept open. After a while, Zag poked his head out and asked them why they didn't come in. "We are here to keep watch." "But..." Zag was confused. After all, staying overnight in the library tower was just a moment for the outside world. "Is there any need to keep watch?" Angmund quickly grabbed him back. "Stop talking, stop talking, play Contra with me. You tigers should not interfere in the affairs of humans and elves. Linda said he could take care of it. In the first half of the night, before Balina got into the sleeping bag, she suddenly said to herself, sometimes the road does not necessarily lead to the destination. What? Balina buried her face in the sleeping bag, pretending not to hear anything. In the library tower, Angmund was lying on the sofa rubbing the handle, and the sound of pachinko stopped at some point. Master Zag, where are you going? Sleep. Angmund put down the handle, let's squeeze together tonight. The tiger mage was silent for a moment and nodded silently. Inside and outside the portal, everything was quiet. The Famicom played feudal game music, and a cold wind blew through the tomb. In the middle of the night, Lin sat on an ancient sarcophagus, took out the fork wand, held it in his hand, and walked towards Belina Mayo in the sleeping bag step by step. He stopped not far from the sleeping bag, and finally slowly put down the wand. Anmund opened his eyes and gently got up from the sofa. At this time, a dagger with a cold light was across his neck. Master Zag. Tell Zag what you are going to do. Don't do stupid things, Master Zag. Anmund whispered. It turns out that it's not just Zag, Anmund also met Sijik. What did Sijik say to Anmund? The same as what he said to you. You lied, Anmund wanted to betray Master Lind. Zag will kill Anmund for Master Lind. The cold light flashed, and the dagger suddenly slashed. Chapter 35 Only Believe. The dagger was caught by telekinesis and thrown out. This crisis of fratricide has not ended yet. Anmund heard a shrill wind blowing behind his head. It was the sharp claws of the tiger man. He rolled to the ground and shouted, I don't mean to betray. Tell Zag what Anmund said to the Sijik. He said that Master Lind will bring a series of unpredictable changes to the world. We should stop him. Anmund believes what Sijik said. Zag doesn't believe it. No, of course I don't believe it either. But I doubt you will believe it. Anmund stood up slowly, the legend of the Sijik order is too influential. No spellcaster wants to refuse the opportunity to communicate with them. The Sijik has disappeared with the island of Artem, and Mundus can't find their trace. The Sijik wants to stop Master Lind from pursuing the mystery. The Sijik is a group of cowards. The tiger man's voice is hoarse, and his colloquial language is strange, which seems a bit crazy. Master Zag, you trust Master Lind a little too much. Anmund didn't say some things directly. After all, the temperament of tiger people is very similar to that of cats, cold and selfish, but if he said this, he would be accused of racial discrimination. Master Lind helps Zag, Zag helps Lind, Master Lind believes in Zag, and Zag also believes in Lind. None of us should get close to the teleportation array, understand? Very good, Zag agrees. Anmund stared, no one is allowed to leave the other's sight. That's it. The two people sat slowly on the sofa, just looking at each other without saying a word. The night was long, and before they knew it, both sides began to peck at rice, and the house elves silently brought them blankets. Angmund suddenly shuddered and woke up, and stood up. Zag on the opposite side stared at him with cat eyes. Zag is watching you. I'll go get a glass of water. Zag and Angmund will go together. Seeing that this was going to be a fight to the death, Angmund walked silently to the red and white machine, and Zag didn't play pachinko, just stared at the side. Every time Angmund played Contra, he used up his life when he reached the second level, and the pixel man on the screen shrugged silently. Master Zag, come together. Angmund took out another handle and handed it to the tiger man. The tiger man's fingers were short, thick, and hairy, and it was inconvenient to press the buttons, but his reaction was faster than Angmund's. The two cooperated with each other and played smoothly. Do you think Master Mayo will choose to betray? Angmund suddenly spoke. His little man was killed by the boss of the third level, and now it depends on Zag's operation. Sijik asked Zag to modify the teleportation array. He told me the same thing. Majo didn't come to the library tower. What did Majo and Sijik say? Should we remind Master Linda? No, Sijik will be watching us. Master Linda must not know. There must be a way to help Linda under the surveillance of the Sijik monks. Anmund continued the topic. Seeing that Zag was distracted and caused the death of the character, he immediately smiled and said, "Let's play another game." Zag believes in Master Linda, and Master Linda believes in Majo. Then Zag also believes in Majo. The long night finally passed. Linda asked Jiali to notify Anmund and them to get up. "Good morning, although it can't be seen underground, but still good morning." Linda was washing his face. Last night he used transfiguration to make a condensation water collection device, which can dehumidify and collect water for washing. "Are you feeling depressed? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Angmund smiled reluctantly. "How could that be? I slept so well." Zag spoke at the same time as him, but he said, "I didn't sleep well. Maybe I snore and affect Master Zag's rest." The tiger wizard said nothing, his expression was cold. Linda greeted Brelina, "Mayo, come for breakfast." The house elf brought a basket of freshly baked croissants, as well as various fresh jams, cheese pudding, bacon fried eggs, sunny side up eggs, and a large piece of cheese apple pie. This breakfast was a bit dull. Before we start today's exploration, does anyone want to say anything? Angmund and Zag looked at each other for a few seconds. Just as they were about to speak, Belina suddenly stood up and said, "It's really uncomfortable underground. Let's get things done and leave as soon as possible." Linda didn't say anything, just nodded. The excavation work on this day was still unremarkable. There were many roads in the sealed cemetery of Sather. Mechanisms and magic traps began to appear along the way. Angmund was very confused. Is this really a public cemetery? I now suspect that this place was built specifically to trap these ghouls. Linda used ice cones to clear the ghouls. Compared with fireballs, ice cones caused less damage to the environment. Casting powerful spells underground would worry about whether it would cause landslides. I have a hunch that we will reach our destination soon. The deeper you go into the tomb, the stronger the ghouls that appear. Not only are they powerful, some of them also have the ability to cast spells, and their weapons and equipment are also very good. It is no longer a simple ice cone that can break the defense. Zag snatched the ebony sword from a corpse ghost. "Baby. Ebony, or ebony, it is said to be made of the blood of the great god Rakan, is a good thing." Linda nodded in approval. "Let's look for it again. If we find any precious weapons and equipment, we will be lucky." The group arrived at the end of the tomb. Standing here, they can already vaguely feel the surging tide of magic behind the iron gate. Anmund felt a sense of fear, like a sailor who heard the storm rising on the horizon, but his eyes were covered in the darkness of the night. "What is in here?" He took 2 steps back and observed the expressions of his 3 companions with his peripheral vision. Zag's cat eyes were like 2 ice hockey balls, without any special emotions. Mage Linda showed a strange infatuation, as if he was longing for something. Belina Mayo did not know when to aim his eyes at Anmund. Mage Nord forced a smile, he did not know how ugly his smile was. Linda suddenly opened the portal. "You all go to the teleportation array, wait for my signal, and be ready to receive the goods at any time." Zag entered first, followed by Angmund. Brylina looked at Linda deeply, and at this moment, the feeling of time separation swept Linda's nerves again. The group of Sijik monks are here again. What are they plotting? He couldn't help asking Brylina, "Who is it?" "Linda, sometimes all we need is trust." "Do you think I don't trust you enough?" Linda's eyes showed a strange silver light. "Dear Magnus, don't doubt your own glory. The shadow of conspiracy is afraid of you." Brylina turned and entered the portal. In the library tower, a carefully arranged summoning array emitted a faint blue light. Angmund and Zag stood on the two sides of the inscribed triangle of the circle dot at the top. They looked at the oncoming Berlina. Master Mayo, wait for you to take your place. The dark elf carefully observed the expressions of the two. Before we start, I have a question. Angmund and Zag remained calm. We are loyal to the tower. Loyal to our friends. If anyone wants to quit, it's not too late now. Chapter 36 The Man Dragging the Sun. The deepest secret of Sather was revealed to Lind today. When he opened the heavy iron door, the magic power came like a tide. He was bathed in pure magic energy. For a moment, he had an illusion. He turned into a hollow bagpipe, the cold air flow played the reeds of the bones, he turned into green smoke, the waves filled with nerves beat the roots of ancient creatures, he turned into a soft rubber film, and the hot blood flowed through every pore. His soul seemed to disappear from his body in the waves of magic energy. Linda staggered forward 2 steps, standing on a high place and looking at the Eye of Magnus. The huge sphere hanging on the base was made of precious materials left over from the beginning of creation. It slowly floated and sank in the subtle rotation, bringing up a reciprocating turquoise magic vortex. He could hear the whistling of wind and waves in his ears, and nothing else. Is this the treasure left by the creation engineer in the mortal world? Linda didn't know how to describe his mood. All this happened too rashly. But this is the peculiarity of the world of the Elder Scrolls. In the era when the gods were still active, many treasures that could change the course of history were buried under the earth. Ordinary mages cannot understand the Eye of Magnus. They don't have the theoretical level. They can't use this artifact either. They can only put it aside to prevent its own abnormal movement from bringing disaster. Even with Linda's current theoretical level, if he wants to study the Eye of Magnus, he must rely on the special environment of the library tower. His amazement quickly subsided. Lind looked at the artifact and understood Gollum in The Lord of the Rings. He wanted to shout, "My precious!" The ancient traitor sealed in the tomb stood up from the throne. It was the guardian of the treasure. It would tear Lind, the intruder and the shameless thief, to pieces with angry elements. Lind walked down the stairs step by step and came to the flat ground where the Eye of Magnus was. A mighty Nord mummy blocked his way. He held an ebony axe and released a biting cold air, attacking Lind. What the hell? Lind waved his hand, and a giant palm rose from the ground, slapping the blocking white hero away, just like hitting a ball with a baseball bat. The white was hit into the wall like a piece of plastic garbage, and it couldn't be pulled out. Hey! Lind noticed that the white he had knocked away was still very active. Its body was covered with a solid magic barrier. The endless magic power of the Eye of Magnus provided energy for the barrier. If the connection between the two was not interrupted, the barrier would remain unbroken forever. Linda pulled out the instant noodle fork, which had a strong magic conductivity. He slowly stabbed it into the barrier around the Eye of Magnus, and a huge amount of magic flowed into his body along the fork. A strange feeling enveloped him. The magic shield on the corpse ghost disappeared because of the diversion of magic power. Linda didn't even look at it. He pinched it casually, and hundreds of earth spikes pierced out of the wall, crushing the corpse of the ancient hero. The ancient spell linking the Eye of Magnus failed, and it slowly became silent, no longer releasing surging magic power. Linda took back the fork, took out the soul stone from his backpack to arrange the magic circle, and prepared to teleport the Eye of Magnus to the library tower while it was dormant. At this moment, time stopped. If there is a pause button in this world, then this pause button has been pressed. Linda looked around. At some point, 5 high elves in priest robes appeared beside him. They appeared in the form of phantom spirits, but these spirits definitely have the ability to cast spells, not simple projections. The Sijic monks finally couldn't help showing up. "You are the ones who are bewitching my companions, right?" Linda said calmly. "Strange wizard, no matter what your purpose is, stop your actions immediately." One of the Sijic monks scolded, "The Eye of Magnus is not yet ready to work. The world is not ready. Linda explained to them kindly, don't worry, this world will soon say goodbye to the Eye of Magnus. Because it will no longer appear in this world. This is also intolerable. The Eye of Magnus will prevent future catastrophes, and it will not be stolen. Linda said, I learned from the book I learned that the Sijic monks follow the ancient way. You respect change, but only favor those changes that are beneficial to the world, and prevent all harmful changes. If you can understand the ancient way, you should understand that our actions are not for selfish purposes. You are the maintainers of the world. After all, the Altmer, High Elves, are descendants of the original spirits of the Creator. I like your sense of responsibility. I also believe that you are not stopping me out of selfishness. These Sijic monks nodded one after another, and some of them even smiled reservedly. Strange wizard, it would be great if we could reach an agreement. Linda smiled, yes, you are not selfish. Unfortunately, I am selfish. He suddenly stabbed the fork into the Eye of Magnus. Stop him! Silent bang! When the Eye of Magnus was touched by the funny plastic fork, the silent artifact burst into a torrent of magic again, overwhelming the magic of the Sijic monks, and the world time resumed flowing, or in other words, Lind returned to the linear time flow again. Looking around, the high elf wizards did not appear. After all, they were projected by magic. Lind knew that if he let go, this group of people would catch up again like a thorn in the flesh, and then they would have to fight. Fighting with a group of wizards who can stop time? Normal people would choose a good day to die. Lind didn't know how these Sijic monks stopped time, but he had no countermeasures, that was a fact. So, send the Eye of Magnus to the library tower. Quick! Linda used transfiguration to raise a stone slab from the ground, and then projected a portal onto it. He shouted to the three people in the library tower, call me. What? Are you sure? Anmund was shocked. He also saw the huge Eye of Magnus through the portal. Now Linda used the fork wand to temporarily form a hole with the artifact. He could directly summon him and pull the Eye of Magnus into the library tower. But in this way, Linda must bear a lot of pressure. Just like a trailer, under normal circumstances, a tow rope should be used. I have never heard of using human flesh as a tow rope. Don't talk nonsense, summon me. Balina carefully checked the summoning circle and confirmed the coordinates again and again. This time, she used the mathematical tools that Linda taught him. My Magnus, come on, may Azura bless you. She inserted the soul stone into the node of the magic circle with great vigor. Anmund was still hesitating, and Zag had already stabbed the soul stone into the magic circle. Aren't you afraid that Master Linda will be torn apart by the annihilation turbulence? He was so anxious that his face turned purpler than the dark elves. Zag did what Master Linda said. Angmund, what you have to do is believe in Linda, just like he believes in us. The Nord mage sighed, muttered a Nord curse, and inserted the soul stone in his hand into the node. Buzz! The summoning array was working, and the three people of Balina used their soul power to stabilize the annihilation channel. In the dark and deep vortex, a dazzling light lit up, just like the sun leaping out of the abyss, illuminating the dark sky. Linda's body was covered with an indestructible magic barrier, which was a method learned from the corpse ghost he had just crushed to death. He walked forward in the dark and lightless annihilation channel, and the fork in his hand was transformed into a long rope to tie up the Eye of Magnus. Just like the stonemason who built the Tower of Babel carrying a huge stone, Lind dragged the huge artifact step by step towards his kingdom of God. Annihilation is as deep as the bottomless stomach of a giant beast in the universe. Mortal thinking will not be able to maintain here, and all senses of the world and perceptions of the self will be swallowed by nothingness. In the endless place ahead, 3 bright lights lit up, and Balina and the other 2 lit torches to guide Lind. Lind stepped towards the light step by step in the unconscious spasms and tremors of his body. Do you have votes? Give some, humble. Chapter 37. This story starts from the beginning of the world. Linda. Linda, wake up. Linda opened his eyes and saw a Nord man smiling and saying, "You finally woke up." An inexplicable chill made him shiver. "Did I succeed?" "Of course." The Tiger Man's hoarse voice sounded. "Zag certified that Master Linda has won a great victory." Belina helped Linda up from the sickbed, carefully pinched the quilt for him to prevent it from slipping, and adjusted the height of the pillow was adjusted, which was very considerate. Linda's brain hadn't reacted yet, and he was worried. It took him a long time to realize that he was not injured or sick at all, so why was he lying on the bed? He looked up, and the eye of Magnus was suspended on the dark and boundless dome of the library tower. It was like a star, hanging near the illusory sun where the monarch of the high tower was, and orbiting the phantom sun like a planet. "It's so beautiful." Linda sighed in a low voice. He stared at the eye of Magnus, the surging knowledge the mortal mind could not bear the overwhelming power from the all-knowing vision, so they had to look away. "Yes, beautiful and powerful." Belina also turned her head. "Does the Daedra Lord like the gift we presented?" Angmund and Zag also pricked up their ears. Looking at their expectant and pretending to be indifferent, Lin smiled and nodded. "I believe that the Great Tower Master likes this gift very much." "Do you feel that since this sphere came to the library tower, the magical energy here has become very abundant?" Angmund asked a long-buried question. Belina also looked at Lin seriously. "What exactly is this sphere? Why did the ancient Sijic cult try their best to obstruct us?" Lin did not hesitate. "Now it's time to reveal the mystery. This sphere is the artifact left by Magnus in Mundus. Its name is the Eye of Magnus." "What?" the three exclaimed at the same time. Magnus has a very high status in mythology, and with the artifact named after the eyes of the has a special historical status. It can't be explained in one or two sentences. It is said that before the birth of the mortal world Mundus, this universe called Orbis gave birth to a group of original spirits, whose existence can be regarded as the souls of various concepts. This group of original spirits are strong and weak. The two strongest ones are aka representing time and Loken representing space. Loken is different from other brothers and sisters. He is more lively and rebellious. One day, he suddenly had an idea and felt that life was too boring, so he encouraged everyone to create a new world. If the creation of the world is regarded as a real estate project, then Loken is the developer, aka is the investor and credit guarantor, and Magnus is the contractor. At the beginning, everyone thought that this project had great potential, so they were excited to join the team with funds. Halfway through the project, the contractor Lao Ma found something wrong. Luokahan AA was not doing things properly. He boasted about how good this project was and the return rate was 10,000%. In the end, he wrote a blank check and did not have any steel bars or cement to build the house. The house collapsed without the wind. The only way to stabilize this house, Mundus Plain, is to use the bones of the gods to make cement piles. Brother Ma gave up at that time and ran away with his gang of scoundrels. Seeing the construction team collectively carrying buckets, the heartbroken Luokahan AA be like, Lao Ma, MP4. The construction team left, but the investors were watching the project every day. Everyone saw that something was wrong. This Luo was not only cheating money, but also cheating people's bodies. He wanted to use everyone to fill cement piles. AKA, who realized that he was being taken advantage of, was furious. Without saying anything, he brought his men to fight with Luo Khan. Aka trademark S subordinates were the original spirits and the elves that were the degenerated original spirits, while Luo Kana trademark S subordinates were the humans created by. A war broke out between the two sides, and the result was that Luo was defeated and torn apart by Aka trademark S hands. His heart was also dug out to stabilize the space. The two halves of his body turned into two moons, which are still running in the sky of Nirn. The mythical battle between Aka and Luo Khan, the two wronged species, was called the Dragon and Snake Battle by later scholars. One of them was the god of time, and the other was the god of space. Their struggle stabilized the time and space framework of the mortal world, allowing things to survive and develop. So what does Magnus, who ran away with a bucket, have to do with all this? The answer is yes. The universe of Orbis will continue to be destroyed and reborn, like a wheel, going back and forth. The battle between dragons and snakes will be repeated countless times. However, this battle between gods must have a third-party observer to determine the outcome of one side's victory, just like Schr. cat. If there is no observer, then this dispute will never have a result, and time and space will not be stable. If we lean on the mythology, this Eye of Magnus may be a divine tool used by Brother Ma to observe the timeline. Lin took it away, and who knows what changes will happen to the history of this world. It is possible that when the world restarts next time, there will be no observer, resulting in the instability of time and space, the birth of the mortal world, and all living beings cannot be reborn in the new world. But what does this have to do with Lind, a despicable outsider? He just stole a divine tool along the way. For him, the Eye of Magnus is not a creation tool, but simply a divine power charger. Linda observed the Eye of Magnus in the library tower. Through the immortal shell, he saw a miniature world hidden inside the sphere, which was condensed by the essence of the divine power of the light world, like a miniature star. The light and heat radiated by it shone on the inner wall of the shell and transformed into magic energy. Because the divine power is eternal, even if it is transformed into magic ability, it will not consume the weight of the divine power itself. Well, the magic perpetual motion machine, you are really good. Linda was in a good mood. From then on, Linda had endless magic energy for him to squander in the library tower. In addition, there was a group of essence of divine power for him to use. Divine power is omnipotent, that is, he can make his wishes come true by consuming divine power. Linda has omnipotent authority in the library tower, but it does not mean that he can really do whatever he wants. The main reason is the lack of divine power. Now he can indulge himself a little. The power stored in the Eye of Magnus was enough for him to expand the library tower into a plane the size of a star system, but doing so was undoubtedly a huge waste, because magic energy itself was a panacea, and these weakened powers could also play a good role as long as they were used properly. Seeing that the great thing had been accomplished, it was time to reward them. The master of the library tower has issued an edict. Linda told Berlina and the other two. We will listen. Has granted us the qualification to build a classroom in the library tower. From now on, our knowledge will be immortal with the library tower. Berlina and the others nodded with serious expressions. Linda blinked. Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a while. Angmund reacted, then what? What then? That's it. Zag expressed doubts. Yes. That's it. Belina sighed, we are a group of apprentices. What does it matter if we build a classroom? Besides, what does a classroom mean? Linda said meaningfully, it seems that my sister understands how heavy a gift the owner of the library tower has given us. He turned over and jumped down from the bed, walked towards countless bookshelves floating in the void. Follow me. Chapter 38 Disciple 3. Before I lead you to open the classroom, there is something I need to explain in advance. Linda led his three companions to the floating bookshelf. Seeing his serious look, Berlina and the other two all had some desire for the so-called classroom. Please go ahead. The area or space we are in now is not actually the main body of the book tower. Linda also tried hard to save the reputation of the tower monarch he made up. In fact, this is my personal classroom. Ah. Oh. The reactions of the three were still a little confused. Linda was helpless. Do you still remember what the old orc Urug in the secret library said? This is my annihilation domain. It's just that he was exaggerating, and I was telling the truth. Hey. Ah. Oh. You heard it right. The real library tower is actually composed of countless hexagonal corridors with the same structure. The Tower Monarch gave me the power to open a classroom, and gave me a corridor as my private domain. Linda snapped his fingers, and the surrounding environment seemed to be eroded by a sudden rainstorm. All the colors and shapes were flowing rapidly, and then a complete change occurred. This is a hexagonal corridor, with bookshelves on 5 walls, and debris piled up next to the empty wall. In the center of the corridor is a huge ventilation shaft. You can see endless corridors of the same shape both downward and upward, like overlapping mirrors, and at the extreme far away, there is a deep void. If you stare into the abyss, it will quickly occupy your vision, revealing the illusory sun floating in it and the eye of Magnus. Belina and the other two were amazed by the extraordinary divinity revealed by the wonders here. Are these corridors infinite? Linda wondered how it was possible, but he still said with certainty, of course. Can Zag also have his own territory? Zag's home? Well, of course. Linda moved the bookshelf at hand, revealing a narrow archway that led to another corridor. Each corridor is independent, but also connected to each other, like a classroom. But in fact, every place is almost the same, just a blank, like a new house, waiting for its owner to decorate it. After the three of them had chosen their favorite hexagonal corridors, Linda led them to pray to the King of the Tower. Storer of truth, master of the library tower, the secret history of the universe is all floating in your mind. Today we pray for your wisdom, and hope that your generous grace can protect us. Grant us the power to open a classroom, and I will hold the key to the door, collect the world's knowledge and enlightenment, and remain committed to this life. A faint breath blew out of the ventilation shaft in the middle of the corridor, and 3 silver keys flew in the void, hovering in front of Blalina, Zag, and Angmund. They all raised their heads and took the silver keys with nervous expressions. The silver key released a warm light, and like a strong ray, it pierced their flesh and blood. The 3 turned into transparent glass, and their souls were immersed in the light like green smoke. This abnormality did not last long. Soon, the silver key dissolved and turned into a small door-shaped mark, which stayed on their hearts. As the light dimmed, Blalina and the other 2 also regained their human form. Congratulations, from today on, you will become the disciples of the King of the Tower. Linda blinked. You will soon understand how a classroom will help you. The silver key is made of a trace amount of essence of divine power. Linda referred to the divine power application skills recorded in Mora's breath and made his own blessing mark. When Belina and the other 2 received the key, they had already become Linda's followers. After the transformation was completed, their flesh and soul belonged to the library tower. So in fact, they have become Daedra creatures. If they are killed in other worlds, they will be resurrected in the library tower without any damage. This is both a blessing of eternal life and an eternal cage. Fortunately, the King of the Tower is a blind demon god, and becoming his followers is beneficial and harmless. Wow, what a generous demon god! Praise the King of the Tower! Belina and the others were so happy that their eyebrows were dancing. Linda nodded modestly and complacently. Yes, I am so generous. When new employees join the company, I not only arrange housing, but also provide them with staffing and insurance. You now have your own classroom. You can freely change the layout of the classroom, but this requires your own magic power, so don't be too exaggerated. In addition, a very important benefit is that when you are in your own classroom, you will be blessed by the Lord of the Tower, and you will have a higher probability of success in doing anything. Linda is still the undisputed owner of the library tower. Only he can have omniscience and omnipotence in this area. Others can only be given a lucky bonus by him. It is equivalent to the Felicity Potion in the world of Harry Potter, which makes the user burst with inspiration and as if assisted by God. This is true, Linda is fooling you. They each need some time to sort out their gains. Linda returned to his classroom and thought about his next plan. After obtaining the Eye of Magnus, when he was in the library tower, Lind had already become a genuine demon god, but the embarrassing thing was that once he left the library tower, he would be beaten back to his original form. In order to ensure his combat effectiveness when he was out, Lind decided he ordered to imitate the Eye of Magnus and build a small power bank that can be carried around. The most basic step in imitating a divine artifact is to prepare the materials. The outer shell of the Eye of Magnus is made of unnamed remains of creation, which has a unique property and can withstand the illumination of divine light. If Lind relies on the transfiguration spell to make the same material, it will be very time-consuming and laborious. It will consume the magic energy naturally generated by Magnus in a day and can only produce less than 5 micrograms. However, he can use ebony steel as a cheap substitute. He only needs to plate a layer of remains of creation on the inner wall to avoid the leakage of divine power. So he spent a day to make a copy of the Eye of Magnus and named it the Eye of the Tower. It can provide Lind with a steady stream of magic energy. If converted into game terms, it is equivalent to speeding up the recovery of magic power by 100,000%. From now on, he does not need to worry about running out of magic power when casting spells outside. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, open the portal and stand behind it. The real demon will come. You won't be afraid of God coming through the door. Such a thumb-sized black sphere, with a large number of tiny runes flashing on the surface, represents the god-level enchantment process, and can even be said to be Linda's magic weapon. He made an eye-shaped hollow pendant with silver, embedded the Eye of the Tower in it, hung it on his chest, and kept it close to his body. The harvest brought by the Eye of Magnus has come to an end for the time being, and the subsequent turmoil still needs to be dealt with by Linda. Balina and the other two stayed in their classroom for 2 or 3 days before coming out. They were fascinated by the feeling of being blessed by luck at any time. The first sentence that Angman said to Linda after leaving the room was, "I passed the level. I passed the level of Contra." "Linda, you kid." For some reason, Zag changed into a white priest robe, with a white turban on his cat head. At first glance, he looked like a monk from the South Asian subcontinent. He told everyone with a serious face that from now on, Zag was a loyal believer of the High Tower King. He wanted to spread the gospel of the library tower to every tiger man. "May there be warm sand in front of you. At the end of the sand is the High Tower." The tiger man muttered. "Stop it." Linda saw through Zag's joke at a glance. Among the three, Balina was the most motivated. She was excited, with an excited blush on her face, which had not disappeared for so many days. "It's so happy to study in the classroom. It's as if knowledge is actively embracing me. Now I know why you can learn magic so quickly, Linda. I said there must be a way. You were not a member of the High Tower King at that time." Linda also recalled that day when Balina came up to him with a tangled face and asked him, "How did you do it?" The hypocritical look was quite immature. Zag and the others should go back to the academy, let more people know about the library tower, and let more people join the secret agreement of the tower. Zag raised his claws, completely immersed in the role of the priest. Chapter 39 Rage Magic. As soon as Lind and the others left the library tower, they were immediately surrounded by a group of Sijic monks. The Sijic monks were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. "Are you here to fight or to negotiate?" Lind cosplayed as Doctor Strange and changed himself into a red cape. The 3 disciples of the tower behind him were already eager to try. In front of Lind and the others was still a magic projection, and the high elf in the lead directly asked Lind to hand over the Eye of Magnus. "Strange wizard, you don't know that you have committed a serious crime against this world." Linda said calmly, "I know. And I don't care." Brother Sijic looked at Balina and others. "Do you want to be this man's accomplice and let the balance and cycle of the world fall to an end?" Some answers are self-evident. Balina has begun to prepare to summon the storm element. If the world will be destroyed because of the disappearance of an item, then it has no meaning to continue. Besides, the Eye of Magnus is not the tower that supports the world. Sijic, you are being aggressive here. The meaning of the Eye of Magnus is different from that of the tower, but it is equally important. The world is about to be destroyed, but the observer's eyes disappear in Mundus. This is not allowed. Brother Sigik patiently explained the mistake Linda made. Alduin the World Devourer is destined to be defeated by the last Dragonborn. Even if Orbis will eventually be destroyed, it will be in the distant future. Why worry about it in this era? Hand over the Eye of Magnus, the last warning. Linda shook his head, it's just a phantom. The reclusive Sigik order, don't make me laugh with your arrogance anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Belina behind him had summoned the storm element, and Zag and Angmund also began to release armor and magic shields for their companions. Seeing this, the Sigik monks also began to take action. The surging magic energy was attracted by them. This group of high elves with long lifespans have been training in magic skills for many years, and their various spell casting skills have reached the level of perfection. In a breath, they have already stacked up protection for themselves, and the terrifying magic of destruction is also brewing rapidly. Linda was not in a hurry. He gently raised a finger. The magic energy gathered at the fingertips. After the spell configuration, it was transformed into a tiny orange-red fireball. It was spinning rapidly, rotating, expanding, and contracting, like an excited heart. The rapid rhythm of the heartbeat caused the color of the fireball to drop rapidly from warm orange to cold blue, then to dazzling light cyan, and finally, the fireball turned into translucent pure white. Billions of magical flame molecules flashed, revolved, collided, and swallowed on the surface of the fireball, like the irritable shell of a star. Ultimate magic exploding fireball. Transfiguration. Copy spell. Flyaway spell. Tracking spell. The young wizard named Lind put his fingers in front of him and blew a breath towards the blazing white fireball. The white fireball turned into a thumb-sized butterfly, and then split into thousands of them, like a dandelion being blown away, flying towards the Sigik monks around. Beautiful colorful vortex patterns appeared on their lovely butterfly wings, which was a scene of the air being distorted by the energy of fire. A white incandescent butterfly collided with the rapidly rotating ice spear released by the Sigik monk. The scene was extremely light, like a butterfly landing on a branch. Boom! An explosion occurred, and the thumb-sized butterfly suddenly expanded into a dazzling light ball with a radius of 3 meters. The shock wave swept across the underground cemetery of Sasser, and the earth and mountains above shook. The butterflies were flying. They fell on the protective shield of the magic phantom. In a moment of silence, the monks of the Sigik order were horrified. In an instant, the world turned into a sea of fire. The furious air waves rushed through the cave, and the hot and fast magic energy turned into a strong wind, tearing everything and melting everything. The ancient tomb turned into a boiling volcano, and the rocks vaporized in the high temperature, and they didn't even have time to condense. The unrelieved pressure broke the cave roof, and the erupting fire column tore the earth and rushed into the sky. Linda and his companions came to the surface through apparition before the explosion. They stood halfway up the mountain and witnessed the pillar of fire erupting from the original site of Sather, leaving a white mushroom cloud in the atmosphere. Most of Skyrim could feel the vibration, and the entire Winterhold and even the northern half of Eastland could see the strange cloud in the mountains. Master Lind, you have excellent magic of destruction. Zag applauded. Thank you. Lind was very modest. This was just a small test. There are many more exaggerated scenes in the history of the Elder Scrolls world. The battle between two top mages can even tear apart the continental plates. This is how Southam Island came about. It was originally part of Tamriel. In the fierce battle between the first dragonborn Marek and the dragon priest Varuk, it split off and floated to the sea. Brylina was a little worried. Those Sigik monks are very devout to the ancient road. They will definitely not give up because of this. Although there is no need to be afraid of them, it is also troublesome to be entangled endlessly. It seems that I have to think of a way to fool them. Linda's mind moved, and he thought of his old friend, Mora. The demonic aura left by could be used to impersonate divine power. He immediately returned to the library tower, and then used the copied ebony and a small amount of the remains of the creation to make a shell of the same size, and put the eyeball of Hermias Mora in the core. Just looking at the appearance, it is enough to be mistaken for the real thing, and because of the pollution of Mora's aura, once someone investigates the authenticity of this counterfeit, they will encounter mental pollution. Linda was quite attentive to making this counterfeit, but how to make the Sijic cult believe it will take some effort. It's done, let's go back to the academy. By the way, take the Eye of Magnus to the academy. Linda said to his companions after walking out of the library tower. Everyone was stunned. Belina was the first to react. Yes, it's time to go back. With such a big harvest this time, the chief wizard will be shocked by our discovery. Angmund was a little confused, but when he heard this, he turned his mind. The next chief wizard must be Linda. Well, let's use flying magic to hurry on. Linda said maliciously. The faces of the three people froze. 20 minutes later, in the courtyard of Winterhold College. Bang, bang, bang. Under Mirabelle Irwin's desperate eyes, 3 crooked jet rockets smashed into the flowers, and the magic jets flew everywhere, destroying most of the alchemical herbs she had carefully taken care of. Linda was already very familiar with it. He landed slowly, but the reverse air wave he blew was also very powerful, and a large bunch of pansies flew away with their roots. I swear to my ancestors, Master Linda, Master Angmund, Master Brelina, Master Zag, if you don't have a legitimate reason, then the flower beds in the academy courtyard will be left to you for the next year. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Linda cast a repair spell around, Reparo. The messy courtyard seemed to have gone back in time and returned to its original state. What have you gained? Mirabelle's blood pressure was also restored to its original state. A huge gain. Angmund shouted. Archaeological discoveries that change the world. Zag echoed. Notify the chief wizard, we found the Eye of Magnus. Chapter 40 Concealing the Truth. Less than a week after going out, Linda and others had just returned to the academy and found that there were several more guests here. They were all high elves, wearing black wizard uniforms, and looked domineering. Let me introduce you. This is Ankano, a scholar from Thalmor. He currently serves as an advisor to the chief mage. The Thalmor envoy beside him is responsible for protecting Ankano's personal safety. Ewan's tone was very polite. Ankano had just listened to the conversation between the 4 people. When Mirabelle was still unfamiliar with the name of the Eye of Magnus, Ankano looked like a cat that smelled fishy smell, his eyes were straight. He may not know what the Eye of Magnus is, but it is definitely an unusual artifact. I wonder if I have the honor to meet all of you excellent mages. Ankano smiled reservedly and flatteringly. It was really hard for him to make such a vivid expression, which made Linda comment that he was like a shy little eunuch. Linda did not introduce himself, but just nodded at him, and then led his companions directly to the Hall of Elements. Brylina quietly asked Isla, who was passing by, "This Ankano, what do you think of him?" Very arrogant, he made some remarks after only 2 days in the academy. He looked down on the academy and thought that learning magic here was a waste of time. Now Belina knew what was going on. When the chief wizard got the news and rushed over, Lind had already set up the summoning array on the first floor of the Temple of Elements. In the middle of the first floor of the Temple of Elements is the school's largest magic well, which can provide surging magic energy to place the fake Eye of Magnus, making it more realistic. Savos Aaron called Lind to a secluded place. "Master Lind, will the thing you found cause harm to the academy?" "No, I promise. It won't even stay in the academy for long." Aaron looked at this confident young man and had to choose to believe, "I won't stop you, but please consider the academy and those of us who believe in you." "Of course I considered it." Lind sensed some of Aaron's thoughts. "Master Aaron, you can rest assured. I will restore the academy to its glory and let the people of Winterhold protect us again." Savos Aran heard this and patted Lin's shoulder gently without saying anything else. With the forged artifact, the Eye of Magnus was summoned from the library tower, and the members of the academy present were amazed. The runes and lines on its surface were full of the ingenuity and wisdom of the gods, and its existence itself, like a volcano in the sea, had a profound influence on the magic environment of the entire world. Lin said that this was their discovery during their archaeological trip. With the magic power of the Eye of Magnus, the Academy will definitely be able to cultivate the best wizards. We can use this huge magic power to pull up the old city of Winterhold that fell into the Sea of Aa the Dead and restore the former glory of the capital of the ancient dynasty. Seeing the Eye of Magnus, everyone in the Academy had different thoughts. The Thalmor envoy on the side had already begun to secretly plot to seize the artifact. That night, the mages on duty at the Temple of Elements had gone back to rest, and Ankano sneaked in. Standing in the glory of the fake artifact, the High Elf exclaimed in amazement, and then despised the mages of Winterhold for not knowing the goods and putting the things in the hall so carelessly. Ankano raised his hand and gently touched the cold Eye of Magnus. He could feel the surging magic power and the deep and ancient breath hidden under the shell. The power infusion from the artifact gave the High Elf the illusion of being omnipotent. "Oh, my baby!" Ankano made the same sound of gurgling. Then Lind appeared, holding a magic candle and leading a group of mages. He kicked open the door aggressively, broke into the Temple of Elements, pointed at the Thalmor mages and cursed, "Damn thief! Let go of the property of the Academy and surrender immediately, otherwise you will be torn to pieces by our anger, and even the ancestral divine land cannot save you." Ankano laughed like a classic villain. "Fools! With such a divine weapon, what else in this world can beat me? Even the ancestral divine land, it will be reborn in the hands of the great Ankano. The stale old regime should have been thrown into the dust of history long ago." Ankano's wild words shocked the Thalmor envoys who came later. "Ankano, what are you talking about?" Linda waved his hand fiercely, "Kill this Thalmor!" Boom! The Eye of Magnus burst out with a surging air wave, knocking everyone around to the ground, and Ankano seemed to have been blessed by some kind of divine power. Not only was he unscathed, but he was also full of energy. He laughed wildly. "Mortals! You can't defeat me who has the Eye of Magnus. Surrender to the power of truth and destruction." "No, I don't need your surrender, just die." Just after Ankano said the lines of the villain who destroyed the world, time stopped again. Under the crowd, the Sijic monks arrived in time. This time, they were indifferent and didn't even look at Lind. They directly announced the notice of sealing the Eye of Magnus. Then, regardless of Ankano's powerless obstruction, a lightning spell struck the old guy and flew him away. Then, he summoned and teleported the fake away. Lind wanted to pretend to be angry and curse, but he couldn't help laughing in the end. Brylina poked him quickly. "Ahem. Since the Eye of Magnus has been taken away, I think I can only accept this unfortunate fact." "But..." Lind pointed at Ankano, whose hair was exploding and his face was like charcoal. "This evil Thalmor traitor wants to steal the power of the artifact and endanger the world. Harming the world, harming Skyrim, the Empire, and the people of the ancestral divine land, this is a heinous crime. I propose that this man be eliminated on the spot." Everyone in the Academy was indignant and agreed. They also believed that it was Ankano's reckless behavior that led to the Eye of Magnus being snatched away by him. Several envoys of the Thalmor looked unhappy. They wanted to stop the Academy from using lynching, but thinking of the speech of that idiot Ankano, for the sake of the ancestral Shenzhou, they had to ask this wizard consultant to return to the ranks of their ancestors. Before the sun rose again, a body fell from the suspended stairs outside the Academy into the Sea of Aa the Dead. The Thalmor envoys wrote in the report, "Due to the sudden drop in temperature and the icy and slippery roads, Master Ankano unfortunately fell off the cliff and died. I hope you can reply." The storm of the Eye of Magnus subsided. Linda's life returned to peace again. He counted the days and realized that he hadn't been back to Hogwarts for a long time. Thinking that he should go back, he crossed the portal. The world shuttled and the scene changed. He looked at Percy, who followed him into the bathroom, raised his hand and said, "Hello, long time no see." Percy looked suspicious. He always felt that this transfer student seemed to have changed, but he couldn't tell. The next morning, Lind went to call Harry and the others for a morning run. Chapter 41: A Short Vacation. The living conditions in Hogwarts are definitely much better than those in Winterhold. Lind, who returned to World Eye, also felt happy to return home. As spellcasters who are also not accepted by ordinary people, wizards in the world of Harry Potter live more leisurely than wizards in Winterhold College. The daily life in the magic world is more exciting and wonderful, without the cold and ascetic temperament of Winterhold College. Lind gave himself a vacation. He is still a modern man in his bones and is not used to living in the world of the Elder Scrolls. However, the castle of Hogwarts is not more modern than Winterhold College. Jogging along the Black Lake every morning is a habit that Lind developed in Hogwarts. As a wizard, I feel that my body is too weak. With his current ability, it is not difficult to build a divine body for himself, but Lind has not yet decided to discard the original one given by his parents. It is not unusable, and the body of a teenager of 16 or 17 is at the time of health and vitality, so he should cherish it even more. So if he has no class schedule, or simply does not want to go to class, he will go to the room of requirement to exercise. Only after completing the day's training plan, the idle Lind will consider going to the library to read books, or going to the classroom to audit. Among the fifth-year students, someone as leisurely as Lind should be the only one, because other little wizards are preparing for the O.W.Ls exams. If they fail certificate, that will have a great impact on future work. Wizards also need to eat. Linda always has a bag of assorted candies in his pocket. He doesn't eat candies himself, but often shares them with his classmates. Over time, everyone calls him Sugar Mandalinda. This is actually his habit when he taught students before. Using candies as rewards, although not valuable, can also make primary and secondary school children happy for a while. Now he sees others and just grabs a handful of candies and hands them over. The various candies from the Duke of Hogsmeade Bee are not only delicious, but most of them also have some magical effects, which is quite fun. Hogwarts students are only allowed to go to Hogsmeade on specific weekends when they are in the 3rd grade, and they must have the guardian's signature is required. Lind asked Gialli to run errands for him. However, in this way, he was regarded as a capable guy by many young wizards. After all, he must have sneaked out of school to get such good stuff on the first day of school. Everyone always respects the good brother who breaks school rules to benefit his classmates. During dinner in the auditorium on Friday night, Ron's 2 twin brothers found Lind and asked him if he had also found the secret passage leading to the outside of the school. Lind honestly said no, and pointed behind the twins. The good student Percy stood there at some point. When he heard that his 2 younger brothers not only went out at night, but also escaped from the school through the secret passage, his face was gloomy. Oh, this is bad. Good boy Percy will not complain to his mother. He will definitely, because he is a good baby who listens to his mother's words. Percy poked the brothers lightly with his finger, gave them a look that said "I'll make you suffer later," and invited Lind to talk in the corner. As they walked out of the restaurant, a note appeared on Ron and Malfoy's table. It said, "Your detention starts at 8 o'clock tonight. Go to the hall to find Mr. Filch." Signed by Professor McGonagall. Ron crumpled the note into a ball in frustration. He couldn't say how bad these days were, but today was definitely the worst. The boy's depressed look was seen by Percy and the others who passed by, but they didn't stop. When he walked out of the door, Percy said straight to the point, "Delin, Professor Quirrell asked me to let you know when you are free, please go to his office." When Lind heard the news, he felt quite subtle. The distant morning when Quirrell took him to Diagon Alley to buy teaching materials and teaching aids would still flash back in his mind unconsciously, and Lind did not fully understand the look in Professor Quirrell's eyes before leaving. It should be said that Lind was grateful to Quirrell. Once upon a time, he was still wary of Voldemort's remnant soul in Quirrell, but now, the Dark Lord is as insignificant as dust. Lind lowered his head and smiled. There is something else. Yes. You can put it this way. I heard that you founded an underground student club. Can you tell me what it does specifically? Linda himself has been very popular in charms, transfiguration and potions, and has been unanimously recognized and praised by professors, which has made the club he founded a new trend at the moment. Percy, if I can casually say the club's doctrine, can it still be called underground and secret? I only have one sentence to tell you. The first rule of the club, don't mention the club. Linda prevaricated with a full of bad taste. I'm not actually curious about your club. Recently some Slytherin students have also been asking about it, and I think you should be more cautious when selecting members. I have laid clues to join the club all over the castle. Those who are interested, no matter which college they belong to, can find the way. Really? That's really interesting. But when did you distribute the clues? Was anyone seen? Percy's words were evasive. Of course, it was in the dead of night. Linder blinked, then laughed and patted Percy's shoulder. I'm going to find Professor Quirrell, see you later. Ron's stomach has been uncomfortable since dinner, but he is sure that he is neither hungry nor overfed. Before he received the unpleasant detention notice, the red-haired boy Weasley had swallowed 3 crispy chicken legs, a large piece of roast beef with thick soup, a plate of dense and rich creamy pepper mashed potatoes, and a plate of sizzling German sausages. His stomach was at a perfect fullness, but the hunger of his brain nerves prompted Ron to take 2 Yorkshire brisket from the table. Pudding, as a midnight snack tonight. His friends knew that Ron was going to be detained, and seeing that he was in a bad mood, they all came up to comfort him. The twin brothers acted out the scene from the flying class that day in the lounge, especially Ron being caught by Harry in a princess hug, and George lying in Fred's arms like a little bird, which not only made the boys laugh, but also made the witches giggle. Seeing that 8 o'clock was approaching, Ron said goodbye to his friends and hurried out. In the corridor outside the lounge, he met the transfer student Lind, who was walking back. Hey! Ron! The man called him. Ron greeted happily. And he noticed that the transfer student was followed by a white Soviet wolfhound with a handsome appearance and a long nose. Ah! Where did the dog come from? This is my new pet, its name is Alfu, do you want to touch it? The transfer student smiled strangely, and the dog named Alfred reluctantly put his head close to him. Although Ron was very tempted, he thought it was getting late, so he didn't delay any further. He just kindly reminded, the school may not allow dogs. Well, this is indeed a trouble, but I think we can make an exception for Alfred, after all, he is. Ron didn't listen to the transfer student's words, and hurriedly said goodbye and left. The boy's back was cheerful and relaxed, like a ball of lightning passing through the night. The previous plot has been modified. If you have time, you can refresh the bookshelf and look back, whisper. Chapter 42 Long-Nosed Dog. You are late, Mr. Weasley. The speaker was Professor McGonagall, who was like an old and vigorous green pine tree, looking very dignified wherever she stood, and of course, very unkind. The red-haired boy found out halfway that he might be late, and it was all because of the moving stairs of Hogwarts Castle, which always moved inexplicably. Ron wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the blonde pretty boy standing behind Professor McGonagall, he felt that he couldn't lose momentum. Draco Malfoy showed his iconic expression. It was as if his father spent 3 sickles and 4 nuts to buy a medieval clown mask in Knockturn Alley and slapped it on his face with a permanent sticking spell, and his mother pressed it in the toilet with Mrs. Skull's all-purpose magic detergent for 6 hours and 14 minutes, turning it into a swollen, disgusting and malicious fake smile. Ron straightened his chest. Yes, I am late, Professor McGonagall. Oh, our Mr. Weasley looks very righteous, it seems that he did it on purpose. Professor McGonagall's serious face was even more angry, and her skinny cheeks trembled slightly. Seeing his own dean angry, Ron lowered his head guiltily. Well, all right. I say, then you all listen carefully. Weasley, Malfoy, you all follow Mr. Filch's arrangements from now on. I ask him to work together for you. Remember, in the future, don't play around in flying class, especially you Malfoy, classmates should be friendly. Ron and Draco looked at each other and turned their heads away with disdain. McGonagall shook his head helplessly. Mr. Filch, please come over. The old and ugly Filch's walk reminded people of a clockwork toy. He was always followed by the cat named Mrs. Norris. His cloudy and vicious eyes emitted green light. No student in Hogwarts liked him. In addition to his ugly appearance, it was also related to his behavior. He always spared no effort to torture students who made mistakes within the scope of school rules. Professor McGonagall. Ron looked at this guy bowing to Professor McGonagall. What a hypocrite, he thought. Come with me. When Filch looked up at the two boys, his lips curled up as if out of control. The three of them came to the trophy display room. The punishment for this detention was to clean the place and not use wands. One person was responsible for mopping the floor, and one person was responsible for polishing the prizes. Filch took out the bucket, mop and rag. They were dirtier than the trophies, making people suspect that the items that had been cleaned might not be as clean as before. When it was time to assign tasks, Malfoy rushed to take on the job of wiping the prizes. Ron thought that mopping the floor was good. He didn't need to be very careful. Just run back and forth in a straight line. But after a while, he understood what Draco was thinking. Filch didn't stay here to monitor them all the time, because after curfew, he still needed to patrol the school to catch those students who wandered at night. He took the old lantern and took Mrs. Norris out. Ron bent over, holding the mop tightly, struggling with a stubborn stain on the floor. It must be that a student secretly used gumball explosion bubble water here. The mark left by the bubble was like a piece of dried green snot. At this time, Draco stood in front of Ron holding a small silver trophy. Seeing this, Weasley constantly bowing, as if he was saluting him. He couldn't help but smile smugly. Malfoy, get out of here. Ron also discovered Draco's plan. This bad guy was looking forward to this moment when assigning tasks. Say it to me, please. Otherwise I can't hear you. Draco sneered happily. You look like a house elf. If you Weasleys are really too poor to eat, you can come to my house to be a servant. Oh, sorry, we don't need lazy and stupid servants. Ron was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. He wanted to tear Draco's mouth apart, but he held back his anger for a moment and swung the mop forward, smearing the wet sewage on the shoes of the pretty boy. It's so dirty. Malfoy jumped away in disgust and stopped pestering. Ron was still angry. He suddenly had an idea and quietly picked up the bubble residue on the floor and smeared it on Slytherin's 1988 Quidditch trophy. He didn't know that Malfoy also quietly poured a bottle of super glue on the floor. While they were working, they were messing with each other. From 8:20, more than 2 hours had passed. Not only did they not complete the task, but they also made a mess of the display room. The mop fragments stuck to the floor, the trophy had several ears broken, and the glass display case became pitch black. When Filch came back to check, the trophy display room looked like a beach house after a hurricane. He scolded angrily, "Do you want me to call Professor McGonagall?" Ron and Draco were not convinced and turned their heads away. Filch took a few breaths and suddenly showed his kindness. "It's getting late. I ask you to help each other do the work and then go back." The two boys, although they disliked each other, had to help each other finish the work under Filch's supervision. Ron rubbed the green-stained trophy back and forth, and suddenly he found that the snake-shaped decoration wrapped around the trophy seemed to be glowing. Then, the snake slithered on the surface of the trophy, leaving a line of handwriting. The legend of the genie guides the way to the library tower. The handwriting dried up quickly, as if it had never appeared. Ron's heart was pounding. Although he didn't know what this sentence meant, he had a simple joy of exploring treasure. He turned his head carefully to look around. Malfoy was cleaning the super glue with a shovel and didn't see the scene. When they finally cleaned up, it was almost midnight. Filch stared at the tired and hungry red-haired boy for a while, then asked Draco to go back and said to Ron, "Come with me." Draco smiled gloatingly and left humming a song. Ron was full of resentment, thinking that Filch was going to torture him again, but he didn't expect that this guy actually took him to the kitchen of Hogwarts and took him there for a big midnight snack. He never knew that the entrance to the kitchen was near the Hufflepuff common room. He also didn't know that their daily meals were prepared by a group of house elves. But when he thought of Draco going hungry after returning, Ron was very happy. Filch looked at Ron eating and drinking with a stern face. He only asked the elves to prepare some fried fish and feed it to Mrs. Norris slowly. "Mr. Filch, thank you." "Humph, if it weren't for your two brothers." "Forget it, you go back." Ron returned to the dormitory and threw himself on the bed. It was a long day, he thought, and it was also a wonderful day. Before falling asleep, many strange thoughts came to his mind. About the mysterious words on the trophy and the white Soviet wolfhound following Lind. Ron couldn't tell why, but he was a little afraid of the dog. Its cold eyes lingered in his heart. Chapter 43 Cheese Voldemort. In the office, Professor Quirrell was pacing back and forth. A cold sigh floated out from his purple turban, the transfer student. "He hasn't come yet." Quirrell muttered in fear, "Please be more patient, Master, he will definitely come. Even if he avoids me, I will find him for you. Find out where the pure gold came from. Find out about his conversation with Dumbledore." "I know, Master, I will definitely done." Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Linda pushed the door open. He saw Quirrell drawing the curtains. After the afterglow of the sunset disappeared, the magic candlesticks in the room yawned and lit up automatically. The office was filled with a strange smell, the smell from Professor Quirrell. The Weasley twins said it was garlic, but the Paddle sisters from India thought it was masala. It was pungent and had a bit of a rotten smell. "Professor Quirrell, I'm so glad to see you. I heard you were looking for me." Professor Quirrell, who had been stuttering all the time, squeezed out a hypocritical smile. Yes, Delin, we meet again. You didn't come, I have some questions." About your course. Although, I know your situation, but if you don't come to class, I'm a little worried." Linda was also an educator. He understood Quirrell's feelings, but he didn't intend to waste his life on wasting time. To be honest, many courses are completely useless and are simply poisonous sores and parasites in the education system. "I'm fine, Professor, and I wish you all the best. Please forgive me for being offensive, but in fact I don't appreciate your class. Although I am grateful that you took me to Diagon Alley for shopping, I keep this favor in my heart and can repay it at any time, but this does not reduce my disgust for the content of your lectures." Quirrell was shocked by Linda's straightforwardness. This, you didn't even take a class." "Indeed, usually, there is no right to speak without investigation." "But, Professor, what do you think is the purpose of school imparting knowledge? Is it to make students obey systematic management, or to let them get comprehensive development of body and mind?" "I think it should be that development and students are more important." "Yes, then we actually have a common language. The reason why I don't take the defense against the dark arts class is simple, because I don't need it. The night before this course started, I no longer needed anyone to teach me how to defend against the dark arts. Quirrell was a little dumbfounded. Linda said again in a gentle and polite tone, "Do you remember? Professor, when we met at the Leaky Cauldron, we didn't have a deep exchange that day, because I was just a penniless pawn at that time, knowing nothing about magic and power. Now we can communicate on an equal footing, and I don't have to fear your harm anymore." Quirrell's face has begun to sweat. He took a deep breath, like a patient with a heart attack, grabbing the robe on his chest, and his stuttering became more serious. I understand what you are saying. How could I harm a student?" Linda did not force him, but stared at Quirrell with a peaceful and sad look, his eyes shining with silver light. "Professor, I still remember the look in your eyes when you said goodbye. Alas, this is all like a nightmare, right?" "What? What do you mean? You went deep into the black forest of Albania alone, seeking knowledge, but encountered an evil demon. His soul possessed you, soaking your soul with poison day and night, gradually twisting your will. Quirinus Quirrell, an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw College, is amazingly talented. People say that you met vampires and dark wizards, and they all feel sorry for your changes. You should have a brighter future." Quirrell's face was like a dead person soaked in ice water. He no longer pretended to stutter, but asked in a deep voice, "What do you know? Who told you?" "Idiot!" A voice floated out of the turban, carrying the evil and cold magic breath, and the blasphemous alienity that made people sweat all over. "He is reading your mind. Don't look into his eyes." Voldemort's words were trembling faintly, because he found that Lind was not only reading Quirrell's thoughts, but also directly invading his soul. "Kill him." "Yes, Master." Quirrell drew out his wand and released Break into pieces at Lind in shock and anger. The scorching spell ray hit Lind, but was suddenly blocked by an invisible shield. Even the impact of the magic power was offset. Quirrell trembled even more. He realized that the strength of this transfer student was terrifying. He summoned ropes again and again, trying to tie up Lind, but these black hemp ropes turned into clusters of beautiful and flourishing mountain flowers when they approached Lind, and the colorful flower tracks surrounded him. "What kind of magic is this? Transfiguration, Professor?" Lind's tone became serious. "It seems that we are going to have a wizard duel. Great! Please witness it. The magic of destruction from the College of Winterhold." He raised his hand, and the air above his palm was pierced by flashing electric sparks. A huge amount of lightning elements gathered at this moment, forming a dazzling ball of lightning. The air was ionized, and all the sounds in the office seemed to be lowered by an octave, as if soaked in water. A strong smell of ozone expanded. It was rough and tough, dispersing the rotten stench on Quirrell. Voldemort shouted angrily, "Get out of the way!" Linda pointed his palm at Quirrell, like pointing a gun at a poultry. Quirrell's hair stood up because of static electricity, and his legs were stiff as if they were under a spell. The ball of lightning floated out, slowly, until it approached Quirrell and revolved around him. During this process, Quirrell did not move. He was scared. Linda looked happy. "It seems I won. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a guest. But the question also made me curious. Professor, on August 29th, I came out of Gringotts and saw you sitting on the side of the road, seemingly monitoring something. Can you tell me who you are looking for?" The sweat on Quirrell's face rolled down, and he shook his head in fear. Linda had already known the truth from his mind. "Ah! Look at me, I'm so careless." Linda sighed with relief. "I was so stupid that I didn't add some impurities to the gold I made. It's so wrong. It's a disgrace to my scientific education. In this world, besides me, only the Philosopher's Stone can make pure gold. Gringotts, known as the safest bank, but you can even leak this little information. It's a loophole. I want to thank you, Professor. This is the first lesson you taught me. The weak should be very careful. This lesson is very valuable to me." I will never make the same mistake again. Stop. No, don't read my mind again. Linda slowly approached. Quirrell wanted to retreat, but the ball-shaped lightning surrounding him made him dare not even make a slightly larger body movement. Professor, do you believe me? I can solve this little trouble for you. As long as you nod, Voldemort's residual soul will never disturb your life again. And you will forget the pain you have suffered during this period. As long as you nod, you will still be the outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw, the young and successful, heroic Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Voldemort noticed Quirrell's hesitation and screamed. His voice was weak, but sharp, like the wail of a banshee. Stupid! How dare you betray me? Shut up, Alfred! Lind shouted angrily, and forcibly extracted Voldemort's residual soul with the summoning system's soul-sucking technique. Chapter 44 Voldemort Shut Up. Many years later, facing the transfer student Lind, Quirinus Quirrell will recall the terrible night when he went to Albania alone and encountered Voldemort. Now, at this moment, on the afternoon of September 6, 1991, the sun has not yet completely set below the horizon. Quirrell's clothes were soaked with sweat, and he lay weakly on the ground. The light from the candlestick on the wall illuminated his curled-up shadow. The poor man was convulsing and shaking unconsciously. Voldemort's poison to him was so deep that part of his body and soul had undergone mutations. When Linda forcibly extracted the residual soul, Quirrell suffered the same pain as Voldemort. It was not a trauma that made people wailing in fear, but more like the fear of falling into a bottomless abyss. Professor! Professor, are you okay? The transfer student's voice seemed to come from the water. Quirrell had a strong sense of drowning, and then a warm wind blew from all directions, and he felt the existence of his body again. Ah! Hey! He struggled to breathe, like a baby freed from the mother's womb, and then he began to choke violently. Linda helped the weak Quirrell up and poured a few drops of life and death water into his mouth. This is a powerful sleeping pill that can make the user forget the pain and fall into a temporary peaceful sleep. What is this? Life and death water, Professor, you should have a good rest. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Quirrell lay in Linda's arms, showing a pitiful and desolate expression after taking the life and death water. No, don't let me disappear. SHH, don't worry, everything is fine. Linda poured some alchemical potions into Quirrell to help him recover from his injuries. After he settled the sleeping Professor Quirrell, it was his turn to deal with Voldemort's residual soul. Linda looked at the black soul stone in his hand, where the main personality of the second generation of the Dark Lord was. A faint green line wandered on the surface of the soul stone. If you get close to the soul stone, you can hear threats and curses coming from it. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter suddenly covered his forehead. What's wrong, Harry? The lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead began to hurt, as if it had turned into a fresh wound. He wanted to press it so that the wound would no longer be exposed to the air, but the pain did not come from the outside world, but from the soul. He was wrapped in pain, and the joyful voices of his classmates disappeared in an instant, as if throwing him into a lonely grey wilderness. Harry wanted to shout. An illusion appeared in front of him. It was a vaguely familiar face with black hair and silver eyes, overlooking Harry. He felt that he had turned into a cloud, a cold ghost, and his body's senses were no longer effective, leaving only a strong phantom pain. The black-haired figure stretched out his palm, and the sky was also covered. The palm was like a curtain falling from the sky. The vast and boundless dark blue vortex occupied the field of vision. The vortex was working rumblingly, and the huge suction generated grabbed Harry. He floated helplessly into the sky, like dust, falling on the edge of the cloud vortex. Falling, falling, he heard himself shouting, no. Woof! Woof! 2 dog barks broke the last illusion. Harry woke up suddenly, and the pain of the scar disappeared in an instant. Are you okay? The classmates around him asked with concern. I'm fine. Harry didn't know how ugly his face was. He didn't speak for a while, until almost at 8 o'clock, Ron was going to detention, and Harry hurried to see him off with his friends. I have not participated in the history of the wizarding world before. But just like I have not experienced the World War, I only know the tragedy that happened during the Dark Lord's rampage. Voldemort, Tom, when you wantonly slaughtered wizards and muggles with the killing curse, when you tortured others with the Cruciatus curse, you were extremely confident in your own power. Lynn stroked the black soul stone in his hand, like a jeweler playing with a collection, but his tone was cold, even quiet. Voldemort trapped in the soul stone is destined to be unable to defend himself. Lind would not want to listen to his excuses. For such a murderer, the creator of terrorist acts, even the most noble moralists would feel at a loss for words if they wanted to excuse Voldemort. Think about it, Alfred, when you live in peace and work in an orderly manner, the Ministry of Magic is stupid, but it won't make you feel miserable. You can communicate with people, try to make friends, have fun, spend a day, lie in bed, reflect on your past, and feel tired of the simple and ordinary future that you can foresee. But none of this will affect you going to the wizard bar to order a glass of giggle-strong wine and let yourself laugh uncontrollably. The soul stone was trembling slightly. It seemed that a certain Parseltongue person was not friendly. He didn't want to listen to the young Lynn speaking nonsense here, condescendingly accusing him of his political inclinations and life deeds. Lind ignored Voldemort's unusual movements and spoke in a more relaxed tone. You see, most people's lives are like this, and people are used to peace. When you brought war and disaster to the wizarding world with the theory of bloodline, did you realize how reactionary your actions were? You don't know, that's right, you rely on the power of black magic and are a supporter of those pure-blood families. So when you choose violence, you should know that if one day someone's magic power surpasses yours, that person can easily play with your life, just like you did to those innocent people. The soul stone vibrated more violently, like a mobile phone with constant incoming call reminders. Yes, I'm going to teach you a lesson. To deal with someone like you who refuses to admit defeat, my culture has 100 ways to make you look decent. However, I decided to choose an interesting one. I wonder if you have read or heard of a book called Life and Death Are Wearing Me Out. Oh, I forgot that this book was published 15 years later. Have you heard of the 6 reincarnations? Is it possible that the ancient culture from the South Asian subcontinent was brought back to the mainland by British colonists? Linda stood up and took off Professor Quirrell's purple turban. Don't you think these coincidences are interesting? You are possessed by Quirrell, and he wraps you with an Indian turban. This purple cloth is like your mask and your skin. Now, I will make it into the blood and flesh of a beast to carry your spirit and soul. The raging magic power is in operation. The magic energy provided by the Eye of the Tower has the nature of divine power. Linda soaks the turban with immortal magic energy to wash away the traces of this material left in time, and then performs transfiguration to transform the dead into a living thing. I found that your nose is very short, which often makes you feel inferior, but I will help you correct this shortcoming soon. You will have a long nose that can even reach into the packaging bucket of potato chips. The purple turban turned into a white Soviet wolfhound. It was very handsome and heroic, but its eyes were dull. As Lind put the residual soul of Voldemort into it, the dog immediately became lively. It roared like crazy, as if it couldn't believe it, and then it showed a fierce light in its eyes and tried to bite Lind, but before it could move, all its teeth turned into soft rubber. Its bite was meaningless, and it couldn't even bite through Lind's robe. Good dog. Lind smiled and rubbed Voldemort's dog head. Don't you recognize the situation yet? Tom, if you want to anger me, then I don't mind turning you into an earthworm, and then being pierced on a fishhook by me and sinking into Lake Baikal to feed the fish. The Soviet wolfhound howled in pain and lay on the ground crying. Chapter 45 Afu does not understand love. Where did the dog come from? When everyone saw Linda in the common room, the first question they blurted out was this. "This is Afu. He is very mysterious, a mysterious dog." Linda patted the wolfhound's head. "Want to touch it? He is very well behaved." The little lions all like the handsome wolfhound. Both boys and girls can't help but come forward. Afu has a pair of cold and dark eyes. He is very quiet. When the children rub his head wildly, he doesn't react. He is like a middle-aged man with a dead heart, bearing the oppression of life without saying a word. So well behaved. So beautiful. The girls couldn't help but want to dress him up. These little witches didn't need to prepare any rubber bands or hairpins. They just needed to take out their wands and wave them. The wolfhound's slender hair changed color, tied into bow braids, and hung with jingling gold and copper bells. Lind watched with a smile. Not only did he not stop them, but he also encouraged everyone to use their imagination and go even further, and he and Alfred didn't mind. The little wizards deliberately said loudly that they wanted to check the gender of the dog, and the girls screamed and laughed. The Weasley twins urged them very hard, but they stood far away as the girls. Harry wanted to get closer, but felt embarrassed, so he also retreated to the back of the crowd. The senior wizards surrounded Alfred, and after a while, a few sharp dog barks were heard, and the boys all laughed as if they had discovered something interesting. The girls covered their faces and asked them what they had discovered, but the boys said nothing. The crowd dispersed slightly, and the wolfhound looked dull, and the light in its eyes dimmed. Percy walked through the happy crowd and came to Lind. He looked very embarrassed. "Lynn, you can't keep such a big dog in school." "Don't worry, Alpha won't cause us trouble. If I let it out, I'm not at ease. So it's better to keep it here." Lind did not doubt Voldemort's strength. If he was not in charge, Gryffindor would become a gathering place for dark wizards in less than a semester. "You promise?" "But the professors?" "Well, I'll try my best to think of a way." Percy seemed to become easier to talk to. Linda took out a pack of strawberry cream candies and distributed them to the little lions around him. "Don't you still believe me? Although I don't follow the school rules, no one has ever found evidence that I violated the school rules." "Well said." Several little lions applauded, and the Weasley brothers stepped forward and grabbed Linda's hand. "To be honest, we are." When everyone had seen enough of the novelty, they began to worry whether the professors would send the dog away. Harry came to Linda and said that he could foster Alfred with Hagrid. The gamekeeper was very good at dealing with animals, and Alfred would definitely live comfortably in Hagrid's hut. Lind vaguely remembered that Tom Riddle seemed to have a grudge with Hagrid. He immediately declined the suggestion. It can be seen that Harry likes Alfred very much, but it is better to say that he is attracted by some characteristics of him. The other children left after playing enough, and Harry stayed with Alfred. Lind leaned back on the sofa and took out a blank notebook to write and draw. These notes are actually made of his pajamas, which have the function of self-repair, so they are not afraid of water and fire. They can be restored to their original state even if they are torn, including the contents of the notes. A leisurely night should be like this: studying magic, sitting on a comfortable backrest, sitting in a chair, drinking a cup of hot tea, watching the kids playing with the dog in the living room. Linda suddenly felt sad for his old man-like enjoyment of life. He took a look at the door-shaped mark on the back of his hand. How long has it been since he last appeared? And suddenly found to his surprise that the countdown for World 3 was displayed. World I, arrived. World 2, opened. World I plus or minus, opened. World 3, countdown 99:12. It will be opened in 3.5 days, and I don't a trademark T know what world it will be this time. I hope to see more interesting magic. Harry squatted beside Alfred, who had lifeless eyes. He was like all cautious children, Harry has pity and fear for lonely animals. Harry actually always wanted to have a pet, but his aunt and her family were so angry that they only had him, so how could they give the servant the right to have a pet? Hermione was also squatting beside him. At this time, Alfred had been dressed up like a Christmas tree. The little witch had just helped. She seemed to be afraid that Harry didn't know the breed of the dog. So she introduced the history of the Soviet wolfhound. Russian nobles bred this kind of hound to help with hunting. It is said that they would lead out hundreds of them at a time, and no prey could escape the pursuit. It was just like a wolf pack. Harry had gotten used to Hermione's temperament. At least with her by his side, he would never be afraid of having his ears idle. Hermione. Do you think Alfred is a little sad? That's because you did that to it before. Hermione blushed, she looked around like a thief, then leaned forward and asked, "Did you see it? Is Alfred a boy or a girl?" Harry shook his head, "Let's not talk about this, I think Alfred can understand." Hermione tilted her face and asked Lind, "Is Alfred a magical animal?" "Yes, not only can it understand, but it is also a petty person. You just bullied it, Alfred will never forget it. Remember not to stay alone with Alfred in the future." Hermione's face turned pale. She whispered to the wolfhound's ear and begged, "Good dog, you won't hurt me, right? I'll prepare dinner for you in the future, okay?" Alfred didn't even look at her, but stared at Harry intently. He recognized Harry Potter, the boy who survived the catastrophe and the savior who killed the Dark Lord. Voldemort still remembered clearly that 11 years ago, in Godric's Hollow, after he killed James Potter and Lily Potter, he did not intend to let go of the infant Harry. But Voldemort didn't know at that time that Harry Potter was protected by a magic that was so powerful that when the unforgivable killing curse hit the baby, it not only failed to kill Harry, but caused the spell to rebound and hit the caster himself. Voldemort was killed by his own spell killed, only a remnant soul survived. He never thought that the magic protecting Harry could be so powerful. Because it contained the most abundant and warm emotions in the world, which was the emotion that Voldemort sneered at but could not get, love. It takes strong hatred and malice to cast the killing curse. The more a wizard indulges in the unforgivable curse, the further away from love. To this day, Voldemort still has not given up his hatred for Harry. The wolfhound stared at the boy's neck with cold eyes. It was soft and smooth, and it must be able to bite off his trachea in one bite. Unfortunately, the damned Delin is here. Damn Delin! Damn Harry Potter, sooner or later, I will take revenge and return all the humiliation I have suffered 100-fold. Harry stared at the dog for a long time, then suddenly turned to Lind and said, "I think Alfred likes me." Lind. Chapter 46 Where did the dog come from? Quirrell woke up from his sleep. He felt like a person who had been insomniac for 10,000 years, and finally slept well for 10,000 years, forgetting all the pain in the past. He subconsciously touched the top of his head. There was nothing except a bald forehead, but Quirrell always felt that he seemed to have worn something on his head. What exactly was it? I can't remember it anymore. All traces of the purple headscarf in history have disappeared with Lind's eternal transformation. But he didn't forget the person who tortured him, the mysterious man. Oh, Quirrell didn't even dare to recall the title of that person. Finally woke up. "Quirinus, how do you feel?" The voice was old and honest. You didn't need to open your eyes to know that it was Dumbledore. "Professor, where am I?" "In the hospital ward, dear Quirinus, you have slept for 2 whole days." "Professor Dumbledore, Merlin, I am so happy to see you, oh." Quirrell sobbed in bed. The person in charge of the hospital ward is Madame Pomfrey, a good doctor who takes her work very seriously. When she heard Quirrell crying, she immediately wanted to drive Dumbledore away. "The patient needs to rest, don't stimulate his emotions." Quirrell hurriedly defended Dumbledore, "No, it's okay, it has nothing to do with the professor, I'm well, no need to." Before he finished speaking, a lightning flashed in his mind again, causing Quirrell to wail in pain and fall down. Facing Madame Pomfrey's accusations, Dumbledore felt a little guilty. He tucked the corners of the quilt for Quirrell, told him to rest well, and left. Professor Quirrell is expected to stay in bed for another half a month, and someone will need to take over the defense against the dark arts class during this period. Upon learning that the course was vacant, Severus Snape immediately found Dumbledore. He wanted to fight for this position. He had been passionate about it for many years, and the headmaster and he knew each other well. Dumbledore also thought it was a good idea. Severus was a powerful wizard, and he would definitely let the children learn real things by substituting for him. But at this time, Professor Quirrell, who was lying in the school hospital, sent a letter to the headmaster's office through an owl. The letter was very long, written in a sometimes trembling and sometimes calm handwriting, a full 5 feet. Quirrell told about his experience in Albania, how he got along with the mysterious man, how he broke into Gringotts to steal at his instigation, and how he was saved by the transfer student Delin. After reading the letter, Dumbledore, even with his life experience, couldn't help but sigh. I've seen it all. Snape sat opposite the headmaster's desk, always with that gloomy expression. He was trying to figure out the contents of the letter, because Dumbledore's expression changed several times while reading. Severus, I'm sorry. Dumbledore looked up from the letter, revealing a guilty look. Quirinus recommended an assistant. During his rest period, he will be responsible for matters related to defense against the dark arts. Oh, really? Interesting. Snape answered subconsciously. He began to shake his legs unconsciously. When he reacted, he immediately stood up and gently pressed his hands on the desk. Who is that assistant? Minerva, or Flitwick? It's Delinear. Dumbledore said in a complicated tone, almost sighing, I need to talk to him in person. Severus, if you don't mind, please bring him to the office. The first thing Snape said when he saw Lind was, Delin, ah. Where did the dog come from? This is Alfred. It's very well behaved. The wolfhound stared at Severus Snape with its bright eyes, making the former Death Eater feel uncomfortable. Dogs are not allowed in school. If you can't take it away, I will use potions to give it a quiet death. Woof! Woof! Alfred was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If Snape could understand dog language, he would be scolded by Voldemort at this moment. Lind was happy, I don't mind. But it's just right that Professor Dumbledore should meet Alfred. He will like this dog. I hate dogs. Snape was expressionless. Woof woof woof. Even if there was a leash, Alfred would rush up to bite Snape. The students passing by were secretly cheering for him in their hearts. If he really bit him, in less than half an hour, the biggest news in Hogwarts would be, have you heard? The old bat was bitten by a dog. Quiet! Linda said in a flat tone. The wolfhound suddenly lay down as if its spine was broken. You are well trained. Snape was secretly surprised and thought, it seems that there are methods to raising dogs. If I had learned this trick, I would have dealt with that annoying Sirius. What's wrong? Linda read a little strange malice from Snape's face, not against him, but as if he was recalling the painful past. Nothing. The old bat actually has a good relationship with the transfer student. In the first class, Linda demonstrated the distilled water potion. Linda followed Snape to the principal's office and asked, Professor Snape, I've been studying spells recently. It's not easy to invent new spells. Snape was able to invent new spells on his own when he was a student. He was experienced in this area. In theory, Linda's knowledge accumulation is enough for him to invent spells, but this matter stumped him. He was puzzled and had to admit that his mortal wisdom had its limits, so he went to Snape for advice. Snape did not refuse and asked directly, do you know anything about runes? I know a little bit. Linda had consciously collected relevant information. When he said he knew a little bit, he was actually at the level of an old wizard who specialized in this field. The original spells in the British Isles were written in runes, and the wizards at that time were called druids. With the introduction of Christianity, the runes were gradually lost. Nowadays, most spells are derived from the Latin language. The magic used by today's wizards and the druids in the past may seem different, but there is no essential difference. Yes. Flitwick must have emphasized that the spells must be recited accurately, but I believe you already know that the spells are not important. The language itself does not have magic power, or its magic power is not directly manifested, but must be completed by wizards. Otherwise, those muggles can also cast spells. Linda is well aware of this. The most important thing for casting spells is to have a clear understanding of the effects of magic, to have firm beliefs, and sufficient magic power. I have all of these, but I just can't create a new spell. Creating a spell is not a process of inspiration, on the contrary, this process is drowsy. And spells are often born in a frenzy of dreams. After listening to Snape's description of the specific circumstances of his creation of spells, Linda suddenly realized that he finally knew why he couldn't create spells, because he hadn't dreamed for a long time. To be precise, he hasn't dreamed since he came here. Perhaps it's because of his good sleep quality, but he didn't expect this to become a problem. Apart from dreaming, is there any other way? As far as I know, there is no. Snape led Linda to the door of the principal's office. Today's passcode is cockroach dumplings. Delin, I think we need to have a good talk. Dumbledore stood behind the desk, with a pair of bright eyes hidden behind his half-moon glasses. He looked at Snape again. Severus, please give us some time. I will notify you separately about the matter of the substitute teacher of defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore turned his gaze back to Linda, and the first sentence was, "Hey, where is the dog?" Chapter 47 Old B, I brought your favorite student. When Alfred saw Dumbledore, he was trembling all over. It was like Teddy in a dog meat shop. Linda patted its head and introduced solemnly, "This is Alfred, a wolfhound." Voldemort was slapped and fell to the ground, and he also let out a sigh of relief. Professor Dumbledore stared deeply at the handsome big dog, and his expression seemed to have guessed something. "It's a beautiful dog, Mr. Delin, but the school rules don't seem to allow raising large dogs. I can turn it into a small doll. Like this." Lind waved his hand gently, and amid Alpha's protest barking, the wolfhound quickly shrank and turned into a plush doll that could be held in the hands of a little girl. Dumbledore exclaimed, "Unparalleled transfiguration. Thank you." Lind heard his praise and suddenly felt a sense of fleeting time. "Professor, I have never forgotten the day I met you in front of the Zhdanov wizard's door. That was just me fulfilling my duty as an educator." Dumbledore pointed to the chair opposite the desk, and then to the large bowl on the table, which contained a pile of lemon jelly candies. Lind smiled and took out a bag of licorice candy canes from his pocket. "I also have the habit of carrying candy with me." Dumbledore laughed and asked the house elf to bring 2 cups of steaming hot black tea. The old wizard generously poured a lot of powdered sugar into his cup until it became a cup of tea-flavored sugar water, and then drank it happily. Lind felt comfortable getting along with Dumbledore. The old man had experienced everything, and his heart was as clear as a mirror, but he still chose to believe in his juniors. For him, Lind didn't think there was anything to hide. He put the dog doll on the table and pushed it towards Dumbledore. "Is it for me?" Dumbledore blinked. "It's a gift. Professor, I brought back your favorite student back then." "Alas, alas, it's Tom as expected." Dumbledore stared at the dog toy, its black plastic eyes reflecting white spots of light, like 2 tears. "But Voldemort is a man without tears. Can I talk to him? I am relieved to leave Alfred in your care. But I think you must have something else to talk to me about." "Yes, what a pleasant day." Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped his red eyes with a dirty blue handkerchief. He smiled brightly. "Sorry, I almost forgot. I am really old. The thing is, Quirinus suddenly fell ill, so now the school needs a substitute teacher. He recommended you." Delin, with your magical attainments, you are more than qualified to teach the students of Hogwarts, but you are not good enough to teach the students of Hogwarts. Linda was brought back to his past life by this sentence. It was really interesting. He had subconsciously regarded his life of more than 30 years as his past life. As a muggle without magic power, living in the barriers of the world, the only thing Linda was satisfied with was his work. Although he still faced the hustle and bustle of the school after becoming a teacher, the campus was at least much cleaner than other places. He was not an outstanding person in the past. He was inconspicuous in his student days, and he did not stand out after becoming a teacher. The students' impression of him was nothing more than an open-minded young teacher, and his colleagues' view of him was also an introverted and taciturn ordinary person. He did not establish the great ideal of teaching and educating people, but simply regarded teaching as a profession to support his family. Maybe this is the hypocrisy of adults. Linda could allow himself to be so hypocritical because he was just a small citizen. But now Lind is proud. He has power and wisdom. There is probably no one on the whole earth who can threaten him. Even if he is against the whole world, Lind can win. This pride is hard-won, meager, but bright, and it is the most important reason why he was selected into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat. Will such a proud person allow himself to be a classroom slacker? Now everything seems to start all over again. Does Lind have the courage to step onto the podium? He was silent for a long time. The walls of the principal's office are hung with portraits of past principals. Some of them are sleeping, and some are gathered in a picture frame and whispering. In the room, except for the sound of Dumbledore sipping black tea, there are only some faint whispers. The black tea is cold and hot, and the steam is steaming. I can try. Lind said, I am willing to try. Great. Dumbledore seemed to have known his answer for a long time. Believe in yourself, don't doubt, you are not only an excellent wizard, but also have a strong and warm heart, enough to inspire every student who listens to your lectures. Lind was complimented many times in Winterhold College, and never blushed, but when he was praised by Dumbledore, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. How can you repay a meal? Only sincerity can repay friendship. Then I will leave Alfred here, Professor Dumbledore, I should go back to prepare the lesson plan. Lind walked out of the principal's office, his steps unconsciously became lighter and more relaxed. Being a substitute teacher is not a life achievement for him, but being able to relive the old times is worth being happy about. That night, Lind stayed in the common room until midnight before returning to the dormitory. Others saw him writing and drawing on his notebook. No matter who asked, Lind didn't say what he was doing. At this time, the good student Percy was still awake. He turned his head when he heard the footsteps. Linda made a rest gesture to him. Delin, aren't you going out for a night tour tonight? The transfer student said nothing, but gave him a weird smile. So Percy didn't ask anything. The next day, he kept thinking about Linda's weird behavior yesterday. This guy actually slept quietly in the dormitory all night for the first time. God has mercy on him. As the class leader, Percy was not happy about Linda's compliance with the rules, but worried. During breakfast, Linda also acted out of character and moved with his roommates, sitting in the group of fifth-year students. Everyone still welcomed him. Percy's uneasiness became stronger and stronger until Linda followed them to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. You actually came to class. Percy lowered his voice and exclaimed to Linda in an incredible tone. The other roommates also looked like they had seen a ghost. Linda nodded to the ignorant brats. He did not enter the classroom, but waited for someone in the corridor. Before the class started, Professor McGonagall came in. Everyone was discussing the candidate for the substitute teacher. Seeing Minerva McGonagall, everyone was relieved, because the strength and character of this deputy headmaster were obvious to all, and she was much more popular than another popular candidate. Snape. McGonagall walked into the classroom, and Gryffindor and Slytherin cheered and applauded enthusiastically, a sea of AAA jubilation. Linda followed closely behind. He saw Percy waving at his seat and pointing to the empty seat next to him. But Linda just nodded at him and stood beside Professor McGonagall calmly. Everyone gradually quieted down. What does this transfer student mean? Professor McGonagall showed a strange smile, seeming very happy, but also a little embarrassed. She announced in front of the fifth-year students of the two colleges that the substitute teacher who replaced Professor Quirrell was this Mr. Delin. The classroom was in an uproar. Linda looked at Percy's eyes as if they were about to jump out of their sockets, looked at his roommates' mouths that could fit frogs, looked at the Gryffindor students who were surprised and happy, and looked at the Slytherin students who looked like their butts were pierced by nails. This expression was so funny that Linda took out his mobile phone calmly, turned on the panoramic camera, and preserved this interesting scene. Mr. Delin. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Then the class will be handed over to you. Thank you for your help. Linda sent the vice president out, and facing the silent classroom, he smiled, Now, who wants to see the true power of magic? Chapter 48 The Sudden Transformation of the Transfer Student. On Monday noon, the students gathered in the auditorium during the meal. The restaurant that used to be bustling seemed even more popular today. A piece of news was hovering over the auditorium like an invisible ghost. There was a name in that news, Delin. The two defense against the dark arts classes in the morning were for the 5th and 6th grades, and there were 4 colleges. By noon, the whole school knew that the transfer student was the one who replaced Professor Quirrell. The students who had listened to his class described Delin in an amazed and mysterious tone. In the past, everyone called him Sugar Man Delin, and called him Wizard Delin. Now everyone called him Amazing Delin. Everyone kept talking about Delin, as if he had become a lucky elixir, and just smelling the smell would bring good luck to people. Linda's performance in class was one aspect, and the students' appetite-teasing propaganda in the morning was another aspect. The senior students didn't feel anything yet, but the little wizards were scratching their heads. Harry was undoubtedly in a state of surprise and joy. He had thought that Snape was the substitute teacher. The old bat was very strict with him for some reason and embarrassed him in the first potions class. Children are sensitive. He could see that Snape didn't have a problem with him, but hated him. Just like his uncle and aunt, although they couldn't kill him, they would definitely make him live a life worse than death. But good news came from heaven. It was Sugar Man Delin who was the substitute teacher. He was so excited that he knocked the plate with a spoon at the table. Other friends were also very happy. Hermione's face was flushed. Ron saw that she circled the defense against the dark arts on the timetable and drew a smiley face in the corner. Compared to the happiness in the students' seats, some people in the teachers' seats were unhappy. Harry and his friends were even happier when they saw Snape with a sour face, and they couldn't help humming the song of the Weird Sisters. It was a pity that Harry and his friends had to wait until 2 days later for the defense against the dark arts class, which was really frustrating. This group of little lions asked around, but the senior students who had attended the class all said the same thing: the first rule of defense against the dark arts is not to talk about it. It was indeed the style of that transfer student, always hiding things. No one has really joined the underground club so far, or maybe someone has joined but has not mentioned it to the public. Time was extremely difficult. Harry recalled his first night at Hogwarts. He sat on the windowsill in the moonlight and talked with the owl Hedwig. He didn't dare to fall asleep, for fear that the magic world would disappear if he opened his eyes. At that time, he was looking forward to and anxious about his future life, but now, it is simply looking forward to it, which makes people unable to help but think about it and can't sleep. Finally, Wednesday arrived. After getting through the morning, the first class in the afternoon was coming. Harry dragged his roommates to the classroom early, and they occupied the front row seats. When Linda entered the room, the first-year students were still a little bit unconvinced, always thinking that he would find an empty seat at the desk to sit down, but he stood up on the podium very briskly, with a familiar demeanor and a usual calm and peaceful smile. Harry heard a thump. That was the sound of his heart landing steadily. Yes, it was Mr. Delin who was substituting for the class. Just in case, if someone still doesn't know me, then I will introduce myself again. My name is Linda. According to English habits, you can call me Delin. In this classroom, you don't need to call me Professor, just call me Mr. The audience was silent. Before the class officially starts, I hope everyone understands that I am just a substitute teacher. Whether you like me or not, you can only see me once or twice in this classroom, maybe only this time. The little wizards whispered for a while. I know that Professor Quirrell has taught you to make up for the lack of knowledge in 1 or 2 classes. So let's abandon those cliché copyrights and red tape. In this class, I will only teach you knowledge and magic that are useful for actual combat. First, I want to tell you how wizards fight. Harry and the others all thought of Lynn's journey of studying on the Hogwarts Express. Several friends smiled knowingly. There are 2 types of wizard battles. One is wizard duels. Perhaps some of you don't know that Professor Flitwick was once a duel champion. He will tell you that in a duel, all that is required is to make the opponent lose his combat effectiveness quickly. Lind looked around the classroom. I need a volunteer to help demonstrate. Swish. The first person to raise her hand is always Hermione. Lind was also the first to see her. Then it's you, Miss Granger, please come forward. Many little wizards sighed in disappointment. The gazes were so focused that Hermione felt like her cloak was about to burn. She was pushed by the gazes, making her steps light. When she walked in front of Lind, she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Lind lowered his head and gave the little girl an encouraging smile, then looked around. Look at all these desks and benches, isn't it a bit crowded? He stamped his feet lightly. Amid the exclamations and screams of the little wizards, the desks and chairs in the classroom burst out with tufts of fluffy hair, turning into chubby cats and dogs, with a lively and cute head growing in front of the desk, and a long tail behind. They meowed and screamed, carrying everyone around the classroom, and then automatically running to stick to the walls on both sides, leaving a large open space in the middle. The cats and dogs turned back into tables, chairs and benches. The children laughed. Linda sniffed the air, pretending to be distressed, and asked in a low voice, "The atmosphere in the classroom is too dull, isn't it?" He clapped his hands. Then the walls became transparent, the ceiling extended and retreated, turning into a blue sky. The sun was shining, the clouds rolled and the ground was vast, the grass was waist high, and the breeze was blowing everywhere. Everyone's desks were half buried in the grass. It was as if they had teleported from the classroom to the lush pampas grassland in an instant. What kind of magic is this? Hermione's eyes sparkled. Guess? Smart girl. Invisible extension and transfiguration, A&D. Projection? Well, A&D. Weather spell. Great. If I have the right to add points, I will definitely give Gryffindor 10 points. Linda's tone was exaggerated, making the little girl giggle. All the young wizards were amazed at the magic attainments displayed by Lind. It was amazing to them, but it was frightening to those senior students. They had never heard of anyone who could use wandless and silent spells to this extent. This was no longer like a wizard, but like God in the Bible story. More magical than magic. Lind only used it to amuse children. Perhaps this is the spare capacity of the strong. What spells do you know? Hermione mumbled a long list, as if she was telling a crosstalk. You will faint? That's good, you can use this trick next. Lind pointed to the ground, and a small clump of lush grass grew up, the grass stems entangled and twisted, turning into a sturdy and cute straw doll, wearing a round straw hat. Both eyes were black XS, and the mouth seemed to be sealed with a string, revealing a funny smile, like a circus clown. The straw puppet waved to the little wizards lively, and performed a beautiful court etiquette to Hermione in front of him. Hermione, who was born as a muggle, was at a loss and could only bow repeatedly. Now, take out your wand. Release Stupefy on it. Hermione waved her wand methodically and chanted the spell, Stupefy. A short red light shot out from the tip of the wand. The straw puppet jumped up quickly, dodged the spell with a backflip, and bowed to the audience after landing. The little witch heard the giggles of her classmates. She looked at Lind helplessly. Lind encouraged her, try again. Stupefy. The result was the same. This time the straw puppet even danced the Cossack kick dance. Lind was not disappointed, and applauded Hermione. Excellent, I guarantee that Professor Flitwick must like you very much. Your casting movements are very precise, the spells are recited correctly, and the casting effect is very stable, which shows that you are very confident. But why did you fail? Because I'm too slow. That's right. Wizard duels need to be fast, and everything else is prepared to quickly knock down the enemy. I don't know if you have heard of a name, Elizabeth Smudgellin, who used the surrender in a wizard duel on Dartmoor Plateau in 1379. Elizabeth defeated her opponent with a magic spell and won the championship. Before that, no one was optimistic about her, and even persuaded her to give up the trophy voluntarily, because her opponent was so powerful that he could easily summon a hurricane that swept the stadium. After this unpopular duel began, Elizabeth's opponent began to recite a long spell, the effect of which was to make a mountain fall on her head. But unfortunately, it was a simple sentence of Expelliarmus that defeated such a great wizard. Seeing the thoughtful look of these little wizards, Lind took the initiative to stand beside Hermione and face the straw doll that was too proud of itself. He did not take out his wand or chant a spell, but just flicked his fingers. In an instant, hundreds of red lights burst out, like fragments of a broadsword mine, covering the cone area in front of him. No matter how flexible the straw doll was, it was directly smashed into pieces. Chapter 49 Magic is the Power of Belief. Lind asked Hermione to return to her seat. You have all seen that the most direct way to increase the speed of spellcasting is to streamline your spellcasting process. It may be difficult for you to cast spells without a wand, but silent casting is necessary. How can a simple spell of fainting be cast without chanting a spell? The answer is faith. Faith? Harry looked at Lind, who was talking freely, and subtle emotions rose in his heart. Even for adults, faith is a precious and rare quality, let alone a group of children. Don't underestimate yourself. Magic is the power of belief. It is the power of emotion. Lind walked slowly to the open space in the middle of the desk. I said, I believe that there will be flowers blooming all over the mountain in winter, I believe that there will be stars falling in the forest at night, I believe that the clouds are white puppies, and I believe that the sea breeze will bring my mother's thoughts. The children looked at each other. Some thought Lind was crazy, some thought his words were interesting, and some believed him without a doubt. Are you reciting poems? Ron muttered softly. Linda's ears were like antennas, and he smiled at the red-haired Weasley. Yes, I'm reciting poetry. No, I'm not reciting poetry, I'm making predictions. He raised his right arm and snapped his fingers, and the lush pasture was covered with snow. The cold wind was biting, and the children were shivering with cold. He raised his left arm and snapped his fingers again, and the ground beneath their feet bulged, and a flaming fire erupted. The mountain reached straight up to the sky. The little wizards screamed. Their seats surrounded the crater and they could see the cliffs and lava below. Linda floated in the air. The rolling dust clouds of the volcano turned into his towering throne. His voice was as loud as thunder. He said, flowers will bloom. Then the volcano erupted. The vigorous magma exploded in the air and became flower seeds, falling on the snow on the hillside. The sky was changing. The clouds fell to the ground and turned into countless white dogs, jumping back and forth between the children's seats. The sun curled up all its light. Stars fell on the plains like raindrops. The earth cracked, the sea surged from all directions, and the blue harbor blew a warm wind. When it reached the top of the mountain, it turned into a woman's gentle whisper, "Baby, I miss you very much. Are you okay in Hogwarts?" Harry was stiff all over. He shrank in his seat. The dazzling wonders made his mind blank. At this moment, he heard the call of a strange woman. Harry had never heard this voice before, but his first reaction was, "This is my mother." Mother! He slowly left his seat and ran in a panic in the direction of the wind. Other little wizards called behind him. "Harry! Come back!" Harry heard nothing. He fell down the steep hillside and rolled into the sea of flowers, covered with flowers and snow mud. He had only one thought in his mind, "I want to go to the seaside." This strange and unconventional idea inspired him inexplicably. Harry drew out his wand, pointed at the snow and said loudly, "Turn into a sleigh." "No," the snow responded to him with silence. Harry asked in shock and anger, "Why?" "Because you are not firm enough, you haven't even seen a real sleigh, kid, you have only heard of this thing from the story of Santa Claus. Now, stop making me laugh, talk about something real. Talk about something you have really seen, touched, and smelled, you know its color, smell, and texture, come on, tell it." The first thing Harry thought of was a door, the door of the stair storage room, like the bars of a cage. In the past 10 years, this little prisoner knew every detail of this door clearly. "Turn it into a door panel." The snow let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, that's right, the door panel is coming." The children of both colleges ran to the edge of the mountain top and watched the Gryffindor boy step on a door panel and slide towards the sea at the foot of the mountain. Linda clapped his hands, "Okay. That's enough." Harry was about to jump into the sea, but suddenly his eyes blurred and he returned to the classroom, the drowsy classroom. Some of the little wizards around him didn't react. Everything just now was like an illusion, like a crazy dream. Lynn stood in the middle of the classroom and applauded, "Our Mr. Harry Potter successfully turned his desk into a door panel. I bet that if Professor McGonagall saw this, she would exempt you from the Transfiguration homework this semester." In yesterday's Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall asked the first-year students to try to turn a white piece of paper into blue, but few succeeded. Now, Harry can turn a large desk into a meticulous door panel. Such progress is undoubtedly amazing. Lind remembered that when he was practicing Transfiguration in the library tower, he relied on bringing real objects into it for observation and accumulated a full understanding of the properties of objects. This is why he has been successful in practical applications. Transfiguration is such a magic that turns imagination into reality. It relies heavily on the wizard's understanding of real objects. Transfiguration cannot create something that has never been seen before, such as alien spaceships. This is the power of belief, the wild belief that the world in front of us must be changed. This is true for Transfiguration and other spells. The key is abundant magic power, knowledge of magic, and confidence in oneself. Many old wizards are a bit neurotic. They look crazy to others, but it is not because they are inspired by evil gods, but a state similar to fanaticism. They don't care about other people's eyes, and they are confident to the point of looking down on others. These young wizards were convinced by Lind, but they still lacked confidence. But we are too young and may not have so much magic power. I didn't ask you to do anything great. I didn't ask you to move a mountain or sink an island. Harry's example has proved to you that even a young wizard has enough magic power to change many things. Seeing that everyone was still uneasy, Lind continued to encourage them. You all experienced magic riots and many incredible phenomena appeared around you. I know that some people can make furniture float, some can make glass disappear, and some can walk through walls while sleepwalking. At that time, you knew nothing about magic and didn't know any spells, but the abilities you showed were so powerful. Why can't you even learn a little Transfiguration after coming to Hogwarts? Everyone was thoughtful. Learning magic is a process. At first, there are no rules in your mind. You only have a strong primitive belief. This unconscious belief controls the magic. It is wild and powerful, just like a child's graffiti, with bold colors and amazing strokes. But as you come into contact with magic education and learn how to use your own thinking to control magic, the situation suddenly becomes worse, isn't it? Suddenly, you can't do anything well, even the fluorescent charm needs a long time to practice. But this is not a bad thing, but a natural process. Linda waved his hand, and a piece of white paper and a box of colored crayons appeared in front of everyone. Now, please fill this paper with color. The smart children thought about it and did it immediately, while the stupid ones had not recovered from the magic show just now. Linda gave them 7 minutes, and then asked everyone to pass the manuscript paper up. He picked out 4 and enlarged them. Who drew these? The ones who raised their hands were Hermione and Seamus from Gryffindor, and Hannah and Justin from Hufflepuff. These 4 paintings are completely in 4 different styles. Hermione used colors to construct a childish landscape painting, with the sunrise, blue sky, green grass, and a small wooden house on the hillside. Seamus is a famous explosive boy. Anything put in his hand can burst into sparks. His paintings are completely angry red graffiti, just like the sun being shot by the moon, and the red spray bursts out from the orange ball in the center of the picture. Hannah Abbott, the Iron Hat King of Hogwarts, she is a gentle and timid, sensitive and kind girl. Her paintings are painted with pure blue crayons. Full. Just like the famous work Black Square by the Soviet supremacist artist Malevich, there is no object or outline in the picture. It is a pure blue drawing paper. Justin's style is similar to Hannah, but he chose to pile up strips of color blocks. At first glance, it looks like a rainbow, but no rainbow would have such a strange color. Rather than a rainbow, it is more like the flag of the Beiyang government. Linda arranged the 4 paintings in order: Hannah, Justin, Seamus, and Hermione. Everyone witnessed how a piece of drawing paper evolved from pure color to color, then derived structure, and finally showed a complete structural system. A living example. Linda commented on this set of 4 paintings. Some of the plots have been modified, and chapters 18, 19, 41, and 42 have been remade. You can go back and read them when you have time. Whisper. Chapter 50: The Secret of Silent and Wandless Spellcasting. Linda did not ask the little wizard to explain his intention of painting. Appreciating literary works, even if it is a child's graffiti, is not a simple decryption process. Just like asking a writer to read and understand his own works, his answer may be very different from the standard answer in the textbook. While appreciating, the audience is also recreating the work. What they think is definitely different from the author. Another reason is that teenagers have no logical thinking when speaking, which makes them stumble. Explanation is time-consuming and unpopular. So at this time, Lind will show the spirit of "I don't want you to feel, I want me to feel." He wants to use these 4 paintings to tell his theory, and his theory, for the current European magic world, should be directly regarded as the truth. He pointed to Hannah's blue painting: learning magic is like using colors. At the beginning, you know nothing about painting and can only fill every space on the drawing paper with one color. The brush strokes of color are chaotic, rich, and unrestrained. It is not defined by anyone and refuses to be defined. This is the state of primitive magic. Young wizards must remain ignorant of magic itself in order to allow magic to be exerted, fill the drawing paper, and then break through the constraints and burst out. This is why most young wizards' magic rampage occurs between the ages of 6 and 8. The premature appearance of magic rampage is because the talent is too strong, and the longer it is delayed, the less likely it is to occur. Once you realize that there is magic in your body in advance, even if it is just out of jealousy of the people around you, and unconsciously look for magic in your body, it will pollute its original state. This situation can easily give rise to squibs, that is, people with wizard blood but no ability to cast spells. Some children understood, while others did not. Lind looked around and saw Harry's eyes shining and Ron's expression confused. Lind did not stop to wait for them, and continued to point to the next painting, which was painted by Justin Finch Fletchley. He was a smart boy, and when he saw that his painting ranked second, there was an indescribable sadness on his face. Once the magic power goes out of control, it's time to enter the next stage. When the pure color is filled, we will realize that a color is too monotonous, it doesn't express anything, it just exists alone, it's too ordinary, too monotonous, people will forget it after seeing it, and it's no big deal to create it, just keep rubbing the drawing paper with the same crayon. At this time, most people's first reaction is to introduce more colors, just like Justin did, to distinguish the colors, to contrast with each other, and to make the picture more inclusive. Just like we consciously control the magic power, more colors pollute the original blue, but it provides the possibility for the next creation. Here, I also need to mention a special existence, Obscurus. This is a dangerous creature born in the body of the little wizard. The reason for its appearance is that the little wizard did not learn to control magic in time, and because of the fear of the magic power going out of control to hurt others, he began to consciously suppress himself, and in the emotions of pain, despair, and sadness, gave birth to Obscurus. It is like a monster, which will continue to devour the original colors until the original magic power is completely polluted, and the little wizard will die. Every silent appearance means a tragedy. The classroom was filled with sadness and panic, and the children were silent. But when Lind walked to the bottom of the third painting, everyone laughed at the same time, because the painting of the little genius Simo was so impactful and ugly that it shocked people. Simo puffed out his chest and acted proud. It seemed that he didn't mind making his classmates laugh by making a fool of himself. When colors appeared one after another, each color began to choose its own position. Painting is nothing more than applying the right color to the right place. The cavemen in the Altamira area used simple strokes to record portraits and prey. Simo's paintings can show some simple structures, such as the pile of yellow with a lot of hair in the middle, which may be the sun or a ball of yarn, and then a lot of red sprayed out from it, and the inspiration may be the juice of watermelon. Simo shrugged, he didn't think so much. For most spells, you only need to apply your imagination to this step. Most adult wizards only reach this step in their lives. You can find some rules and fantasies in nature, and then apply these ideas to spells. Until this time, although your magic power has been controlled, it still has its frenzy, disorder, and abnormal side. The imagination at this stage is wild and the magic used seems unreasonable. Linda took out a round fruit candy from his pocket, enlarged it, and then cast a long hand spell on it. The fruit candy suddenly grew a pair of hands. Linda cast another dancing spell and the fruit candy performed a set of cool street dance on the spot. This scene is a bit weird and humorous. Just like Alice in Wonderland, the characters and scenes in it can be found in real life. They seem abnormal, but they are not out of human rationality. Lind smiled, we have gone a long way and finally returned to the original purpose. If you want to master silent casting, you must go further. The understanding of the spell cannot just stop at knowing how to cast it. You know what the effect of this spell is. When you use the same spell on the same target over and over again, what kind of reaction do you want it to have? He walked to Hermione's painting. Look. I asked you to fill the paper with colors, and did not ask you to draw any specific shapes or things. But Hermione Granger still chose to draw a landscape. She knew what she wanted, and she knew how to use colors to describe the story in her heart. This is the trick of silent casting. You don't have to say the spell has already echoed in your heart. The more wizards are influenced by Muggle education, the more they can understand what Lind said. Natural science education cultivates logical thinking, and logical thinking helps wizards understand magic. Although magic does not follow natural philosophy, magic users need to understand the objective reality of nature. After all, since the phenomenon of magic is allowed by this universe, it means that it is a part of nature. Lind believes that Hogwarts actually needs to offer a natural science course, and it does not require a high level. As long as it can cultivate scientific literacy to observe and analyze the objective world, those who seek knowledge will not abandon the truth, even if it is the so-called Muggle knowledge. The course time is halfway through, and Lind is ready to move on to the next topic, letting the young wizards practice silent casting on their own after returning. Just at this time, someone raised his hand to ask for the secret of wandless casting. It can be seen that everyone is very curious. Lind did not refuse. He waved his hand and used the same 4 paintings as before. He reversed the order, with Hermione's first and Hannah Abbott's last. Wandless spell casting is simple, but also difficult. It requires not only faith, but also resonance with your own magic. In fact, the wand has never been a necessary medium for spell casting. The ancient druids controlled the power of nature and could freely transform into wild beasts. They never used this kind of small wooden stick. The magic is there and will not disappear because there is no wand. Learning wandless spell casting is to return to the heart step by step. When you can return to the original pure color and forget all the rules and constraints, you will master wandless spell casting. When Lind said this, he actually recalled the famous scene of Zhang Wuji learning Tai Chi. Zhang Sanfan, Wuji, how much do you remember? Zhang Wuji, I forgot everything. JPG wandless spell casting is indeed a state of being complacent. All wizards have experienced magic riots. At that time, they unconsciously communicated with the magic in their bodies. If the magic can be brought under the control of subjective consciousness, there is no need for a wand as a medium to guide the magic. In the final analysis, a wand is equivalent to a drainage device. The core material of the wand is the body tissue of powerful magical creatures. Its function is to build a communication bridge between magic and reality. As long as it can guide magic, even a ramen fork can be used as a wand. These children were not ready to accept the theory of wandless spell casting. They all showed innocent and stupid smiles. Linda blinked. Okay, let's put aside the red tape of wizard duels. It's time to let you know the most real and cruel side of wizard battles. I need a volunteer. Who is willing to come up and help me?